Harper Audio presents Dukes Prefer Blondes by Loretta Chase, performed by Kate Redding. Prologue. Muse, make the man thy theme, for shrewdness famed and genius versatile. The Odyssey of Homer, translated by William Cooper, 1791. Eton College, Autumn, 1817. To begin with, he was obnoxious. Oliver Radford's schoolfellows didn't need more than a day or two after his arrival to discover this. They didn't need much time either to administer the nickname Raven, though why they chose it was less obvious. Maybe his thick black hair and two piercing grey eyes gave them the idea. Or maybe it was his deep, husky voice, better suited to a grown man than a boy of 10. Or maybe they referred to his nose, although this, while by no means small, wasn't as beaky as many others. Still, he did always have the nose in question in a book, and one of his paternal cousins in fact, said that young Radford reminded him of a raven poking into the guts of a carcass. The cousin failed to mention, or forgot, or perhaps didn't know, not being observant or clever, how extremely intelligent ravens were for birds. Oliver Radford was extremely intelligent for a boy. This was one reason he found the books vastly preferable to his schoolmates, especially his unbelievably stupid cousins. At present he leaned against a wall at the edge of the playing fields, well away from the others, who were choosing sides for cricket. Unlikely and unwilling to be chosen, but required to be present at the character-building proceedings, he had his nose in the pages of Homer's Odyssey. A shadow fell over Oliver, and a fat hand with grimy fingernails covered the page of Greek script. He did not look up. He was, like his father, more than average observant. He recognized the hand. He had good reason to. "Here he is, gentlemen," said Cousin Bernard. "Spawn of the family's labouring branch, our Raven." Labouring was meant to disparage Oliver's father. Since the eldest son inherited everything, the others and their offspring had to find rich wives and/or places in gentlemanly professions, like the military, the church, or the law. George Radford, son of a duke's younger son, had elected to become a barrister. He was successful as well as happily married. All that Oliver had observed told him the other Radfords had extremely small brains, and marriages the antithesis of his parents. That a boy of 10 knew what antithesis meant was another reason to hate him. He didn't help matters. "Naturally you find the law laborious," Oliver said. "Firstly, it wants a mastery of Latin, and you barely comprehend English. Secondly—" Bernard cuffed him lightly. "I'd hold my tongue if I was you, little raven, unless there's tales you want told." "Firstly, if you were me," Oliver corrected. "Since you are patently not, you require the subjunctive. Secondly, tales is plural. Therefore you want the third-person plural of the infinitive to be. The correct verb form is are." Bernard cuffed him less lightly. "Best not to mind him too much," he told the small crowd of his disciples, some of them cousins. "No manners. Can't help himself. Mother not quite the thing, you know. Bit of a tart, but we don't talk about it much." George Radford's family had made a fuss of some kind when he married, at age 50, a divorced lady. But Oliver didn't care what they thought. His father had prepared him for the vicissitudes of Eton and the less-than-likeable relatives he could expect to encounter there. "You're contradicting yourself," Oliver said. "Again." "No, I'm not, you little fart." "You said we don't talk about her, but you did." "Do you mind, little raven?" Not a bit, Oliver said. At least when my mother pushed me into the world, she contrived to keep my brain intact. The evidence shows the opposite result in your case. Bernard yanked him away from the wall and threw him down. The book fell from Oliver's hands, and his head rang, and he was aware of his heartbeat increasing, and a wild panic. He shoved these sensations to the very back of his mind, and pretended the feelings were miles away. He pretended that what was happening to him happened to somebody quite separate, that what he felt was felt by another self, whom he observed with detachment. The panic vanished, the world came back into balance, and he could think. He rose onto his elbows. "I'm so sorry," he said. "You ought to be," Bernard said. "And I hope it's a lesson. I should have read it as, in an agony to redeem himself, rather than anxious to save himself." Bernard looked blank, not an unusual expression for him. "Odysseus," Oliver said patiently. He rose, picked up the book, and brushed away the dirt. "He strove in vain for his fellows, whose own witlessness destroyed them. The witless destroy what they don't understand." Bernard's face got very red. "Witless? I'll teach you witless, you insolent little turd!" He leapt on Oliver, knocked him down, and started punching. The fight ended for Oliver with a black eye and a bloody nose and ringing ears. This wasn't the first time. It wasn't the last. But more of that anon. Royal Gardens, Vauxhall, July 1822. Oliver was baffled, an unusual condition for him. His experience with women was limited. Mothers didn't count. His stepsisters were somebody else's mothers already. The Earl of Longmoor's sister, Lady Clara, was, she had announced, 8 11/12 years old. Though nursemaids abounded to look after the dizzying numbers of young Fairfaxes, Clara, according to Longmoor, was usually let to tag after the boys. Her brothers treated her like a pet, perhaps because she was the first girl after 3 boys and something of a curiosity. Then, too, the young Duke of Clevedon, whose guardian Longmoor's father was, doted on her. But tonight's planned activity was not for girls. Clevedon was moving away, gesturing to Longmoor to follow. The latter gave him a nod and told his little sister, "You're not allowed to go in the boat with us." She kicked him in the ankle. This only made her brother chuckle, but she must have hurt her toe, because her lower lip trembled. Then, for reasons unknown, Oliver heard himself saying, "Lady Clara, have you ever seen the Heptaplases Optron?" He was aware of Longmoor throwing him a puzzled glance, but more aware of the sister, who turned a sulky blue gaze upward to meet his. "What is it?" "It's a sort of kaleidoscope room," Oliver said. "It's filled with looking-glasses, and these reflect twining serpents and a fountain and palm trees, and lamps of different colours and other things. It's over there." He pointed to the building containing the rotunda and the pillared saloon. "Shall I take you to see it?" While Oliver was talking, Longmoor slipped away. "I want to go in the boat," she said. "I don't," Oliver said. She looked about and noticed her brother's back retreating from view as he hurried to catch up with Clevedon. Her gaze came back to Oliver. Eyes narrowed accusingly now. "Your brother doesn't want you along," he said. "He doesn't want to worry about your being sick or falling out of the boat and drowning." "I won't," she said. "I'm never sick." "You will be if Longmoor's rowing," he said. "Why do you think I'm not going?" She said, "That rhymes." "So it does," he said. "Shall I show you the Heptaplases Optron? I'll wager anything you can't say it. You're only a girl, and girls aren't very clever." Her blue eyes flashed.
"I can too say it."
"Go ahead, then." She screwed up her eyes and mouth, concentrating. Her expression was so comical, he had all he could do not to laugh. Longmore and Clevedon had come to Eton the year after Oliver arrived. Very much to his surprise, they made a friend of him. This was more or less in the way they made a pet of Lady Clara. They dubbed him Professor Raven, which they soon whittled down to Professor. He'd come to Vauxhall's second annual juvenile fete because Longmore's father had sent an invitation to join a family excursion, and Oliver's father said he must accept. Oliver had expected to be very bored and irritated, but Vauxhall turned out to be fascinating. It offered acrobats and rope dancers and trained monkeys and dogs, and all sorts of interesting optical illusions and devices, as well as music and fireworks. He didn't at all mind not joining the other boys in the boat. He hadn't planned on playing nursemaid to a little girl, certainly. But Lady Clara had turned out to be something out of the ordinary, rather like other Vauxhall wonders. She wasn't nearly as stupid as one would expect, considering she was firstly a girl and secondly related to Longmore. No one had ever accused his lordship of intellectual prowess. She'd pronounced heptaplases optron correctly by the time they got to it. Equally important, she was perfectly willing to be taught about reflections and optical tricks. After exhausting the marvels of the pillared saloon, they walked on to the submarine cave. After her ladyship had her fill of that, they were moving on to the Hermitage, when a disagreeably familiar voice called out, "That the best you can do, little cuz? She hasn't even got bubbies yet." He was distantly aware of his temperature rising and his heart beating hard, and of seeing the world through a red veil. He heard himself speak as though from a great distance to Lady Clara. "Stay," he said. He marched to his cousin Bernard and punched him in his fat gut. The fat must have been more solid than it looked, because Bernard only gave a baffled "huh" before punching back. Unprepared for the quick reaction, Oliver was an instant too slow to dodge, and the blow made him stumble. Bernard took advantage, hurling his great carcass at Oliver and knocking him down. The next he knew, Bernard was sitting on him. Oliver was aware of Lady Clara shouting something, but mainly he was aware of his ears ringing and trouble catching his breath. Bernard laughed. Oliver was trying to dislodge him when he heard a wild cry. Lady Clara launched herself at Bernard in a flurry of punching and kicking. This was so funny that for a moment Oliver forgot he couldn't breathe. Then he saw her lunge at Bernard, and he saw Bernard throw his arm up to shield his face. Oliver wasn't sure what happened next, but he deduced she'd run into his cousin's knuckles or elbow, because she fell back, her hand over her mouth. Bernard leapt up and yelled, "I didn't do anything!" and ran away. Oliver saw blood on her hand. He looked about, but Bernard had vanished. He'd picked his moment as usual when no adult witnesses were about. "The bastard," he said. "The cowardly bastard. At least he could have asked if you were all right. Are you all right?" She took her hand away, then tested a tooth with her thumb. "Is it broken?" she said. She displayed her teeth. No blood there. It must be Bernard's blood on her hand. Her teeth were impossibly white and even, except for the left front incisor. "Did the one in front always have a chip in it?" he said. She shook her head. "It does now," he said. She shrugged. "I hope the chip's stuck in his elbow and stays there forever," she said. Then in a whisper she added, "The bastard," and giggled. Perhaps Oliver fell in love with her then. Perhaps not. Whether he did or he didn't, after that night, he never saw Lady Clara Fairfax again. Until Chapter 1. At the head of Whitehall Street is the noted point of Charing Cross, and immediately above it lately opened Trafalgar Square, where there is to be erected a splendid naval monument, and the new National Gallery of the Fine Arts, now in building, is on the north side of the square. Calvin Colton, 4 years in Great Britain, 1831 to 35. Environs of Covent Garden, London, Wednesday, 19 August, 1835.
"Stop it!"
the girl cried.
"Get off! I won't go!"
Lady Clara Fairfax, about to alight from her cabriolet, couldn't hear what the boy said, but she heard him laugh and saw him grab Bridget Coppy's arm and try to drag her away from the building she was about to enter. It housed the Milliners' Society for the Education of Indigent Females. The horse safe in her tiger's keeping, her ladyship snatched up her whip, picked up her skirts, and ran toward the pair. She struck the boy's arm with the whip's butt end. He let out a high-pitched oath. He was a mean-looking boy, red-haired, with a square, spotty face. He wore the cheap, showy coat she'd learned to associate with the strutting ne'er-do-wells who infested the neighbourhood. "Get away from her, or you'll get more of the same," Clara said. "Leave this place. You've no business here. Begone before I send for a constable." The boy eyed her in an insolent manner. The effect was spoiled, however, by his having to stretch his head back and cast his beady-eyed gaze upward a distance, for Clara was not petite, and he was not tall. His gaze dropped to the whip in her hand, then to the dashing cabriolet behind her, from which she didn't doubt her maid Davis had descended, brandishing her umbrella. With a sneer he said what sounded like, "You better hit harder than that, you want me to feel it." He didn't wait for her to hit harder, but set his hat at a very sharp angle and sauntered off. "Are you all right?" she asked Bridget.
"Yes, your ladyship, and thank you ever so,"
the girl said.
"I don't know what was in his mind to come here. He ought to know his sort ain't welcome here."
The Milliners' Society for the Education of Indigent Females housed and educated girls determined, against prodigious odds, to be respectable. In the ordinary way of things, girls aiming to learn a trade became apprentices. But London's dressmakers could pick and choose their apprentices, and the Milliners' Society girls were outcasts or rejects for one reason or another. The majority were too old to be apprenticed, and or they were fallen, or carried some other stigma. The society picked them up from the gutter, if they were willing to be removed from that location, and did everything possible to make them fit for employment. With practice, diligence, and good eyesight, most girls would learn to sew straight, tiny stitches at great speed, and they could be placed as seamstresses. Some, though, had the potential to rise higher, for instance, to embroider fine muslins, silks, linens, wools, and these materials' numerous combinations. Perhaps one or two might even possess the wherewithal to rise to become successful milliners or dressmakers. Bridget was 15 years old. An unsuccessful flower seller, she had appeared on the society's doorstep after being assaulted and robbed who knew how many times, thanks to her refusing assorted pimps protection. She had been completely illiterate. She had turned out to be one of the most diligent students, and an especially gifted embroiderer. In the display cases, her work always stood out. Outside the building, so, unfortunately, did her looks.
"I can tell you what was in his mind," Clara said. "He wasn't thinking much beyond the fact of your being pretty, and what males think when they see pretty girls."
Lady Clara Fairfax ought to know. 22 years old as of yesterday,
She was the most beautiful and sought-after girl in London, and, according to some, in all of England. Small drawing room of Warford House, Monday, 31 August, 1835. Clara did not run screaming from the room. A lady didn't run screaming from anywhere unless her life was in immediate danger. This was simply another marriage proposal. The season was over. Almack's had held its last assembly at the end of July. Most of society had gone to the country, yet her family remained in London because her father, the Marquess of Warford, never left before Parliament rose, and Parliament still sat. And so her beaux lingered in London. For some reason, either they'd joined a conspiracy or had made her the subject of Wagers in White's betting book. They seemed to be proposing on a bi-weekly schedule. They were beginning to wear on Clara's nerves. Today was Lord Herringstone's turn. He said he loved her. They all said so, with varying degrees of fervour. But being an intelligent girl who read more than she ought to, Clara was sure that he, like the others, merely wanted to claim the most fashionable girl in London for his own. She'd inherited the classic Fairfax looks: pale gold hair, clear blue eyes, and skin that seemed to have been poured like cream over an artistically sculpted face. The world agreed that in her these traits had reached the very acme and pitch of perfection. So had her figure, a model for one of those Greek or Roman goddess statues, according to her numerous swains. Her single flaw, on the outside that is, the tiny chip in her left front tooth, only made her human and thus somehow more perfect. She was like a thoroughbred everybody wanted to own, or the latest style of dashing vehicle. Her beauty surrounded her like a great stone wall. Men couldn't see above, beyond, or through it. They certainly couldn't think past it. This was because men only looked at women. They didn't listen to women, especially beautiful women. When beautiful women talked, men merely made a greater pretense of listening. After all, everybody knew that women did not really have brains. Clara wondered what women were imagined to have in their skulls in place of brains, or what men thought women did their pitiful excuse for thinking with.
"If you would do me the inestimable honour of becoming my wife."
She came back to the present and said no, as she always did, kindly and courteously, because she'd been rigorously trained in ladyship. Moreover, she truly liked Lord Herringstone. He'd written odes to her, and they were witty and scanned well. He was amusing and a good dancer and reasonably intelligent. So were dozens of other men. She liked them, most of them, but they had no idea who she was, and did not try to find out. Perhaps it was quixotic of her, but she wanted more than that. He looked disappointed, yet he'd survive, she knew. He'd find another woman he would look at and not listen to, but that woman wouldn't be so unrealistic as to expect him to. They'd wed and rub along together somehow or other, like everybody else. And one of these days, Clara would give up hoping for more. One of these days she would have to say yes. Either that, she muttered, or become an eccentric and run away to Egypt or India.
"My lady?"
Clara looked up. Her lady's maid Davis had been standing in the corridor by the door during the marriage proposal. Though the door stood open, though any number of large footmen lurked in Warford House's corridors, and though none of Clara's infatuated swains would dream of uttering a cross word to her, let alone attempt to harm her, Davis remained ever vigilant. People said Davis looked like a bulldog, but looks, Clara very well knew, weren't everything. Not many years older than her charge, Davis had been hired immediately after one of Clara's many childhood contretemps. This time at Vauxhall, she protected Clara from fractures, concussions, drowning, and, most important to Mamma, Clara's becoming a complete hoyden. "Where is Mamma?" Her mother usually entered close on the heels of rejected swains to wonder where she'd gone wrong with her eldest daughter. "Her ladyship is in bed with a sick headache," Davis said. This was probably because she'd had a visit earlier from her poisonous friend, Lady Bartham. "Let's go out," Clara said. "Yes, my lady." "To the girls," Clara said. A visit to the Milliners' Society for the Education of Indigent Females would give her a chance to do some good, instead of brooding about men. "Please order my cabriolet." Clara drove herself whenever possible, partly to reduce servants' spying and tattling, but mainly to feel she was in command of something, even if it was one horse pulling a small two-wheeled vehicle. At least it was a dashing vehicle. Her eldest brother, Harry, the Earl of Longmoor, had bought it for her. "We'll stop on the way and buy some trinkets for the girls." She glanced down at herself. "But I can't go in this. They must see me in my finest finery." When a proposal could not be avoided, she dressed as unflatteringly as she dared, to make her rejection sting less. The girls were another matter. The Milliners' Society's founders were London's premier modistes, the proprietesses of Maison Noirot. They made Lady Clara's clothes, and they had taught her that dress was a form of art and a form of manipulation and a language in itself. Twice they had saved her from what would have been catastrophic marriages. And so, for their girls, she dressed to inspire. Charing Cross, a short time later.
"Look out! Are you blind? Get out of the way!"
Clara hadn't had time to see what she was in the way of when an arm snaked about her waist and yanked her back from the curb. Then she saw the black and yellow gig hurtling toward her. At the last minute it swerved away, toward the watermen and boys clustered about the statue of King Charles I. Then once more it veered abruptly off course. It nicked a passing omnibus, struck a limping dog, and swung into St. Martin's Lane, leaving pandemonium in its wake. Some inches above her head, and plainly audible above the bystanders' shouts and shrieks and the noise of carriages, horses, and dogs, a deep, cultivated voice uttered an oath. The muscular arm came away from her waist, and the arm's owner stepped back a pace. She looked up at him, more up than she was accustomed to. His face seemed familiar, though her brain couldn't find a name to attach to it. Under his hat brim a single black curl fell against his right temple. Below the dark, sharply angled eyebrows, a pair of cool grey eyes regarded her. Her own gaze moved swiftly from his uncomfortably sharp scrutiny down his long nose and firmly chiselled mouth and chin. The day was warm, but the warmth she felt started on the inside.
"I dare say you noticed nothing about him," he said. "But why do I ask a pointless question? Everybody flies into a panic and nobody pays attention. The correct question is, does it matter?" He shrugged. "Only to the dog, perhaps. And in that regard one may say that the driver simply put the wretched brute out of its misery. Let's call it an act of mercy. Well then. Not injured, my lady? No swooning? No tears? Excellent. Good day."
He touched the brim of his hat and started away. "A man and a boy in a black Stanhope gig trimmed in yellow," she said to his back. Clara was aware of the tall, black-garbed figure pausing, but she was concentrating to hold the fleeting image in her mind. Carriage freshly painted, blood bay mare, white stripe, white sock, off hind leg, No tiger. The boy. I've seen him before, near Covent Garden. Red hair, square face, spotty. Garish yellow coat, cheap hat. The driver had a face like a whippet. His coat, a better one, but not right. Not a gentleman. Her rescuer slowly turned back to her, one dark eyebrow upraised.
Face like a whippet.
A narrow, elongated face, she said. With one gloved hand, whose tremor was barely noticeable, she made a lengthening gesture over her own face. Sharp features, he drives to an inch. He might have spared the dog. Her rescuer looked her up and down. So briefly, Clara wasn't altogether sure he'd done it. But then his expression became acutely intent. She kept her sigh to herself, and her chin upraised, and waited for the wall to go up.
"You're certain," he said.
Why should I be certain, she thought. I'm only a woman, and so of course I have no brain to speak of. She said, more impatiently than she ought to, I could see that the dog was barely alive. No doubt boys would have tortured him, or a horse would have kicked him, or a cart would have rolled over him soon enough. But that driver knew what he was doing. He struck the animal on purpose. The stranger's keen gaze shifted away from her to scan the square.
"What an idiot," he said. "Making a spectacle of himself. Killing the dog was meant as a warning to me, obviously. A master of subtlety he is not."
When his gaze returned to her, he said,
"A whippet, you say?"
She nodded.
"Well done," he said.
For an instant, Clara thought he'd pat her on the head, as one would a puppy who'd learned a new trick. But he only stood there, alternately looking at her, then looking about him. His mouth twitched a little, as though he meant to smile, but he didn't. That man, whoever he is a public menace, she said. I have an appointment, or I should report the incident to the police. She had no appointment. Her visit to the Milliners' Society was a spur-of-the-moment decision. But a lady was not to have anything to do with the police. Even if she got murdered, she ought to do it discreetly. I must leave the matter to you.
Firstly, nobody was injured but a dog it's obvious nobody cared about, the gentleman said. Otherwise, the creature would have been a degree more alive to begin with. Secondly, one doesn't pester the police about the demise, violent or otherwise, of a mere canine, unless its owner is an aristocrat. Thirdly, it's now clear the fellow was aiming for me when you stepped in the way. I couldn't see him clearly through the... He gestured at her hat, his mouth twitching again. The whatnot rising from your head. But whippet face.
Now he smiled. It wasn't much of a smile, being small and quick, but it changed his face, and her heart gave a short, surprised thump.
He's been trying to kill me this age. He's not the only one. Hardly worth troubling the constabulary.
He gave her the briefest nod, then turned and strode away. Clara stood staring after him. Tall, lean, and self-assured, he moved with swift purpose through the sea of people surging over the streets converging on Trafalgar Square. Even after he entered the Strand, he didn't disappear from sight for a while. His hat and broad shoulders remained visible above the mass of humanity until he reached Clevedon House, when a passing coach blocked her view. He never looked back. He never looked back. Moments later, after she'd calmed both her maid and her tiger, Coulson, and was giving her horse leave to start, the gentleman's face flashed into her mind, and his voice with its husky overtone seemed to sound again from somewhere above her head, like a shadow cast by a guttering candle. An image flickered in her brain for a moment, but it was gone before she could make it out. She shrugged, trying to push the incident out of her thoughts, and went on her way. though now and again she did wonder how he'd known to address her as my lady, and why he hadn't looked back.
Oliver Raven Radford, Esquire, didn't need to look back. In the usual way of things, he would have sized up the tall aristocratic blonde at the first glance. Fairfax's being ubiquitous, their handsome features distinctive, even society's outsiders recognized them, and he calculated excellent odds of her being one of the many dubbed Lady This or Lady That. Yet he'd given her second and third looks, for 3 reasons. First, his mind had refused to fully accept the evidence of his eyes. He was observant to a degree not usually associated with human beings. Some said he wasn't, quite, and his memory was equally inhuman. But yes, further examination proved Milady's attire to be as complicated and demented as his eyes had ascertained. Secondly, upon that further examination, he felt certain he'd met her before, but he couldn't dredge up from his prodigious memory the time and place. Thirdly, he realized she'd surprised him. He couldn't remember the last time anybody had surprised him.
"Face like a whippet,"
he murmured, and laughed, startling passers-by as he strode along the Strand.
"Wait until I tell him. He'll want to kill me twice, and by inches."
"Don't look back, you half-wit," said the driver of the Stanhope gig. The boy, one Henry Brockstop, better known as Chiver, for his skill with a knife, or chiv, said, "That were her, the bleeding great bitch what come after me with the horsewhip a week or more back. I wish you'd run her down." This, in any event, is the way his speech would translate into recognizable English.
"Moron,"
the driver backhanded the boy.
"And have every last blue bottle in London after me? And the army too? How many times do I have to tell you? Don't touch a hair of a knob's head unless you fancy a slow choke on the end of a rope and a nice lie-down later on a sawbones' dissecting table, with a lot of other 'prentice sawbones watching him pull out your liver and such, and all of them laughing at your tiny precious nuts." He laughed. "Leave it to Raven to use the handiest female for a shield."
Jacob Freem, as all London's underworld knew, had a fine sense of humour. He smiled when he squeezed shopkeepers for more protection money. He grinned when one of his boards led a bumpkin into a brothel he wouldn't come out of alive. He chuckled when his boys kicked in an enemy's head. Always good for a laugh, our Jacob. "She's big enough," Chiver said sullenly, rubbing the side of his head.
"She can be as big as she wants because she's quality," Jacob said. "And when you see quality, you take off your hat and you bow low and you say yes ma'am and no ma'am and yes sir and no sir. You kiss their arses, you hear me? Nobody cares what we do among our own sort, but you annoy the fine ladies and gentlemen and trouble comes down on you like a ton of bricks. Do you understand? Or do I have to knock it into that thick head of yours?"
"I understand," the boy said. But he'd teach that Bridget copy a lesson, wouldn't he? And the long Meg wouldn't like it much neither. Jacob Freem glanced back, though his prey was long out of sight.
"Maybe another time then, Raven, eh?" he said,
and laughed. Environs of Covent Garden. Not long thereafter. Today, Bridget Copy was in charge of the Milliners' Society Shop. Here, visitors could purchase articles the girls made, with profits going to the organisation's upkeep. Made by girls of dissimilar talents and experience, the items on offer varied in quality. "This must be yours," Lady Clara said as she took up a splendidly adorned reticule from the case the girl had opened for her.
Yes, milady. Only there's a mistake. That knot. It wouldn't."
Bridget burst into tears. She turned away,
her pretty face crimson, and hastily found her handkerchief. "Oh, I'm so sorry, my lady. So sorry." A lady was never at a loss in any situation. She took pity on the less fortunate, even when she'd chosen to visit the less fortunate, as an antidote to her own vexations. "My dear, I can't even see the offending knot," Clara said. "Your eyes must be very sharp indeed." "Yes, I mean, it ought to be perfect. You can't, why, what if your ladyship had a dinner dress embroidered with fleur-de-lises, and your ladyship looked down and there was a thread hanging off of one of them? Or the bud was crimson when it ought to be rose? Or—" Tears leaked out of the girl's eyes, now as red as her face, and rolled down her nose. She turned away and sniffed, and vigorously wiped away the tears. "Please forgive me, your ladyship. Oh, if Matron sees me, that'll do it, that will." "Matron's nowhere about," Clara said. "But if you're so upset you can't contain your feelings, the trouble must be very bad. Why, you're one of the most even-tempered and responsible girls here." "Responsible?" the girl wailed. "If I was, would I be in this fix?" 2 days later. Clara had never before entered the lair of London's lawyers. When a lady needed legal assistance, her attorney went to her. But a lady must not find herself in any kind of situation involving lawyers. If she was so misguided as to need one, she must put the matter in the hands of her husband, father, guardian, brother, or son. This was why today she wore one of Davis's dresses, hastily altered. This was why she, Davis, and the boy, Fenwick, travelled by anonymous and grimy hackney coach, rather than her distinctive cabriolet. The hackney took them from Maison Noirot in St. James's Street, where Fenwick was employed, eastward into Fleet Street. At Inner Temple Gate they left the vehicle and proceeded into Inner Temple Lane. Soot-darkened buildings of disparate ages crammed together to loom over the temple, like a very dirty Greek chorus overlooking a tragedy. Clara knew her object resided on the second floor of the Woodley building. But which was that? Fenwick was trying to decide between two grim edifices brooding over the temple churchyard, when a boy strolled out from among the gravestones. Fenwick applied to him. Yes, of course he knew where it was, the boy said. Wasn't he only just coming back from an errand of the gravest importance for those same exact gentlemen? And wasn't some people blind, the name being writ up there plain as plain? He pointed to a row of dirty bricks that might, under the coating of soot and bird droppings, have been inscribed with the building's name. Fenwick took exception to the boy's tone and his remarks. The boy made an impolite suggestion. Fenwick hit him. The boy hit back. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Woodley building. "Dead," Westcott said. "Dead, dead, dead." He waved the letter in Radford's face. "There it is, in plain English." A cold weight settled in Radford's chest. But by now it was instinct to remove himself from the part of him experiencing feelings, i.e., irrationality. He'd taught himself to behave as though this emotional inner self were another being entirely, and view the matter at hand with detachment. And so, metaphorically speaking, he elbowed aside this emotional self, and calmly took note of Westcott's tone, the letter's handwriting, and the type of writing paper. Not father. Not dead. Not yet. All the same, it took more than his usual strength of will to say calmly, "Not precisely plain English. You've overlooked the fact that lawyers have written it." Thomas Westcott was a solicitor as well as Radford's friend, possibly his only friend. The two men shared, along with chambers in the Woodley building of Inner Temple, a young clerk named Tilsley,
whose duties included collecting and sorting the post. Radford did not accept the duty of reading it. Except for letters from his parents and stepsisters, he let Westcott, in standard solicitor mode, make what he would of the daily deluge of paper.
"You haven't read it," Westcott said.
Radford didn't need to read it. The legal hand, the seal, and "dead" sufficed as clues. It came from the Duke of Malvern's solicitor, and reported the death of a family member, most probably the Duke himself, given the paper's weight, the message's verbosity, and his Grace's advanced age.
"I'm a barrister," he said. "I can recognize legal gobbledygook at 20 paces, duelling distance. A pity one can't shoot it, in the way gentlemen resolve so many differences. But then barristers who thrive on sordid criminal cases aren't quite gentlemen, are we?"
He'd happily followed in his father's footsteps. Since Radford was very good at what he did, he'd never doubted he'd rise steadily in his profession, righting what wrongs and stupidities he could on the way. What he couldn't right or repair were the other Radfords. Bernard's grandfather had set his sons and their sons' wives and children against one another. He was a selfish, vindictive, manipulative man, and his offspring carried on in the same style. Radford's grandfather, being intelligent and observant, had observed this destructive family behaviour and intelligently decided to have no part of it. Father felt the same way. Ages ago he'd said, "The only way to keep your mind from being poisoned is to stay far away from them. Live another life, son. Live your own life." This was exactly what Raven Radford had done. He wanted no part of the ducal viper's nest, and especially not now. 3 months ago, at Grumley's pauper farm, a place where the poorhouses sent their excess children, 5 little ones had died. Fever was the ostensible cause. In fact, Grumley's system of neglect, starvation, and filth had killed them. An inquest had found him guilty of manslaughter. This verdict had led to the criminal trial Radford was prosecuting at present, the most challenging of his career to date. He took the document from his friend and scanned it for loopholes. He was distantly aware of the inner weight's return. His face wore a bored expression.
"Only Bernard left," he said. "How the devil do they do it?"
The previous Duke of Malvern, Bernard's father, had possessed, in the way of near relatives, 3 brothers, as well as, by his second marriage, 3 sons. Over the years, nearly all the males, young and old, had contrived to die, some of illness, some in accidents.
"One would think they were at least capable of breeding," he said. "Blind sheep can do it."
"The royal family has a similar problem," Westcott said. "King George III sired 9 sons, and our present heir presumptive? An adolescent girl."
"A pity the dukedom can't go to a girl," Radford said. "Those they've got a surfeit of. But the girls can't inherit, and it isn't my problem."
He tossed the letter onto Westcott's desk.
"Radford, if the present Duke dies, Bernard is not 30 years old. His wife is 25. He'll keep trying for sons."
Bernard had better not die for at least 50 years. Radford didn't need the letter to remind him his father had become next in line to inherit. George Radford was 80 years old and in poor health. A fever last winter had permanently undermined his health. His chances of surviving the coming winter were not good. He was going to die, sooner rather than later. He ought to be allowed to die in peace, with his wife at his side, at Ithaca House, the peaceful villa in Richmond he'd named after the mythical Ulysses' longed-for home. The last thing father needed was the annoyance of taking over vast estates whose affairs had been mismanaged for years.
"Her Grace's health, according to the letter, is precarious," Westcott said. "I'm not surprised," Radford said. "The odds of her dying in childbed are very high, as are those of any woman who endures numerous pregnancies. You may be sure that as soon as she's dead, he'll wed again, no matter how old he is. His father started a second family in his 50s.
Radford's own father had married for the first time at 50 because he couldn't afford to marry earlier. This was why Radford and Bernard had been schoolmates. Westcott took up the letter and read it through again.
"Something isn't right," he said. "I can't put my finger on it, but I'm sure there's a meaning here we've overlooked. I can't seem to read between the lines, and you refuse to." "I'll tell you what isn't right," Radford said. "It only purports to be a legal document. Amid the lawyerly convolutions, do you distinguish anything more pressing than a summons from Bernard? Can you ascertain anything to be gained by my heeding it? You might at least take the trouble to find out what he wants. Now, have you forgotten the Grumley case?" "I could go in your place," Westcott said, "as your solicitor. Neither you nor anybody else will represent me in this. You don't know Bernard. Father could deal with the lack-brained bully if he had to, but there was no reason he ought to. The last thing he needed now was strain and aggravation. Radford had better write to his mother straight away, warning her." "He'll only waste your time for the fun of it," Radford said. "You and I have more useful things to do. For the present, I aim to send that villain Grumley to—" He glared at the door. "Who's there? Where the devil is Tilsley?"
"If you refer to your clerk, he's punching a boy in the churchyard."
The voice, though muffled by the closed door, was clearly feminine and aristocratic. Westcott, while not as observant as his friend, who was, had no trouble recognizing the diction of the upper reaches of the upper classes. Some of his clients lived in these exalted realms. He hurried to the door and opened it. The tall blonde walked in. Chapter 2. Juvenile delinquents are found in every part of the metropolis. Many of them are in the regular employ and training of older thieves. Others obtain a precarious subsistence by begging, running errands, selling playbills, picking pockets, and pilfering from shops and stalls. John Wade. A Treatise on the Police and Crimes of the Metropolis, 1829. Following a long climb up dark, narrow stairs, Clara and Davis had found, along a passage lined with black doors, the one bearing the name they wanted. Davis had knocked thrice before the men inside took any notice. They seemed to be arguing, but Clara couldn't be sure. One of the voices, the deeper one, sounded familiar, but Clara hadn't placed it by the time she walked in. When the pale grey gaze fixed on her, she started in surprise. Heat sprang from several inner places at once and raced up to her neck and face, as well as to areas ladies did not acknowledge to anybody, including themselves. This was a disturbing development, but a lady always appeared to be in control, even when she felt as though she'd walked into a lamp-post. "Lady Clara," he said. His keen grey gaze travelled over her, swiftly assessing. "Is that supposed to be a cunning disguise?" The other gentleman said, "Radford, what the—" Clara held up her hand, silencing him. If she didn't immediately seize control, they would. They'd treat her like a child, the way men usually treated women, especially young women. They'd murmur soothing things and send her on her way. They might even tattle to Papa's solicitor. She doubted any lawyerly rules of confidentiality applied to women. "Do not show uncertainty or anxiety," she commanded herself. "For once in your life you can do something more productive than decline marriage offers." She adopted her paternal grandmother's autocratic manner. "Thanks to you, I now know who he is," she said to the other man, who was a degree shorter and fairer, and not dressed entirely in black. "It is immaterial to me how he knows who I am. You must be the eminent solicitor Mr. Thomas Westcott.
I haven't much time, and I should prefer not to waste it on formalities. As your colleague has so cleverly ascertained, I am Lady Clara Fairfax. This is my maid, Davis. The boy Fenwick, who is trying to kill your clerk, advised me to consult you." As she let her glance rest briefly on the tall, dark man, the sense of familiarity she'd experienced at Charing Cross returned. "He seems to believe Mr. Radford is peculiarly equipped to assist us with a problem."
"He's peculiar, I'll give you that," said Mr. Westcott. "This isn't about the mangy dog, is it?" Mr. Radford said. "Because the police have more important matters."
"It's about a pauper boy," Clara said.
Mr. Radford stalked to the window and looked down. "And you wanted us?" "Can't mean the fellow down there. He's holding his own. No, wait. Better. He's giving Tilsley a chancery suit on the knob. That boy of yours looks familiar."
Having spent a part of her childhood with 3 older brothers, she knew what he was looking at. A chancery suit on the knob involved getting one's opponent's head under one's arm and punching said head with the free hand.
"You're familiar to him, which is why we're here," Clara said.
"What's the brat calling himself now?" Mr. Radford said.
"He doesn't call himself anything," Clara said. "He could teach clams a thing or two. His employers called him Fenwick, and he seemed to think you could help us find a boy named Toby Coppy."
Mr. Radford turned away from the window. "Friend of, Fenwick."
She'd spent the last 2 days studying the notorious Raven Radford. No easy task, even had she not had to keep her mission secret from her family. His name didn't feature in the usual accounts of parliamentary or social doings. Mainly his name appeared in reports of criminal proceedings, some dauntingly lengthy. From what she'd read, he seemed to be sharp-witted, learned, and tactless to a spectacular degree. Though she hadn't had time to read everything, she'd thought it amazing he'd won so many cases, when judges, witnesses, juries, and even his own clients must have wanted to throttle him. She, for instance, was already growing irritated. "If I might begin at the beginning," she said, "rather than proceed along the haphazard route of your questions."
One black eyebrow went up. "Haphazard," he said. "That was a set-down, in case you didn't recognize it," Mr. Westcott told him. "I thought so," Mr. Radford said. "Not that snubs have the least effect on him, my lady," Mr. Westcott said, "even when he recognizes them as such. Brilliant otherwise, of course."
"So I've been informed," Clara said. "Else I wouldn't be here."
"Certainly, my lady," Mr. Westcott said. "And since your ladyship has taken the trouble to be here, we ought to proceed in an orderly fashion. Frankly, I'm puzzled why a man renowned for his fanatical attachment to logic has been perambulating into detours in this strange manner. If your ladyship will be so good as to take a chair, here by the fire, or what is in colder weather a fire, it's cleaner—" He broke off as Davis advanced and wiped the chair with a handkerchief, and him with the censorious eye. "Yes, quite so, thank you," Mr. Westcott said. "And if her ladyship would make herself comfortable, I should be happy to take notes. Radford, we don't need you at present." He gave Clara an apologetic smile. "Only if it comes to trial, naturally, which—" "It will save time if I listen," Mr. Radford said. "No, it won't," Mr. Westcott said. "Because you'll interrupt." "I shall remain as silent as the churchyard denizens under our window," Mr. Radford said. "The ones below ground, that is." He folded his arms and leaned back against the window frame. "Kindly proceed, my lady. I'm all ears." It was the chipped tooth. When she walked in and caught sight of him, her composure disintegrated, her mouth fell open, and for a moment she looked like an astonished little girl. Radford knew that little girl.
She recovered with remarkable speed, but Radford had seen all he needed to. The distinctive Fairfax features he'd identified the other day, assorted bits he'd read in newspapers and magazines, the nagging sense of familiarity. With the chipped tooth, the last piece of the puzzle fell into place. This wasn't merely one of the numerous Fairfax family members he'd seen from time to time in his perambulations through London. This was the little girl to whom he'd shown Vauxhall's Heptaplasys Optron. This was the little girl who'd tried to rescue him from Cousin Bernard. She was all grown up and dressed in what she fondly imagined was a disguise. Unlike the comical hat she'd worn in Charing Cross, her bonnet was dull and dark, boasting nothing in the way of adornment but a darker ribbon. Its large brim did not tilt up in the way the hat had done to show her perfect face framed in lace and bows. It tilted downward, its shadow concealing her countenance. That was clever, actually. A veil, the usual ruse for ladies, would have called attention to her attempt to appear incognito. All the same, he would have known her for the Charing Cross female anywhere, even had she been wearing a veil. The drab dress failed to disguise her posture and figure. Remarkably fine figure, he was aware of his irrational self-thinking. It proceeded to imagine said figure in its natural state. Such meditations were not conducive to clear thinking. He wrestled the other self into a dark corner in the back of his mind and focused on watching the lady ignore the chair Westcott had offered and her maid had scoured. Lady Clara remained where she was, posture upright. Horizontal would be better, said the inner voice of unreason. He ignored it and listened to a tale told with a conciseness he would have believed incompatible with the female brain, such as it was. In a shockingly few words, she contrived to explain what the Milliners' Society was and who Bridget Copy was. Her father is dead, she said. The mother is a hopeless drunkard who takes in mending on the rare occasions she's sober. The Milliners' Society has taught Bridget to read and write a little. She persuaded her brother to attend a ragged school. I know I needn't explain to you what that is. Ragged schools were pitiful attempts to teach pauper children the basics they needed to improve their lot in life. The teachers were unpaid, many of them nearly as ignorant as the children. All the same, it was better than the nothing otherwise available to London's impoverished masses. Most members of the upper classes had never heard of ragged schools. Being a duke's great-grandson, Radford was, technically, a member of the upper classes. His life had been different from most, though, and he knew all about these schools. The note of distress in her voice told him the schools were a very recent and disturbing discovery for her. She had no idea how some people lived in London, practically under her nose. But why should she? And how odd it was, her having discovered even so much. She was saying, with Bridget's help, Toby was learning to read and write and do sums. But as you know, less reputable types hang about the ragged schools. Bridget says a gang of thieves has lured him out of school and she hasn't seen him for more than a week. The day, which had brightened remarkably when Her Majesty sailed into his chambers, reverted to its customary grey. A missing child of the lower orders. Radford knew where this story led. Not to a happy ending. First, the accursed ducal letter. Now, another boy lost among London's teeming thousands of unwanted children. Why couldn't she have come to him because she'd murdered somebody? That would have been so much more promising, not to mention stimulating. Bridget wishes to remove him from the gang before they get him hanged, she went on. She's sure the police will take him up in short order. She does not believe her brother has the intelligence or dexterity to be a successful thief. Not for long, at any rate. Oh, better and better. Very likely there was more to this than met the eye. It didn't matter. The boy was doomed. She was wasting her time as well as Radford's. She was completely deluded if she thought the brat could or ought to be rescued. But of course she wouldn't believe him. She hadn't the least idea what she was about. He said, "Do you know which gang, precisely?"
"Fenwick has been unable to find out," she said.
"Does that tell you anything?"
"That London holds a great many gangs."
"And therefore?" He led the witness.
She regarded him with a polite expression, her gracefully arched eyebrows slightly raised. By now, Westcott ought to have leapt in to state the obvious, or at least give the don't signal, warning Radford he went too far. He glanced at his friend. Westcott was gaping at her as though he'd never seen a girl before. No, in point of fact, he was doing the opposite, what men always did when they looked at women. He was admiring her breasts in what he must suppose was a surreptitious manner, and had become fully absorbed in that endeavour. Hers, Radford would readily admit, were uncommonly good. Either that or her undergarments were constructed to make them look good. He'd debated this point with himself when he met her the other day. Whatever the truth of the matter, Westcott had no business drooling over them. The part of him Radford kept tightly confined was developing a fantasy of pitching his friend and colleague out of the window. Thrusting the mental image aside, he said,
"Does the phrase needle in a haystack signify anything to your ladyship?"
"Let me think," she said. She screwed up her mouth and eyes in an exaggerated effort of thinking. He remembered the little girl learning to say heptaplasioptron. "Yes," she said. "Yes, it does, shockingly enough."
"Good," he said, "because
Fenwick assured me you'd know how to find Toby if anybody would. And you've made a name for yourself as an advocate for pauper children."
I suspect that's because advocating for paupers being unusual to the point of bizarre makes sensational headlines," he said. "In fact, mainly I appear in court for very boring cases, poisonings and burglaries and assault and libel and such." Few of these cases attracted the more respectable newspapers' attention. The rare cases that did tended to focus on plaintiff, accused, and lurid witness statements, not boring lawyers. Until recently. But the Grumley case— "Ah, yes, the sensational one," he said, "which demands my full attention at present. I promise you the judge will not give me a leave of absence to hunt down this boy, even had I any hope of finding him with a year to do it in."
An emotion flickered in her eyes, but even he, usually so perceptive of the subtlest facial cues, couldn't decide whether she was disappointed or relieved. Not that it mattered in the least. "Yes, of course," she said. "I've read about the Grumley horror. I should have realized. How silly of me. You have your work cut out for you there. In that case, perhaps you can advise me how to proceed."
"I strongly recommend you leave it alone," he said. "These sorts of things never turn up." He broke off, because her chin went up another notch and her posture stiffened, and he was forcibly reminded of the girl who'd kicked her brother in the ankle. "But how silly of me," he said. "You're not going to leave it alone."
"No."
He looked to Westcott. No help at all. Had the dome of St. Paul's slid off and onto his head, he could not have looked more stupidly oblivious. You'd think he'd never seen an attractive woman before. Admittedly, she was more than usually attractive, but still. His other self had something to say on this point. Radford stifled him. "In that case," he said, "I should recommend firstly that you read Sir John Wade's Treatise on the Police and Crimes of the Metropolis."
"Mr. Radford," she said,
"You needn't read the whole thing, but you might wish to skim at least the chapter dealing with juvenile delinquents," he said. "Secondly, in the event Wade leaves you undaunted, I recommend you hire a member of the Metropolitan Police as a detective. I highly recommend Inspector Keeler." A former Bow Street runner, Keeler was, in Radford's opinion, the best of the best. Quiet, persistent, and a genius at blending into his surroundings, no matter what disguise he donned. Her head tipped slightly to one side, and she studied him with an expression that seemed to hover between patience and exasperation. He wasn't quite sure. Along with maturity, her countenance seemed to have acquired a sort of screen or veil. "It seems I was misinformed," she said. "I was told you were the cleverest man in London."
Westcott made a choked sound. "To my knowledge, you were not misinformed," Radford said.
She bit her lower lip, bringing the chipped tooth into sight for a tantalizing instant. "How odd," she said. "Because I should have supposed that even a man with a very small brain and only the dimmest awareness of society's million unwritten rules would realize that I'm not in a position to engage detectives. Ladies, you see, Mr. Radford, are not permitted to hire professionals, except in a domestic capacity."
"Right," he said. "I wonder how that slipped my mind. Perhaps it was your appearing here in cunning disguise. Most intrepid of you."
"I'm in disguise because ladies are not allowed to haunt the temple in search of lawyers."
"But you do see how I might have thought otherwise," he said. "Looking at you, I might suppose an upheaval in social mores had occurred while I was busy elsewhere, getting criminals hanged. Or not, as the case may be."
"Mores have not changed an iota from what they were in my mother's time," she said. "If anything, they've grown stricter. My grandmother— But I digress, and I know your time is precious. You seek justice for 5 innocent children, a Herculean task. I apologize for taking you away from that worthy challenge for even a moment. If you have no useful advice for me, I'll leave you to it."
"Might you offer a reward?" he said. "Or is that not allowed, either?"
She gazed searchingly at him this time. She must be trying to read him. That would take some doing, since he wasn't fully present, in a manner of speaking. He stood apart from himself as he always did, or tried to do. Today he was having to work harder than usual at merely observing the proceedings. "Do you know nothing whatsoever about ladies, and the rules they must live by?" she said.
"Your ladyship would be amazed at how little he knows in that regard," Westcott said. "Haven't seen him much at all, Max, have you? Never marked his presence at court? A person would never guess his father was the Duke of Malvern's heir presumptive. As though that signified in the least," Radford said sharply. "The beau monde and I are not well acquainted for obvious reasons, I should think. They spending little time in criminal courts and I being gainfully employed therein."
"Then I had better explain, lest the next lady you encounter decide you are deranged or brainless," she said.
"Do you suppose that's of any consequence to me?" he said.
"I should think a lady's opinion of you would carry some weight were she considering your services to prosecute a villain," she said. "Or say in a case of homicide, if she hoped to avoid the gallows."
"If you kill anybody, Lady Clara," he said, "I shall be only too happy to offer my services."
"If I kill anybody," she said, "I shall be far too discreetly ladylike about it to get caught. But I thank you for the offer." He looked into her unusually attractive face and believed her.
"May one ask—"
"One may not," she said. "That would spoil the fun. In the meantime, I ought to point out to you that a nobleman's daughter may not hire detectives or post rewards for missing children. If we were permitted to do such useful things, why, where would it stop? Why should we not hire detectives to help us find husbands, or post rewards for same? I dare say we should have a better chance of finding our soulmates in that manner than you seem to think I shall have in finding Toby Copy."
"I should think advertising would save a deal of bother," he said. "All those nonsensical social rituals. My lady, as my colleague has indicated, the chances of finding this boy are truly not at all good, especially in our present harassed circumstances," Westcott said.
Radford looked at him. Westcott made the small, quick gesture of cutting his throat, meaning, "Don't." Now, he signalled? Just when the conversation finally took an educational and entertaining turn? Even if our docket were not full, the solicitor went on, we should not advise attempting it. In our experience, however, Radford cut in before his fool friend could launch into the gory particulars. In the event your efforts, with or without a detective, prove futile, you're welcome to return to us. When the boy is arrested, that is. Then we might be of real use. The odds were strongly against Toby Coppice staying alive long enough to get arrested, but she seemed to have some noble notion of saving him, and Radford recognized fatal obstinacy when he saw it. She studied him for a time, in the way she'd done before. Nothing in the searching blue gaze told him she remembered him from that long-ago time. And why, pray, should she? A lifetime had passed since then. They'd spent together perhaps an hour in total. She'd been a child, and he'd been merely one of her brother's many schoolmates. She'd seen him only the once. Radfords were common enough in England, or had been. Very likely she hadn't even known his name. Longmore never called him anything but Professor. Except for that hour, Radford and she had lived worlds apart. Even when she was in London with the rest of fashionable society, she might as well live on the moon. Not to mention that even he, with his famous memory and exceptional powers of observation, wouldn't have known her if he hadn't had a glimpse of her tooth, the one she'd chipped, trying to save him from his idiot cousin. She said, "Thank you, Mr. Radford. I'll bear that offer in mind as well." "We do greatly regret that we can't offer your ladyship more help," Westcott said. Of course he regretted. He couldn't get enough of gawking at her. She gave a little wave. "I quite understand. My foolish mistake." She started for the door, and Westcott hurried to open it. She paused there and smiled, and a ray of light seemed to brighten the sombre room. "Well then, no injuries, gentlemen?" she said. "No swooning? No tears? Excellent. Good day, Mr. Westcott." "Good day, my lady." "Good day, Professor," she said. She gave a little laugh and left. "Professor?" "Professor?" Westcott said. Radford was staring at the closed door. He started toward it, then stopped. "What did she mean?" Westcott said. "About the injuries and swooning. That sounded like you." "It was me." Radford brought his attention back, from Vauxhall and wherever else it had wandered to his friend. "The other day in Charing Cross, when Freem tried to run me down, the lady stepped in the way. Even he could see she was quality. Murdering annoying barristers is one thing, but an aristocratic female is an altogether different article." He swerved away, no doubt cursing vehemently and plotting future violence. Radford had been instrumental in sending 6 of Freem's favourite minions to permanent residence in penal colonies, and 2 to eternity. "Freem tried to kill you again?" Westcott said. "And you did not see fit to mention it to me? Attempted murder? Good luck proving he aimed for me." Radford faced a more difficult problem of proof in the Grumley case, one the defence was taking full advantage of, with the lack-wit judge's eager assistance. "You did not see fit to mention the lady either, I notice," Westcott said. "The incident did not strike me as important." Westcott's eyes widened. "Had she been injured, naturally I should have had him taken up," Radford said. "The swine killed a cur on its last legs, but the world regards stray mongrels as a nuisance. Scavengers collected it in no time, and the excitement was soon over. The lady and I did not introduce ourselves. She went her way, and I went mine." Westcott gave him one of his looks. It wasn't altogether unlike Lady Clara's, the one of mingled exasperation and patience, and perhaps, yes, there was an element of wonder in it too. On Lady Clara's face, however, the expression was more arresting. Of course, he was used to Westcott, and she was prettier, by a factor of 600. "At first, she seemed surprised to see you," Westcott said. "She came to see us," Radford said. "Why should she associate the fellow in Trafalgar Square with the pedant who wastes the court's time with tiresome pauper children? But it happened only the other day. Small wonder she remembered. Clearly it amused her to quote my own words back to me. I should like to know how anyone who'd met you would forget," Westcott said. "Unless you kept silent, which I am certain is a physical impossibility. And Professor?" Westcott's eyebrows rose in a most annoying manner. "A nickname her eldest brother gave me when we were at Eton. She must have put two and two together and concluded I was the Radford he and Clevedon called Professor." He'd been positive she hadn't remembered him from Vauxhall. He was deeply, painfully curious how she'd worked it out, and how she'd contrived to do so without offering the smallest clue she was doing it. A most intriguing veil, or screen. He couldn't remember encountering such outside the criminal classes, and even there it was rare. Most criminals were not intelligent. They could be sly, yes, and they lied splendidly, but they were by no means difficult for a practiced eye to read. She was intelligent and... He became aware of himself following this path of thought and stopped. He hadn't time for pointless speculation, especially about women who belonged to another universe. The Grumley trial was in its very last stages, and matters looked extremely unpromising. She'd known that, too. How did she... No, he did not have time to think about her. He had windmills to tilt at. The Old Bailey. 3 days later. Not guilty. Radford glanced up at the visitors' gallery where Lady Clara Fairfax sat, in disguise once more, the bulldog maid in attendance. Her ladyship had appeared there every day since their encounter in Westcott's office. She wore more or less what she'd worn that day, but for court she'd done something to make her silken skin appear rough and dull, and she'd perched spectacles on her perfect nose. Still, he had no trouble recognizing her or the signs she gave of dismay. When the verdict was read, her mouth sagged, and she put her gloved hand up to her eye. Only a moment passed before the invisible screen came down, but that was more than enough time for him. He became distantly aware of having failed her, and images rose in his mind of tearing the wig from his head and stomping on it, leaping into the dock and throttling Grumley, grabbing the judge and dashing his head against the bench. That was his other, irrational self. The rational Raven Radford would have been astounded had the verdict gone the other way. All the same, it bothered him. He detached himself in the usual way, but the method didn't work in the usual way. Even detached, he saw her mischievous smile when she'd exited his chambers the other day, and heard the short, light laugh she'd given at the startled expression he must have worn. He did not understand how she'd found him out then, and he did not understand why she'd appeared in court. Her disguise told him she oughtn't to be there, and must have come at some risk. Why? St. James's Street. Monday, 7 September. "Oi, you!" Radford glanced toward the voice. A young male in fantastical lilac and gold livery jerked his head toward a passage near the shop window where Radford lounged. The boy had taken notice of him some minutes ago, but didn't leave his post at the dressmaker's shop door immediately. After he'd ushered in a lady, the footboy or porter or whatever he was casually crossed St. James's Street, summoned Radford in this suave manner, and stepped into Crown and Sceptre Court. Radford followed him into the narrow passage.
He saw that from here the boy could keep an eye on Maison Noirot's door and dart across the street, should he be needed. "Well then, what you want?" the lad said. Radford regarded the blinding livery for a moment. Then,
"Jonesy," he said. "That's a clever disguise."
"It's my clothes," the boy said. "I got a job."
"Ah."
"And it ain't Jonesy neither. It's Fenwick." The boy's eyes narrowed, daring Radford to laugh.
"I heard something to that effect."
Though he advised others to hire detectives, Radford was quite a good one. His profession often required it. His nature demanded it. He was drawn to mysteries and puzzles the way other men were drawn to gaming or drink. He'd pursued the Fenwick riddle among his numerous contacts on the London streets.
"The French dressmakers,"
Radford said, nodding toward the shop opposite. "They stole me right off the street." The boy leaned toward him, his face a picture of shocked innocence.
"I heard it was off the back of a carriage when you were trying to empty a gentleman's pockets. That was stupid. And you were one of the few of that lot with a brain."
"It's a long story."
"Don't tell it to me," Radford said. "I haven't time. I need to send a message to a female."
He explained. Fenwick stared at him for a moment, then went off into whoops. The hilarity lasted for some time. Radford waited. "You," the boy said when he caught his breath.
"It's not
what you think," Radford very nearly said. He caught himself in time. What the boy thought was immaterial. "You're barking up the wrong tree, Raven," the boy said. "All her gentlemen is nobs, mainly, and you can get in line behind the other 560.
"Yes. Well, I'm cleverer than any of them."
Fenwick cogitated upon this, his expression sceptical.
"It's about the truant boy, Toby Copy," Radford said. "You do remember? You led her to me the other day."
He studied Fenwick's face.
"By the way, I notice the swelling has gone down."
"He looks worse than me."
"Tilsley does look a good deal worse, and his bruises, unlike yours, don't match his regalia."
Fenwick narrowed his eyes at him.
"Your ensemble, I believe the dressmakers would call it," Radford said.
Fenwick looked down at his lilac and gold splendor. "They said I could pick what I wanted."
"And you wanted to look like Louis XIV, Radford said.
Fenwick's brow knit. "I think I know which one he was," he said. "They've been teaching me. I can read and write now, and I can do hands."
"Hands?" Radford said.
"Hands," Fenwick said more loudly, as if to a deaf person or foreigner. "What's 14 and 6 and 6 again? 26. Hands."
"Ah, well then, what does 6pence and 6pence come to?"
12pence, a bob."
"Exactly."
Radford took out a shilling.
"Here it is, if you're clever enough to smuggle a message to the lady."
Fenwick folded his arms and eyed the coin with disdain.
"A shilling, you little thief," Radford said. "That's 12 times the going rate, and you know it."
"The other fellows pay me more," the brat said.
"I'm not the other fellows," Radford said. "If you won't do it, I'll find another way, and you know I can."
Fenwick shrugged and started to exit the passage. Radford told himself to walk away. His was idle curiosity, no more, and he hadn't time for it. He'd a new case to prepare for. He had to shield his parents from the accursed Bernard. Radford had his own life, and she wasn't and never would be part of it. Her path would never have crossed his if not for a missing boy who by now was either permanently lost in the thieves' kitchen or already a corpse. If he sought her out, she'd think he wanted to help, and her mission was futile. It wouldn't turn out as she hoped. Boys went wrong all the time.
and the best he could do was spare them the gallows. He didn't always succeed. He would leave it alone, as he'd advised her to do. It was the only rational course of action. "Wait, you little brigand," he said. "Here's another shilling." Chapter 3. Such a place of filth and tipsy jollity and nocturnal rows and squalid wretchedness is nowhere to be found, except on Saffron Hill, in the vicinity of Fleet Ditch, where a large portion of the indigenous poverty of the metropolis is congregated. Nathaniel Sheldon Wheaton, A Journal of a Residence during several months in London, 1830. The following day, the Milliners' Society for the Education of Indigent Females stood in a row of narrow, grimy buildings not far from the Bow Street police office. The rear of the building looked out upon a cramped courtyard. Undersized and starved for light, this patch of ground strove, like the girls within, to be something better. Someone had created a facsimile of a garden under the stunted trees. Someone had swept every trace of debris from the ground. Only one lonely leaf marred its neat order, and that, Radford felt sure, would soon be dispatched. Here and there a pot of flowers brightened the gloom. A bench, whose paint had been refreshed within recent months, stood under one of the dingy trees. Head bowed, face in her hands, Bridget Coppy sat on the bench and wept. Lady Clara chose that moment to arrive. Actually, calling it an arrival was like calling the eruption of Vesuvius a fire. Her ladyship wore a pink explosion of embroidered organdy, boasting the gigantic sleeves, still against all reason, in fashion. The dress revealed more of Lady Clara's creamy neck than ladies usually displayed by day, and the satin handkerchief, edged in ruffled Valenciennes lace and looped rather than tied at the neckline, didn't fully cover the indiscreet for-day bits. Though no fashion connoisseur, Radford had an eye for detail. This, and a quickly acquired fluency in the arcane language of dress, had proved crucial in 2 burglaries, 1 fraud, and 1 assault with violence. This must explain why he noticed exactly how low from the shoulder the sleeve was cut, the size of the waist the belt encircled, the snugness of fit above the waist, and the amount of satiny skin in inches visible above the handkerchief's loop. A rice straw hat topped off the lunacy. Blonde lace frimmed the inside brim, where a pink bow fluttered near her right eye. On the outside, flowers, leaves, and sprigs leapt skyward from a bower of ribbons and bows to add some 10 inches to her height. None of this explained why the wan little garden seemed to perk up and brighten, nor did he choose to pursue the question. Bridget had jumped up from the bench and curtsied the instant Lady Clara appeared. Now, though, as she took in her ladyship's ensemble, her mouth fell open, and only her gaze moved, up and down and all over the apparition in organdy. This stopped the waterworks in any event, for which he was grateful. "Lady Clara," he said, "you're punctual to the minute." He didn't take out his pocket watch. He had an accurate idea of time, especially when it was wasted. Of the last 25 minutes, all but 4, by his measure, fell into that category. "I seem to be late," she said with a glance at the red-eyed Bridget, "but your message stipulated 2 o'clock. "I wished to speak to Miss Coppy before you arrived," he said. This would spare his having to listen to 2 females talking at the same time, which females invariably did. "As I supposed. She's told me very little more than what you told me, but in thrice as many words, punctuated by tears." Lady Clara surveyed the girl, who regained her senses sufficiently to wipe her eyes with the back of her hand. "It was Toby, your ladyship," she said.
He come by last night. He was so horrid. It come into my mind when Mr. Radford was asking me questions."
Toby was still alive. Given this fact and what Bridget had told him about an encounter with a nasty piece of work known as chiver, Radford was beginning to formulate a theory, one he didn't much like. Meanwhile, he was still trying to detach himself from the news that her ladyship had attacked one of the London underworld's most feared young cutthroats with her horsewhip. "Are you sure you want to save him?" he said. "We might be able to retrieve him, but you can't expect us to undo the corruption of his mind."
Bridget nodded. "He's led easy enough. And once I have him home again and back in school—"
"He's very likely to be led away again," Radford said. Had the mother not been an inebriate, he would have had more hope. Not much more, admittedly.
"If he does it again, I'll wash my hands," Bridget said. "But I know school's hard for him and he isn't clever. I'll try to get him a place as an apprentice, but if he won't stick to it, there's no more I can do." "We'll help you find a place for him," Lady Clara said.
"We?" Radford said.
"Yes."
Her ladyship gave him a level look. He gave her one back, then said to Bridget, "You may return to your duties. I can report to Lady Clara more succinctly as a soloist." Bridget looked blank.
"It's all right, Bridget," Lady Clara said. "Do go in, but wipe your face properly first. You don't want Matron wondering what Mr. Radford said to make you cry."
The girl found her already damp handkerchief, scrubbed her face with it, bobbed several confused curtsies at them, and finally left. "I did not make her cry," Radford said. "She wanted no assistance in that regard. The ticklish part was getting her to tell the story in a logical manner."
Lady Clara gazed at him in the way of a patient teacher encumbered with a student of slow understanding. "She's 15, she said. "She's barely educated. She doesn't know Euclid from Eucharist. Where do you imagine she would have learned logic?"
1 and 1 makes 2, he said. "She wouldn't go from Whitechapel to Shoreditch by way of Bloomsbury. It doesn't require a knowledge of geometry or Aristotle to understand the shortest distance between 2 points, whether it's furlongs or words."
"Judging by the speech your honourable friend made in court yesterday, the concept isn't clear even to university-educated gentlemen."
"Right," he said. "Why were you in court, by the way?"
"I was trying not to get married," she said. He was, momentarily, lost, in an unexpected flurry of emotions too confused for him to sort, let alone name. But he swiftly set aside his bewildered other self. His brain returned to work, and he said, "That would appear to be a brand new way to go about it. But if anybody would set the fashion, I reckon it would be Lady Clara Fairfax." "You've been studying me," she said.
"You studied me," he said.
"Due diligence, do you call it?" she said. "You're interesting. You were an interesting boy, I recollect. I had better walk about. Some of the girls will be watching at the windows, and the dress shows to best advantage in motion. I'm told they like to see me in my finery. It's good for their morale." While he was trying to digest interesting boy, irritating was the more familiar adjective, she began a slow circuit of the small courtyard. In motion the dress did appear to great advantage, but he saw more than that. She changed the atmosphere. The effect of beauty, he told himself. People experienced strong feelings looking at a fine painting or hearing splendid music. His other self wanted to sit on the bench and drink her in. That, however, wouldn't produce intelligent or useful results. The opposite, rather. And so he walked with her. "The season is over," she said. "Most of the other families have gone to their country places, but Parliament still sits, and Papa remains to the bitter end. And Mamma needed time to recover from some weddings that weren't mine." He glanced at her. Pink tinted her fine cheekbones. Some of the gentlemen lingered too, she went on, and now they're proposing twice a week. I think it's become the latest sport, proposing to Lady Clara Fairfax. And I know what you're thinking.
I doubt that, he said.
His other self decided the gentlemen ought all to be pitched out of windows. But you don't care what people think of you, she said. And so I won't let myself care what you think of me. That I'm shallow and vain and capricious.
That wasn't what I was thinking, he said.
No, you don't think of me at all, and why should you? She said.
Gad, was she a simpleton after all?
You have important things to do, she said. I know. Even Bridget has more important things to do than I. There she is, trying to make something of herself as well as her brother, who's probably a hopeless cause. Yet she won't give up. And there are those poor pauper children, and their parents. She clenched her expensively gloved hands. It makes me wild to think of the injustice. I don't know how you bear it. But you try to do something. You even somehow make a victory out of failure. And there am I, alas, poor me, running away from my beaux.
Straight into the Old Bailey, he said. So it was desperation that drove you there. I was vastly puzzled. Never would I have theorized anything to do with your lovers, whose name I understand is Legion.
She looked up at him. That's why you summoned me today? You were curious why I was in court? It had nothing to do with Bridget? Are you completely insane?
I'm less insane than most people. If by insane you mean irrational, he said. And it did have to do with Bridget. Peripherally.
But you don't want my help.
With what?
He studied her, his gaze going up to the mad garden on top of her head, down to the toes of her pink half-boots. Once, twice, thrice.
As I recollect, you came to me for help. You didn't set out on your own to find the tiresome boy.
And I'm to do what? He gave a dismissive wave.
Whatever it is ladies do.
He started away. She stamped her foot. He turned back and gazed at the pink-clad foot.
You stamped your foot, he said, like a spoiled child.
I am a spoiled child, you insufferable man, she said. I'm only trying to be a little less spoiled and to be of use to somebody.
You're of no use to me, he said, ruthlessly beating back the other arguing self. I'm not overly scrupulous about using people when necessary, as anybody will tell you. And I should use you if there were any sense to it. But I will not enter Seven Dials or Whitechapel or wherever the wretched brat's gone to ground, encumbered by a young lady, and not merely a young lady, but a peer's daughter. You'd only be underfoot, and I should have to look out for you as well as myself. If you think I mean to complicate this asinine business needlessly because you're bored and too many men love you, then what small brain you might have once possessed has atrophied.
Clara wanted very much to strike him with her umbrella, but she hadn't brought one, and Davis, who always did carry one, was inside, where she'd told her to remain. Furthermore, Clara knew he was right. She'd only be an encumbrance. How on earth had she thought she'd be of any use to him? This wasn't the scrawny adolescent boy who might have broken his hand when he punched the lumpish bully for speaking offensively in her presence. Yes, even at not quite 9 years old, she'd known what that was about. Trailing after 3 older brothers, she'd learned things, like what bubbies meant. She'd understood, too, perhaps not then, but not long thereafter, that if Harry or Clevedon had been about, they would have done what the Professor did. Probably more successfully, but that made his doing it all the more admirable. Now he was as big as Harry or Clevedon, and judging by the powerful physique whose contours the well-tailored black coat and trousers outlined, He'd spent the intervening years exercising his body as much as his brain. She would not think about his physique. He was intolerably supercilious and conceited. She wished Harry had taught her more about fisticuffs. Fighting worked so well for males, old and young. Never mind who was right or wrong. How she would enjoy giving Mr. Radford a chancery suit on the knob.
"I fail to see what's thrown you into such a snit," he said.
"Snit?"
"Do try to use your head," he said. "What other means had I to talk to you? I don't circulate among the haut-tons. I could hardly appear at your door and hand a footman my card. Then your family would wonder how we'd become acquainted. Your disguises make it clear they don't know what you've been up to."
She hadn't dared tell even her sister-in-law Sophie, who could have helped her with the disguises. Sophie had married Harry, and Clara didn't want to ask her to keep secrets from him. "You went to all the trouble of summoning me here in the most clandestine manner only to satisfy your curiosity," she said as calmly as she could.
"Did I not say so? Did it not occur to you that your appearing in the Central Criminal Court was in any way strange?"
"That's why I was in disguise," she said. "I never dreamed you'd notice."
"That was unintelligent of you."
"It was perfectly reasonable." "You great lout." "I assumed you'd be concentrating so intently upon your task you'd never heed the crowd in the gallery except as a crowd. But you did glance up, I recollect, and must have recognized Davis."
"I recognized you," he said. "Davis only confirmed the discovery."
She was aware of inner disturbances. She throttled them, wishing she could throttle him. She kept her temper as best she could and looked up at him, into those keen grey eyes. Such an unusually pale grey, like a winter sky. "You are a prodigy, aren't you? I shouldn't have believed it possible to let one's attention stray for even a moment, yet you penetrated my disguise."
"Firstly, my attention did not stray," he said. "It's possible to glance in one direction and pay attention elsewhere at the same time. I took note of the proceedings, though I knew what would be said. Secondly, it wasn't much of a disguise."
"Secondly," she said, "it was a very good one. Mr. Bates passed me in Ludgate Street without a second look."
"Mr. Bates is unobservant," he said.
The penetrating grey gaze swept over her.
"I should know you anywhere."
She went hot all over. She ignored it. "And firstly—"
"Firstly usually comes before secondly," he said.
"Yes, but the secondly was so provoking," she said. "And so firstly—"
"You're mocking me."
"Why not? You mock me." His mouth quirked, more discernibly this time. She went on. "Firstly, it was a challenging exercise for me. With my tiny brain, you know, it wanted supreme concentration to find chinks in the defence's arguments. Some of the legal hairs were split so very fine I could hardly make them out. But that was the point, wasn't it? There was no way to prove beyond doubt that Grumley's methods, rather than the fever, killed those children." He folded his arms, and the grey gaze became almost painfully acute. This was a test, she thought, and if she failed, she would have to go back to listening to marriage proposals and fantasize about becoming an eccentric and running away to live in a tent in Arabia. She began to walk again, not because she needed to pace, but because she knew her clothes would distract him somewhat, and she would feel less like an insect under a magnifying glass. "Your witnesses made a poor show under the defence's close questioning," she said. "The judge's badgering made them more uncertain and inarticulate. The jury had no choice. Naturally, my learned friend, you would have recognized this long before I did." He stood back and rested one big gloved hand on the back of the bench where Bridget had sat. He said nothing. Clara made herself look away from the gloved hand. "And so I came back the next day to see if I could discover your strategy," she said. He only watched her in a brooding sort of way. This was the tricky part. and he was not going to make it easy. She plunged on. You gave a fine performance of bumbling and desperation, while at the same time calling attention to each of the defendant's acts that, taken together, ought to have led to his conviction. Day after day, that was what the newspapers reported, because that part wasn't legal hair-splitting, but something all readers could understand and judge for themselves. Nearly all the newspapers had protested the verdict in the strongest terms. Grumley had gone free, but he was an outcast, ruined. She understood now, in her heart as well as her brain, how Radford had earned his reputation. After a long moment, while she became aware of the dusty leaves rustling and the distant sounds of the London streets, he said, "You may come with me to the ragged school Toby Coppy attended." She very nearly staggered. But ladies never staggered. They stood straight or swooned gracefully. "The day after tomorrow," he said, "at 10 o'clock in the morning, when the more undesirable elements will be asleep or only half awake and less likely to pay close attention to you. But you're not to wear that." He waved his hand at her dress. "Nor yet the thing you wore in court. Go in and tell Matron to have the girls run up something for you in her style of dress. Say it's for amateur theatricals. Send me a message via Fenwick, telling me where to collect you." He touched his hat brim and walked away through the courtyard. She watched him go. She kept on watching long after he'd moved out of view, and his long strides would have taken him to the next street. "I passed," she murmured. "I passed the examination." Saffron Hill, 2 days later. The house looked about to collapse on itself. The buildings in the temple grounds had been modern, airy, pristine purity by comparison. Inside was only marginally better, hinting of attempts at great odds to clean. To Clara the odds seemed insurmountable. Scores of very dirty, very ragged girls crammed the first room they entered. Some of the older ones loitered in corners much as they must have done on the streets, their garish finery proclaiming their trade. Others, of varying ages, sat bent over scraps of paper, or asleep, their heads on their arms. Still others lay curled up asleep on the floor. Very possibly this was the cleanest and safest place to sleep, these girls knew. 2 teachers, 1 man and 1 woman, calmly and stoically, in Clara's opinion, tried to impart some rudimentary form of learning to this mélange. The woman was in charge of reading, and the man patiently led his charges through the simplest arithmetic. "You'd better get used to this before we go on to the boys," Radford said. "Get used to it," she repeated softly. "How is that done, I wonder?" "You wanted to help," he said. "I think I can get used to the smell," she said. She didn't think a lifetime would be long enough to get used to the sight. These girls, crammed into the low-ceilinged room, made up only the smallest drop in London's ocean of impoverished humanity. "Try not to touch anybody, or breathe too deeply," he said. "If you catch a fatal fever, your brothers will take me apart limb from limb, and that will be the most enjoyable part of my untimely demise." "My brothers will have to stand in line behind Davis," she said. The maid was muttering to herself. Yet, when Clara glanced at her, she thought she saw sorrow as well as disgust in the faithful bulldog countenance. Davis had certainly taken every precaution, dousing Clara's handkerchiefs with vinegar and making sure every inch of her was covered, except for her face. She'd tried to make Clara wear a vinegar-soaked handkerchief over her nose and mouth, but Clara won that battle. 2 of the prostitute-looking girls smiled at Mr. Radford. One started to sashay toward him, but he gave a brisk wave, and she retreated with a smirk and whispered something to the other girl. The male teacher approached them. Mr. Radford led him aside, and they muttered together for a moment. Then the teacher summoned one of the young prostitutes. Mr. Radford jerked his head toward a corner of the room where nobody was lounging at the moment, and the girl went with him. He hadn't invited Clara, but after a moment's hesitation she went too, and Davis trailed after her. He didn't scowl at Clara, as she expected. Instead, he gave her the "what a good puppy you are" look, and said to her,
"Ah, Mrs. Faxon, here is Jane, who is acquainted with Toby Copy."
Jane eyed her suspiciously, top to bottom, then in reverse.
"Jane, Mrs. Faxon teaches at Bridget Copy's school. They're looking for Toby."
"What's he done, then?" the girl said. At least, that was what Clara guessed she said. Her Cockney speech was several degrees more impenetrable than Fenwick's.
"You know perfectly well what he's done," Mr. Radford said. "He's left school."
The girl shrugged. "Who wouldn't?"
"You don't."
"Well, no one told me—" She stopped abruptly and looked hostile. "Here now. I know your tricks, Raven, like everybody does," she said loudly. "Don't be thinking I'll squeak on Toby or nobody else. I don't nose on my friends." Then more softly, but with the same truculence, she muttered, "Not an ask for a slicing, would I? And you tell Bridget she can thank herself for it." She flounced away. Mr. Radford shook his head.
"Come along then, Mrs. Faxon. I knew we wasted our time with this lot. They stick together. This is what they call honour among thieves, in case you were wondering."
Radford had to give her credit. Lady Clara passed through the first trial without being sick or even showing signs of swooning. But then she was Longmore's sister, for all she looked so little like him. They went on to the boys' classroom, where anarchy seemed to prevail, although the teachers bravely did their business and a few brave boys worked at learning. There he picked the likeliest lad in the bunch and took him aside in the same way they'd drawn Jane away from the others. Not outside the room, though. That would be the perfect way to learn absolutely nothing. The boy Joss displayed even more hostility than Jane had treated them to, and in the same vein. Having left the boys' area with the same kinds of dismissive comments he'd used in the girls' schoolroom, Radford led Clara and her maid outside. He said nothing. They said nothing, shocked, speechless, no doubt, but hurried along with him to the hackney stand in Hatton Garden, where they climbed into an ancient coach. "That's all?" Lady Clara said once the vehicle was moving. "How many more ragged schools must we visit before we learn anything?"
"Were you not paying attention?" he said. "They told us everything."
"They all seemed to know you," she said. "Those girls. Jane." She trailed off and looked out of the window, though he'd defy her to see anything through the scratched, dirt-encrusted glass.
"They know I don't need every syllable spelled out for me."
"Speaking of syllables, I could barely understand Jane," she said. "The boy, Joe, was it? Might as well have been speaking Mesopotamian." "Nor why your ladyship ought to understand, I can't guess," Davis said. "And to think I should see my lady in a place alongside the likes of those creatures and that insolent girl's rags touching your skirts."
She glared at Radford. He shrugged. "You can burn milady's attire later, in the dead of night, if you like."
"And how should we do that without attracting attention, sir?" the maid said, making the "sir" sound like "you fiend from hell." "Do you suppose I spend any time in the kitchen that they wouldn't wonder at it? Do you imagine a dress burned in my lady's bedroom fireplace wouldn't set the whole house talking and her ladyship's mother hear of it?"
"Send the dress to me, or leave it for me somewhere," he said in a bored voice. "I'll burn it."
"Never mind the dress," Lady Clara said. "What did you learn?"
"That Jane referred to a party who liked cutting people."
The maid looked at her mistress. "Why will you not let me kill him?" she said. "This is a horrid man. Your ladyship has got mixed up with some horrid men ever since—" "Do be still, Davis," Lady Clara said. "I'll thank you for not airing my dirty linen in Mr. Radford's hearing." His unwanted self, meanwhile, who'd been meditating upon her virginal bedroom, promptly set about imagining her linen, every layer of it, starting with the uppermost, corset and petticoat, and working his way down to chemise and skin. "Curdle my blood all you like, Mr. Radford, since it amuses you so much," Lady Clara said. "But eventually I should like to know what you discovered."
"Firstly, it was clever of me to bring you along," he said.
"Clever," she said. "Of you? I was the one who had to pass the examination."
"If you hadn't passed, it wouldn't have been clever of me, but unintelligent and counterproductive," he said. "But Jane was jealous of you."
"Jealous?"
"Streetwalkers are competitive about men, and undiscriminating," he said. "She wanted to show me she knew what you didn't. The boy Joss showed off because he's a boy and you're an attractive female, even with whatever that muck is on your face."
The composition dulled her complexion and made it seem rough. It couldn't conceal her beauty, though, even from the most unobservant and dull-witted boy, which Joss was not. "A blend Davis made for me," she said. "Joss was what, 9 years old?"
14, Radford said. "Their bodies might be stunted, but they age more quickly in the Rookeries than in Mayfair. He wanted a closer look at you, and maybe he was curious what clean smelled like. He knew he had to pay for the privilege, and so he gave me what he had. In short, your ladyship was wonderfully useful in untying tongues. At last we know who has Toby."
Freem, as he'd suspected. Of all the gangs in London, the boy had to get himself led into that one, thanks to Chiver, which made the motive plain. "I don't," she said.
"Maybe you'll solve the puzzle on your own if you care to waste valuable mental energy upon that rather than escaping matrimony," he said. "But I'm not in a humour to indulge your idle curiosity further."
Lady Clara had taken a great risk going with him this day. He should never have let it happen. He could have learned what he needed without her, though it wouldn't have been nearly so easy. Very well. He'd made a mistake. He'd correct it. Idle? You said a moment ago—
"Your maid doesn't approve, and all the evidence supports her," he said.
"Davis isn't my mother," she said.
"Don't make me tell your mother," he said. "I don't like nosing on my friends any more than Jane does, but like her I'll do it if provoked sufficiently. You'll soon reach Oxford Street. I'd better disembark here. I need to talk to some fellows at the Bow Street police office."
He signalled the coach to stop. "Mr. Radford, you are the rudest man—"
"So I'm told," he said. "Obnoxious, too."
The coachman was taking his time about climbing down to open the door. Radford wrestled with the window, muscled it down, and turned the handle. He had the door open when Lady Clara grabbed his arm. "Mr. Radford—"
"My lady!"
the shocked maid cried. He was shocked, too, at the intimacy. And that wasn't all. Lady Clara did not take her hand away. A small, slender lady's hand, gloved and weighing next to nothing. He should have scarcely felt her touch, but it shot through him as sharply as a dagger thrust, and his blood seemed to rush to meet it. "You may not dismiss me so easily," Lady Clara said.
"May I not?"
He covered her hand with his, and he felt her tense. Davis turned bright red and grabbed her umbrella, meaning to brain him, no doubt. He didn't care. Indignant women had hit him before for much smaller cause. He lifted her ladyship's unresisting hand. She was too shocked to resist, no doubt. He brought it not an inch below his lips, as was proper, but to his mouth. and he kissed not the air, as politeness required, but the unresisting hand, lingeringly, and drank in the tantalizing trace of scent that was her and nobody and nothing else.
"Farewell, dear, dear lady," he said. "Thank you for a most entertaining morning. With any luck, we'll never meet again."
He released her hand and stepped calmly out of the carriage, still smiling. He closed the door and his smile faded. He thrust a coin at the dilatory coachman, warned him not to charge the ladies, shooed him back to his box, and stepped back onto the pavement. Radford watched the coach trundle along Broad Street and cursed himself. Clara stared at the hand he'd kissed. When she'd touched him, the whirl of feelings startled her so she'd almost pulled away. She didn't know what to call them. All she knew was that it felt as though she'd come in from the cold and reached out to warm her hands at a fire. And then... She was not a child, and she wasn't as innocent as she ought to be. But when his hand closed over hers, longing and longing and longing. She'd longed for things before, freedom, adventure, forbidden books and places, but never for a man's company. And this wasn't like the other kind of wanting. Those were perhaps no more than wishing. This was deep and aching and bewildering. "Stay," she'd almost said. He'd stayed only another moment, only time enough to kiss her gloved hand and shatter her world. It was the warmth of his mouth through the thin leather. That was all it took. She'd felt it race to her heart and make it beat faster, and she didn't know how he could do that, and she couldn't ask him, because he'd gone. She remembered the boy so long ago who'd said, "Stay." "It seems as though I did," she murmured. "My lady?" Clara looked up to find Davis watching her. "Nothing." Davis smoothed her gloves. "Well, if nobody kills him soon, he stands a chance to be a judge or Lord Chancellor or even a duke, and I dare say you can make something of him." "As though I'd want to." Clara looked out of the window. Not that one could see anything through the scarred glass. "Certainly not, my lady, of course. Not wise at all. Better to put the likes of him out of your ladyship's life, and easily done. Parliament's up today, and you'll be leaving for Cheshire the day after tomorrow." "Davis." "Tonight will be the parties, and nearly everything is packed, everyone expecting it. Day after tomorrow we leave, and no danger of seeing him again." Clara turned away from the window to scowl at her maid. Not that it made an impression. Usually Davis kept strictly to her place and held her tongue, not wanting to set bad examples for lesser servants. But she'd been with Clara through any number of crises over the years. In private, or if under undue emotional strain, she allowed herself certain liberties associated with longevity, seniority, and the many confidences reposing in her bosom. "I'm not going to Cheshire," Clara said. "I didn't think so," Davis said. "Stop acting like him, all-wise and all-knowing. It's tiresome." "Yes, milady." "I will see this thing through." "Yes, milady." "Tell the driver to take us to Kensington. I need to talk to Great-Aunt Dora." "Not in that dress," Davis said. "My lady." Chapter 4. On Thursday, the King went in state to the House of Peers to prorogue the Parliament. His Majesty entered his carriage shortly before 2:00, attended by the Earl of Albemarle and the Marquis of Queensberry. Court Journal, 12 September, 1835. Radford had done, by his count, 3 very stupid things. Firstly, enlisting Fenwick to contact Lady Clara. Secondly, meeting her at the Milliners' Society and letting her talk. And thirdly, taking her to a ragged school where she might have easily contracted one of the various ailments floating in the miasma. Unlike the students, she hadn't been toughened by poverty, filth, and disease. She could die of something that wouldn't even give someone like Jane hiccups. At this rate, Cousin Bernard would win the intelligence competition. Radford could only hope that kissing her hand acted as a countermeasure. He'd behaved shockingly. More shockingly than usual, that is. She'd have the good sense to avoid him in future. And if his other self objected, well, his other self was irrational, or Radford would have remained closer to him. These logical and sensible thoughts ought to have restored his equilibrium. He'd made a decision and acted on it. He'd taken control of the situation. Yet he couldn't detach himself from the feeling. It was like a ghost clinging to him, the feel of her hand clasping his arm. He felt its weight as he made his way along Drury Lane and into Long Acre. He felt it still after he entered the Bow Street police office and asked to meet privately with the superintendent. The new Metropolitan Police had come into existence only 6 years ago. Initially, practically everybody had hated them. When one was killed in the line of duty, the coroner's verdict was justifiable homicide. But the public was beginning to take a more neutral, if not positive, view. For their part, the police had mixed feelings about Radford. Like so many others, they found him difficult, and at times might have wished murder were less illegal. On the other hand, his network of informers made him useful, and he was an excellent prosecutor. Not wishing to waste anybody's time, Radford reduced the plot to its essentials.
"Bridget Coppy's taken Chivers's fancy," he said.
He didn't have to explain who Chiver was.
She, trying hard to be respectable, most sensibly rejected him. To soothe his wounded pride or extort a change of mind, he's lured her brother from the straight and narrow. Ordinarily this would be business as usual in the rookeries, and I shouldn't waste your time with it. But Bridget shelters at present with the Milliners' Society for the Education of Indigent Women. The girls' school? Over in Hart Street, you mean?
Radford nodded. The superintendent pursed his lips. No one had to paint a picture for him. The Society's school fell within Bow Street's police district, as well as Jacob Freem's territory. The Society's 3 founding sisters had married into the upper reaches of the aristocracy. If Freem's gang made trouble at the Milliners' Society, these powerful personages would come down severely on the police. Heads would roll, starting with the superintendents. On the other hand, ridding the area of its most troublesome gang would win the police friends in high places, which they still needed. What Radford did say was,
"I know you've been trying to get Freem for ages. Let me call in Sam Stokes," the superintendent said. "Freem's on his special list. Been at the top of it since Stokes was a runner."
Once upon a time, Bow Street had been headquarters for the Bow Street Runners, London's thief-takers. They'd had their corruption scandals, and this had contributed to the runners being disbanded with the creation of the Metropolitan Police. But Sam Stokes was honest, patient, persistent, and a great deal sharper and more dangerous than he appeared. Now an inspector, he was the best detective in the division, perhaps in all of London, though police were no longer supposed to be detecting, but preventing crime. He arrived within minutes of the summons, a nondescript fellow who could have disappeared in any crowd, and whom one might overlook even if nobody else was about. He was of average height and build, with a forgettable face.
"Frame again,"
he said when Raven explained the situation.
"I've run up against some slippery ones, but he beats them all. Always seems to know when we're coming for him. We get to his latest den and he's gone. Found another one. We can't even lay hands on his henchmen."
Chiver and Husher. The more feared of Freem's lieutenants, Husher was a man of few words, unlike the swaggering Chiver. The nickname, though, didn't refer to his taciturnity, but to his favourite work, hushing people permanently.
"If you're willing to try again," Radford said, "I have some ideas."
For a respectable unmarried young lady, getting into and out of disguise wasn't easy. In disguise, Clara didn't attract much attention. As herself, she was as unnoticeable as a fireworks display. At present she had no choice but to change her attire at home, at Warford House. Fortunately, to screen the property from the Green Park which it adjoined, the trees and shrubbery about the property grew tall and abundant. With care she could slip into one of the outbuildings, and with Davis's assistance become herself again. This was easier today because Parliament was rising at last. This threw the household into an uproar of packing for the country, and the women into a frenzy of preparing for the evening's parties. In all the chaos, especially her mother's and younger sister's temper fits, Clara attracted little attention. She had the cabriolet sent round and set off for Kensington and the home of her great-aunt Dora, Lady Exton. Once upon a time, Clara would have confided in her beloved paternal grandmother, who understood her so well. Grandmamma Warford had died 3 years ago, and Clara still missed her, especially her no-nonsense advice. She'd warned Clara not to wait for the Duke of Clevedon, and she'd been right. It was not quite the same with Great-Aunt Dora, but she, too, had grown up in what she called a less missish generation. At present, since one could not bring Sophie and her sisters into it, this relative was Clara's only hope. Fortunately, she'd timed her visit well. She found her ladyship in the throes of boredom and unable to decide how or where to alleviate it. She found Clara's tale the opposite of boring.
"Radford, you say," she said. "George Radford prosecuted a theft for me. Brilliant fellow, but so irritating. The only other man I wanted to throttle quite so much was my husband. The barrister at least made himself useful. But no, it can't be the same man. He retired, I believe, about the same time your grandmother died."
"I refer to his son," Clara said. "Oliver, but everybody calls him Raven."
"Do they indeed?"
Great-Aunt Dora's blue eyes gleamed.
"How interesting. But of course you must stay with me. Young blood in the house. What could be better? That is to say, young blood not belonging to my children or grandchildren. So prim. They get it from their father's side, I assure you."
"I promise not to be prim," Clara said. "But I'm afraid Mamma will want persuading."
Lady Exton dismissed this with a wave.
"I'll call on her this day. She'll be frantic as usual, though I can think of few less tumultuous ventures than rusticating in Cheshire. But since she'll have worked herself into a pet, she'll agree to anything to be rid of me. Better yet, they'll have packed your things already. Yes, this will do very well indeed."
Clara kissed her and thanked her.
"Never mind, child, never mind," her great-aunt said. "You ought to be allowed to do one disreputable thing before you settle down."
"I've already done 2, Clara said. She reminded Great-Aunt Dora of the broken almost engagement and the shocking incident at the Countess of Igby's ball. Great-Aunt Dora dismissed these with a wave.
"Social mishaps. This is altogether different. Certainly I know you're too intelligent to take foolish risks. And if Mr. Radford is anything like this father, he will have a head on his shoulders with rather more in it than the usual."
A fine head, set off by thick black hair and a rakish curl at the temple. Eyes like a winter sky, a fine imperial nose, and a shockingly adept mouth. But looks weren't everything, and neither was the ability to stir a woman's senses. He was what he was, and would probably become only more so as the years passed.
No good would come of trying to make something of a man with a brain like machinery. All Clara wanted was to return Toby Copy to his sister as she'd promised to do. Maybe Toby was a lost cause, but he had a sister who loved him and wanted a better life for them both, and Clara could at least help give him another chance. Then, when it was done, Clara would go back to her world, and her normal life would close about her again, like a boa constrictor. And then she'd suffocate, in the most discreet and ladylike way. After a little more conversation, Clara left, and her great-aunt sent for the butler who'd served her for many decades. Like any other self-respecting head of staff, Nodes maintained an updated mental compendium of the British upper ranks.
"Radford," her ladyship said. "There's a duke in there, I know, but I can't bring the name to mind."
"Malvern, my lady."
"Details, if you please," she said.
He had, as she knew, far more to tell her than did Debrett's complete peerage of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, or any other official listing of the upper orders. These tomes came out only once a year, while her butler faithfully studied the births, marriages, and deaths sections of the periodicals. When he'd finished, she said, "My grandniece Clara is coming to stay. I want all made ready for her. And let the household know they're to keep quiet about her comings and goings if they want to keep their places."
"Yes, my lady."
Nodes bowed and departed. Radford spent the rest of the day and early evening talking to informers who talked to others. At 3 o'clock in the morning, 3 young men were caught breaking into a house in St. Clement Danes. They fought the police fiercely. After breaking one constable's nose, they ran away. But the youngest and smallest tripped over a strategically planted walking stick and fell. The police arrested the boy, Daniel Pryor, age 13. When they'd taken their prisoner away, Radford retrieved his walking stick and went home. As previously agreed, Radford received the brief to prosecute. Woodley Building, afternoon of 11 September. When Radford entered Westcott's office, he found the solicitor gazing at a large, lumpy article wrapped in brown paper and tied with string.
"It's for you,"
Westcott said.
"Came by ticket porter."
Radford gazed at the parcel.
"I was about to open it,"
Westcott said.
"It weighs little and doesn't smell, which tells me it isn't a dead animal."
Now and then Radford received messages from friends or foes of persons he was prosecuting or defending. Since these persons' skills didn't include reading and writing, their communications tended to be symbolic. This time, though, the sender had written Radford's name and direction neatly on the parcel.
"I know what it is,"
he said. He untied the string and pulled away the paper.
"Looks like a woman's dress,"
Westcott said.
"What a noticing fellow you are,"
Radford said. It was Lady Clara's, the one she'd worn to the ragged school. Westcott came around the desk. He studied it for a moment, then he lifted it up and held it against Radford's chest.
"This colour has never become me,"
Radford said. Her scent, faint but unmistakable, wafted up to his nose.
"Is this a message?"
Westcott said, taking it and the scent away. He turned the dress this way and that.
"Rather less threatening than the usual." "I'm to dispose of it,"
Radford said.
"Not evidence?"
Radford looked at him.
"No, of course not," Westcott said. "You'd never destroy evidence. I must have been in the grip of a momentary dispersion of wits." "So it would seem." "Shock, undoubtedly. It's not every day you receive a woman's dress instead of a death threat." "Lady Clara's maid has joined the list of those wishing to kill me," Radford said.
"How odd," Westcott said.
"This news surprises me not at all. What have you done this time?" I took Lady Clara into a ragged school, where a prostitute's dress had the temerity to touch hers, Radford said. Lady Clara, a pause. Fairfax, another pause. The Marquis of Warford's eldest daughter. Radford nodded. Westcott put the dress down on his desk. You took her to a ragged school. In Saffron Hill. Oh, even better, Westcott said. Radford explained. Then he explained where he'd been for most of the night and morning. Westcott stared at the dress and listened without comment. The maid couldn't burn it herself without starting gossip in the servants' hall, Radford concluded. A trifle extreme, Westcott said. True, prostitutes loiter in insalubrious areas, but it can be cleaned, and I'm sure someone can make use of it. Our charwoman, perhaps. Yes, she well might. Radford took up the dress and went out of the office and into his and Westcott's private living quarters across the corridor. He took the dress into the sitting room and threw it down on a chair. Then he took it up again and looked at it. Then he brought the bodice to his face and breathed in deeply the too faint scent of the woman he must never see again. 5 minutes later he walked out again into the outer office. He thrust the dress into Tilsley's hands and said, "Give it to the charwoman." The Old Bailey. Monday, 14 September. Guilty. Trials in the new court having proceeded speedily that day, Daniel Pryor had a short wait for his sentence, transportation for life. He promptly commenced screaming and wailing. He hadn't done it. It wasn't his fault. It was someone else, like he said. He was nowhere near there, but they was all against him. He pointed at Radford. "I ain't done, Raven," he shouted as the jailer laid hands on him. "But you're for it now." He went on shrieking threats while he was dragged away. They could still hear his muffled screams after the heavy door leading to Newgate Prison swung shut behind him. It was all a show, or at least partly a show. Since he'd appeared in court many times, had assaulted a police officer, and was known to associate with bad characters, Pryor stood an excellent chance of dangling at the end of a rope. He'd informed on Jacob Freem in exchange for the prosecution's recommending leniency, a sentence of transportation instead of death. Radford glanced up at the visitors' gallery. She wasn't there. And why should she be? He'd made it clear he had no use for her, and he'd behaved so very badly in taking leave of her she'd never again have any use for him. He left the courtroom and went to the robing room, where he exchanged his wig, linen bands, and robe for street attire. He found Westcott waiting for him in the corridor outside. "Well done," Westcott said. "The boy put on a fine performance." "It was only partly performance," Radford said. "While a long, hellish life in a penal colony is preferable to hanging, it's hardly worth celebrating." All the same, the sentence in this case wasn't grotesquely harsh. Daniel Pryor had been a hardened criminal practically since the day he was born. "Given the magic trick you've performed, one of your better ones, by the way, I expected to find you in better humour," Westcott said. "We don't have Freem yet. You'll get him. If the wretched boy gave us correct information, and if Freem doesn't get wind of it before the police get there." They stepped out of the building and into a driving rain. Old Bailey shivered in a grey blur, and now and again the wind gusted, turning the rain to whip strokes. "We'd better get a hackney," Westcott said. "For a half-mile walk. I don't fancy a drenching," Westcott said. "One can never get a coach when it rains, as you well know." A boy holding a large umbrella ran up to them. "Please, Raven, and you're to come straight away," he said. "She's over there." He pointed to the curb where stood a hackney cabriolet.
These vehicles were commonly known as coffin cabs, and not only on account of the funereal shape. Curtains drawn and apron in place, it concealed as well as protected its passenger from the rain.
"Who is over there?"
Radford said, while his other self came to sharp attention. "Her," the boy said. The other being's heart gave a leap, and the wild, dark day brightened several degrees as he strode across the pavement to the cab. "Get in," a haughty voice, feminine.
"Oh, good," he said. "Drama."
"Get in, Raven," she said. He turned to the boy who'd followed him, holding the umbrella over his own head.
"Tell my friend I'll meet up with him later."
The urchin only stood there, looking up at him while rain cascaded from the umbrella onto Radford's shoes. He reached into his pocket.
"Pirates, the lot of you. I'll give you a bob, but you'd better give my friend the umbrella."
The boy snatched the coin and grinned. "Thanks, Raven," he called, and raced back to Westcott, or in the direction where Radford had last seen his friend. He didn't look that way to find out whether Westcott waited or not. Radford climbed, dripping, into the cab. The scent of an expensive woman instantly enveloped him.
"This is cozy," Radford said.
4 stupid things, he thought. "I heard you won the case," Lady Clara said. Though the closed curtain turned the cab's interior into a tomb, it wasn't completely dark. The curtains flapped, and light entered through the narrow opening, especially when the wind gusted. He couldn't make out the details of her dress. He smelled damp wool. Mingled with it was a light herbal fragrance he couldn't quite pinpoint, and the scent of her skin which he could.
"You might have read the result in the court proceedings instead of coming out in this deluge," he said. "But you seem to have a self-destructive streak. It isn't enough to invite a lung fever, but you must hire a cab, from which you're likely to be expelled suddenly with fatal results."
Hackney cabriolets were notorious. The drivers felt honour bound to show how fast they could go. This led to crashing into street posts and other vehicles, and hurling their passengers into the road.
"Better yet, no maid in sight," he went on. "Have you taken leave of what few wits you possess?"
He paused and thought.
"Parliament rose last week. Why are you still here?"
"Firstly, my maid is to meet me at your chambers. We could not all fit in one cab."
"Then why not—"
"I am trying to answer counsel's questions in order," she said. "Secondly, I am in possession of all my wits, thank you. Thirdly, I am staying with my great-aunt Dora, who knows all about the case of the disappearing Toby." Radford was aware of his other self's ricocheting between elation and alarm. Freem, Chiver, Husher, still on the streets.
"Was you wanting to go anywheres, sir?"
the driver shouted above the beating rain.
"On account this ain't a stand, and I'm not to be loitering and blocking the traffic, and the constable'll stop by to tell me to move along."
"The Temple," her ladyship called back.
"Sir?"
She released a small sigh. "Why is it, when a man comes on the scene, the woman becomes invisible?"
"Fleet Street, as the lady says," Radford said. "In a Temple Lane."
To her, he said,
"I only wish you were invisible."
The cab jerked into motion. She said something under her breath. He didn't ask her to repeat it. He was trying to get away from himself, with limited success. It wasn't true he wished she were invisible. He didn't wish either that he hadn't entered the cab. No man in his right mind would wish to escape sharing a seat in a narrow vehicle with Lady Clara Fairfax, with the curtains drawn. Any man in his right mind would wish for a smaller vehicle, heavier curtains, and a longer journey. Radford would have preferred, however, to be more in his right mind at present. He was deeply conscious of every place his body touched hers, a great many places, varying from time to time as the infernal cab jolted along Ludgate Hill. They had a short distance to cover, but the ferocious rain made even a hackney cab driver cautious. Relatively speaking, that is, since a hackney cab driver's idea of caution matched the average person's idea of homicidal negligence. He wrenched his mind to the last relevant matter.
Who is Great-Aunt Dora?
Lady Exton, once Lady Dora Fairfax, she said. Your father prosecuted a theft for her in a difficult case, the thieves being cleverer than average. She said he was brilliant but extremely irritating. He felt a stab of grief, yet he almost laughed, too. In response to his letter, Mother had written, "You know I can't keep your letters from your father, but he says you are not to make yourself anxious on his account. Whatever it is Malvern wants, he'll have to learn patience. Your sire may be loitering at death's door, he says, but no man, no matter how young and healthy, is any match for a wily old lawyer."
"I'll mention it to him when next I visit,"
he said. As soon as this wretched Toby business was out of the way, he'd make for Richmond. He hadn't seen his father since consulting with him shortly before the Grumley trial started. What would he do without him? Who would he talk to? He said,
"You haven't told me why you're still here."
"Let me think." She put her index finger to her chin. "Because you're irresistible? Probably not. Because Toby Copy hasn't returned yet? Most certainly so. It's clear you're in desperate need of my help." This was so patently delusory that for a moment, possibly the first time in his life, he was speechless. That didn't last long. He said,
"I realize your ladyship is very bored, being loved to death, but you ought not to let ennui dull your reason. My world is not like the fantasy one you live in. Mine demands I work within the bounds of the law with the cooperation of the police. We didn't learn Toby's whereabouts until the small hours of the morning. I've suggested a plan, and the police are prepared to carry it out. Nobody needs you."
Radford's other self raised an objection. Radford overruled him. The air in the carriage seemed to throb. But she said mildly enough, "And you know what Toby looks like, do you?"
"I have a detailed description," he said.
"I've seen him," she said, "and spoken to him, more than once. I've given him money. Which of us do you think he's more likely to trust?"
"Trust doesn't come into it. We—"
"Yes, sir, and it was Inner Temple Lane you wanted?" the driver shouted. "Which this is the gate, sir, and missus." His hand on the back of her waist, Radford hurried Lady Clara through the gate along Inner Temple Lane, where the walls of the looming buildings shielded them from the worst of the rain and wind, and into the Woodley building. Even so, she was wet through. He hurried her up the stairs into the outer office, where they found the clerk, Tilsley, trying to balance a ruler on the tip of his snub nose. Tilsley dropped the ruler and gaped. This did not make the green and yellow bruises on his face any prettier.
"Bring coals," Radford said. "We need a fire before pneumonia sets in. Look sharp, man. You know dead ladies attract unwanted attention."
The boy slid down from his stool. "Yes, sir, Mr. Radford, which I noticed the wet, sir, and took the liberty. Accordingly making a fire in Mr. Westcott's office, expecting you and him back soon enough." Lady Clara approached Tilsley and studied his face. "Oh, dear. Did Fenwick do that?" "Thanking you for your kind concern, madam, and assuring you I got my own back, and the other party got in extra only due to cheating."
"Mrs. Faxon, may I present our clerk, Tilsley?" Radford said. "He was otherwise engaged when last you called on us. He's far more efficient than appearances would indicate."
Tilsley went red at the unexpected compliment, making a rainbow of his bruised face. Radford virtually never remembered to bestow praise. "Since you've made a fire, you may now make tea," Radford said. "Yes, sir." Radford opened the door to Westcott's office and pushed her in. The day was stormy, and the room with its dark wainscoting and heavy furniture was gloomy at the best of times. She was the only bright thing in it, he thought. Candlelight and firelight glinted on the moisture sliding from her bonnet to her cheek, and down her neck. Wet. He pushed her toward the fire. "Yes, Mr. Radford, I can find the fire for myself," she said. She started pulling at the ribbons of her hat. "Not like that," he said. He went to her and pushed her hands away. "You'll tighten the knot. Does this surprise me? No. Naturally, you have no idea how to untie your own hat ribbons." "You're wrong," she said. "But they're not so manageable when wet and I can't see what I'm doing." "Put up your chin so that I can see what I'm doing. This brim is monstrous. It looks like a giant duck bill and does nothing to shield the sides of your face." She tipped her head back and looked up at him. Her eyes were the clear light blue of aquamarines. The damp on her perfect skin was like dew on rose petals. The hat was hideous. She was unreasonably beautiful. A less disciplined man might have found it painful to look at her. He concentrated on unknotting the ribbons. His hands were perfectly steady. His heartbeats were erratic. He drew the soggy ribbon out from under her chin. "There, it's done. I should advise you to throw it on the fire, but at present I have no ladies' hats to replace it." He snatched the sodden hat from her head and dropped it on the nearest table. "However, I recommend—" He trailed off as he turned back to her. The room's light flickered over hair the colour of champagne. He'd never seen her bareheaded before. He tried to detach himself, but his other self clung, and for a moment he felt he'd been launched into the world of the Odyssey. She was too cruelly beautiful to be a mere human. She was Calypso, or Circe, or Aphrodite herself, the mythical bewitchers of men. But this wasn't a myth, and he was a reasoning human being. He could not be bewitched, because there was no such thing. She was fumbling with the cloak's fastenings. He went to help. "I know it's true, but one must see it to believe it," he said. "You cannot manage even the simplest act of self-sufficiency." He reached for the fastenings. She pushed his hands away. "I'm perfectly capable—" "You obviously are not," he tried again. She jerked away. "Leave me alone. You can't— You don't know what I can and can't do. Stop treating me like an idiot." "I did not say you were an idiot." "You say it constantly," she said tightly. "In 100 different ways." "I merely point out simple facts which you seem unable to accept." "I'd like to see you accept them," she said. "I'd like to see you try to live my life. You wouldn't last 20 minutes. "Oh, no. Such a trial it is to live in the lap of luxury where one is endlessly petted and adored." "You haven't the stamina to endure it," she said. "You'd die of boredom in an hour." He stepped back, aware of a fraught note in her voice, and a flash of something, pain, in her eyes. "Very possibly," he began. "But—" "You've no notion how I live in the world you call a fantasy," she went on in the same taut tone. "You've no idea what it's like to spend your life wrapped in cotton wool, with all about you protecting you mainly from yourself because you don't behave as they think a girl ought to do, and they believe something's wrong with you. You don't know what it's like to watch your brothers go away to school and make new friends and have adventures you'll never have, even vicariously, in books. You don't know what it's like to be scolded for reading too much and knowing too much. To be taught to hide your intelligence because otherwise you'll frighten the gentleman away.
To stifle your opinions because ladies aren't to have any opinions of their own but must always defer to men. She stamped her foot. You know nothing about me. Nothing. Nothing. She burst into tears, and not mere weeping, but great, racking sobs, as of a long pent-up grief. He started to reach for her and caught himself in time. "Stop it," he said, clenching his hands. "Stop it." "No! You're such an idiot!" "You're hysterical," he said calmly, while his heart pounded. "Don't make me pour a bucket of water on your head." She stamped her foot again. "I'm already wet, you moron!" "Oh, good. What I always wanted. An irrational female bawling and stamping her foot because she can't have her own way." "Yes, I'm irrational. You supercilious, conceited, ill-mannered—" "Better and better," he said, aware of heat, inappropriate heat, surging within. "A temper fit over nothing." "Nothing!" She whirled away and grabbed her ugly hat from the table. "Going so soon?" he said. "And we—" "You condescending thickhead!" She hit his arm with the hat. "You obnoxious—" She hit his chest. "You'd better stop," he said. "I'm trying to be the sane one in the room, but you're making that exceedingly difficult." She made it impossible. She was a goddess in a passion. The blaze of her blue eyes and the pale fire of her hair and the crimson glow of her cheeks. She flung down the hat and grabbed the lapels of his coat. "I wish I were a man," she said. "I would knock you down. I would plant you a facer. I'd break your nose. "No, really, I mean it," he said. "You're murdering my brain." And he took hold of her shoulders and bent his head and kissed her. Chapter 5. The Barrister. 1. In considering his duty to his client, he reflects upon the propriety of his acting, upon the person for whom he should act, and his mode of acting. The Jurist. Volume 3, 1832. Clara knew what a lady was supposed to do when a gentleman attempted to take liberties. She was supposed to fight him off and defend her honour with all her might. Whoever made that rule had never been kissed by Raven Radford. His mouth pressed to hers, and things happened in her head and spread over her body. Alien feelings in a great overwhelming rush, like a windstorm, and all the rules of ladyship, written in a massive tome in her brain, flew off the pages and vanished. She did not push him away. She held on for dear life, and gave back the best she could, given limited experience. Given no experience. What had previously passed for kisses before compared to this in the way playing with tin soldiers compared to Waterloo? She let go of his coat to reach upward and wrap her arms about his neck, and her body lifted to fit against his. He made a sound deep in his throat, and moved his hands downward from her shoulders, past the barrier of her sleeve puffs, to grasp her upper arms. He started to draw away, but she wasn't ready. She held on, and after a heartbeat he slid his hands to her waist and pulled her closer. His kiss grew more fiercely determined, as though he would wipe every recollection of anything remotely resembling kisses from her mind, and imprint his permanently upon it, and upon her body, where the alien feelings simmered into excitement and happiness and a yearning for more. Strange feelings, and most likely wrong, as so much was for young ladies. She let herself swim in them, the way she'd swum in childhood in forbidden waters. She floated on the rise and fall of his breathing, fast, like hers. She swam in the heat, radiating from his big frame, and the warmth and strength of his hands, in a sea safe
and not at all safe. Beyond it, on some far horizon, lay another realm toward which she was moving on a strong current. Not safe, not safe. She didn't want to be safe. She'd been too safe all her life. She wanted to be in danger like this, caught in his arms and crushed to his powerful body. She wanted not to think at all, simply to be aware of him and everything about him and about this moment. The feel of wool and linen, and the faint rustle of her cloak against his coat, and the sense of coal-fire smoke and damp wool and linen mingling with the smell of mail. This mail. She wanted to burrow into him. She wanted the heat and the deepening kiss and the feelings pulsing along her skin and through her veins that made her restless, wanting some vague more and more still. She inched her hands upward to tangle in his hair, so thick and black and beautiful, like a raven's wing. Raven. She heard the groan deep in his throat. He pulled her closer still. A moment later, she felt him tense. Then she heard it. So quiet the room was, the taps sounded like thunder. She tried to push the sound to the back of her mind, but it wouldn't stay there. She felt him withdraw, though he didn't let go. A knock. And another sharper one. Then came Tilsley's voice, pitched to be audible through the closed door. "The tea being ready, madam and sir, only wishing not to interrupt at inopportune junctures and breaking a train of, thought." Mr. Radford lifted his head and looked at her for a moment as though he didn't recognize her. Then he took his hands away and stepped back so casually. She stood, meanwhile, her world upended, and broken bits of the life she used to know scattered about her like a child's discarded toys. It was only thanks to years of training that she didn't cry out or stagger, or even look about her like one stupefied, which she was. All these things happened inside. She'd never been kissed before. Whatever she'd thought those things were, they weren't kisses. She'd never known desire before. Whatever she'd felt before was merely the thrill of being naughty, and not very naughty at that. She'd thought she was sophisticated. She was the greenest of greenhorns. Standing on shaky legs no one could see, she looked up at him, into grey eyes like an approaching storm. Years of training kept her composed on the outside, while inside her heart was stumbling about in her rib cage, and all she could think was, "I've made a very bad mistake." And the next thought was, "I don't care." Yes, come in, Tilsley," he said. "What are you waiting for?" The door opened a crack. "Permission, sir," came the voice behind it. "Having received instructions on 2 separate occasions regarding the same subject, to wit, not bursting in on those intervals of Mr. Westcott and Mr. Radford being with clients, them pointing out the degree of urgency to be considered, for instance, the premises not to be equated with Newgate. And as to that, the gentleman offering the kindly reminder how it's not like anybody's waiting on the scaffold with the rope round his neck and I'm running in with a royal pardon." Mr. Radford bit his lip. "A good boy, but talkative." He walked, perfectly steady, while her knees were hanging on by a thread, to the door, and opened it fully. Tilsley, his face scarlet, stumbled slightly over the threshold, but managed not to drop the large tea tray he carried. He placed it carefully on the table nearest the fire. He livened up the fire with more coals and a deft application of poker. He did not look at her or Mr. Radford once. After urging them to let him know if anything else was wanted, and promising to stay within easy calling distance, Tilsley went out, closing the door behind him. A moment's silence followed, while the candlelight and firelight glimmered over the book-filled shelves and the walls and tables and chairs, and made shadows on Mr. Radford's face. And while she thought, "What am I going to do?"
What am I going to do with him? Then,
I'm not going to ask if you're done being hysterical, he said. It would be plain to the meanest intelligence that you've stored up years of that article, and it's bound to break out at intervals. I'm not going to apologize for kissing you. I'm not going to make excuses for doing so. The facts are simple and obvious. You were in a passion. Lady Clara Fairfax in a passion is very exciting. I'm a man. I succumbed to a normal and natural masculine urge.
He met her wondering gaze.
And I will not promise never to do it again. If you choose to continue plaguing me, you will have to take your chances. My self-control is above the average, but I am not an automaton, and my mechanism is not clockwork.
Firstly, she began. Her voice was unsteady and hoarse. He held up his hand.
I'm going to unfasten your cloak, and you will try with all your might to resist impulses to scream at me or do me an injury or demand a discussion.
I'm not plaguing you, she'd been about to say. But that was a lie. She'd plagued him from the start. And it was all very well to tell herself she wanted to see this thing through and help a girl who was trying so hard to make a decent life. But Clara wasn't needed. She only wanted to be needed. She was merely tagging along, the way she'd tagged along after her brothers until Mamma put a stop to it. This is what comes of letting her do as she likes, Mamma had raged, when days after the Vauxhall contretemps she'd discovered the chipped tooth. This is what comes of letting the boys indulge her. She will spoil all her looks and never learn how to behave. And then where will she be when she's of age to wed? She'll be a hoyden and a blue stocking, and nobody will want her. Clara had never told anybody how she'd chipped the tooth. She wasn't sorry for what she'd done, and she didn't care about the tooth. At least she'd done something. And it was a good thing she'd done it, because she'd been permitted to do almost nothing to any purpose ever since. She refused to be sorry now for wanting to be needed. She was 22, and her life, it turned out, was a great big froth of pretty nothing. She was desperate. She put up her chin, though she still did not seem to have full control of her muscles and wanted very much to sit down. You may unfasten my cloak, and I will try not to molest you, but I cannot make any promises in that regard unless you can do the job without speaking. His mouth quirked very slightly, upward. The mouth he'd had on hers only a moment ago. She strangled a sigh. He advanced, undid the cloak fastenings, slid the garment from her shoulders, and draped it over a chair.
Firstly, he said.
Never mind, she said. She needed a new tactic, but the kiss had fogged her brain, and the light wasn't coming through yet. She needed to think, to find a way not to be sent home and told to leave him alone. She tried to find a clue in what he'd said, but her mind wouldn't cooperate. All she knew was this was the only man in the world who'd follow a kiss like that with a speech like that. She walked as steadily as she could to one of the chairs by the table holding the tea tray. One thing I do know how to do is preside over tea.
Your shoes are wet through, he said. You ought to take them off.
She looked at her half-boots, the ribbons threaded through long sets of tiny eyelets, a dozen or more pairs of them per boot. These were not conveniently placed down the front or even the outer side, but along the inside. She looked up at him. I know how, in theory. In practice, I should have to be a contortionist. Not to mention she was on fire at the mere thought of exposing her stockinged feet to his view. I'll put my feet on the fender while I drink my tea. Not that I ever take cold, but I know you've got it into your head I'll expire of a little exposure to damp. It seems I'm not the only one in this room afflicted with hysteria. I may be a lady and useless in many categories, but I'm not delicate." She sat and concentrated on the tea tray. A fine-quality black tea. No tea cakes or sandwiches, but fresh bread and butter cut and arranged neatly. Fresh, rich milk, too, a discreet sniff told her. He took the other chair.
"I thought you said your maid was to meet you here."
Maybe she ran into Mr. Westcott and they were overcome with passion and commenced an affaire d'amour. That will be interesting. She'll arrive with her hair in wanton disarray and her clothes buttoned incorrectly. He smiled, and her heart squeezed. It was only a ghost of a smile, here and gone in a heartbeat, but it changed his face, and she glimpsed, too briefly, a man just out of her reach. She performed the hostess task she could have done blindfolded in the middle of an artillery bombardment. He took a lump of sugar and no milk and made 2/3 of the bread and butter disappear with smooth efficiency. She'd never thought of him eating. She'd never thought of him hungry. She wasn't sure she'd thought of him as human, except when she recalled the boy at Vauxhall. And a moment ago when he'd touched her, when he'd kissed her, passionately. Or so it had seemed. How could she be sure? She'd wanted passion. She'd rejected the man supposedly meant for her because she knew he didn't feel it for her, nor she for him. She still wasn't sure what passion was. She'd only had a chance to experience its possibility. She drank her tea, but eating was beyond her ability to feign normality. She told him to finish the bread and butter, and he did. And for some reason her heart ached, watching him.
"It seems I was famished," he said when he was done. "But it was a long night with our young criminal." He held out until the last possible minute, terrified of hanging, but more terrified of what Freem, or more likely one of Freem's favourite assassins, would do to him if he tattled. Then there was the judge to deal with. He's been wanting to hang Daniel Pryor this age. Persuading him not to took more time than was convenient. Time is an article we haven't much of in this situation. But Bow Street is ready to move in, and so we go out tomorrow morning, not long after daybreak, to collect Toby Copy, and, with any luck, a clutch of criminals. He paused, and she waited for the speech listing the reasons she would not be allowed to participate. "Firstly," he said, "you may join us if you promise, solemnly promise, to do exactly as I say."
And that was mistake number 7. 5, taking her to the office instead of telling the hackney cab driver to take her back where she came from. 6, kissing her. What had happened? What had happened? He was still unsettled. No, aroused was the brutal truth, and he was experiencing an unusual degree of difficulty in calming himself. That must explain his making mistake number 7. The colour washed out of her face, and Radford nearly sprang from his chair, thinking she'd faint. But the colour washed back in again, a shade pinker than normal. She opened her mouth, briefly revealing the chipped tooth. Then she closed it, her beautiful, luscious, untutored in kissing mouth. His other self was gnashing his teeth. If Tilsley hadn't banged on the door and shouted. But what-ifs were nonsensical. Tilsley had interrupted in the nick of time, and that was that. "When you say—" Her voice had climbed half an octave higher than usual. She paused, lifted her chin, and went on in her normal tone. "When you say I must promise to do exactly as you say—"
"That is precisely what I mean," he said. "If you can't promise, on your sacred word of honour—"
"Suppose somebody kills you," she said. "Then how am I to do exactly what you say?"
"You'd better not try splitting hairs with me," he said. "I do it for a living, and I've been doing it since before I earned a living. I'm requiring you to do what I require clients to do. If they will not be guided strictly by me, if they interfere or question or fail to cooperate, I can't answer for the consequences."
"Very well. I promise," she said.
"But no buts," he said. "I can't believe I've offered to bring you along. I devoutly wish I hadn't, but it's too late. You murdered my brain, and I've said it. And if I go back on my word, you'll cry, and I've had enough of that for the present."
That wasn't altogether true. He was used to women crying. Usually women needed him because they were in trouble. Women in trouble wept, copiously. What troubled him was far more upsetting than her tears. What troubled him was her raging, despairing speech. He couldn't detach himself from it or push it to the back of his mind. It stuck in the front of his consciousness like the sharp instrument she no doubt wished to plunge into him. He remembered the little girl, intelligent and brave and full of life, and now he saw how the life of a lady had closed about her like a cage. He understood, because he was too intelligent not to, that she was suffocating. That was why, he realized. That was why he'd made mistake number 7. "Please," she said. "I promise to do what you say."
"Please? Oh, good.
Stab to the heart follows stab to the head.
Very well," he said. "Firstly, you may not bring your maid. It'll be bad enough my bringing a female into it. 2 females is not to be contemplated."
She opened her mouth, and he knew she was going to argue. Then she took a deep breath, folded her hands, and nodded.
"Secondly—"
He broke off because he heard voices in the outer office.
"What the devil do you mean?" Westcott was saying. "It's my office." "Yes, sir, but get out of the way."
Lady Clara kept her hands folded and merely looked toward the door, eyebrows very slightly upraised in the manner of one witnessing a gaffe. The door opened, and Mr. Westcott strode in, Davis close behind him.
"I say, Radford, this is the outside of enough. The dratted boy stood in front of the door, my door, and said, 'Mrs. Faxon, you will remember Mr. Westcott, I believe.'"
Radford cut in. Lady Clara gave a regal nod. Her hair was coming down and her dress was wrinkled, but her damp clothing directed blame to the rainstorm rather than to Radford. Not by so much as a twitch or a blink did she betray the truth of what had happened recently, and not even Westcott would suspect that his friend and colleague had kissed her in a most ill-considered manner, might easily have gone further than was remotely acceptable or safe, and had not yet recovered fully. "I was beginning to grow alarmed, Davis," Lady Clara said. "I expected to find you here waiting for me." Westcott did not give Davis a chance to respond. As though she were a client, he went into full attorney mode and answered for her.
"Miss Davis would have been here in a matter of minutes, but for the crowd in Old Bailey when the session ended," he said. "As often happens, her hackney driver made a detour to avoid the crush, but there was an accident near the Fleet prison. Somebody injured and a vehicle smashed."
"I didn't see it," Davis said. "I couldn't see anything between the rain and the dirty window. My driver told me why he had to stop. A crowd had gathered. We were obliged to wait for some time."
"Did you make the same detour?" Radford asked his friend. "I'd expected you long before now." "I decided to wait out the worst of the rain at the coffee house," Westcott said. "When it had abated somewhat, I made use of the umbrella you so kindly sent to me and walked. I met Miss Davis at the gate."
"Then we're all accounted for," Lady Clara said.
"Yes, my lady, and time to be returning," Davis said. "Lady Exton will be expecting your ladyship."
"The lady, that is to say Mrs. Faxon, will not be returning quite yet," Radford said. "We have business to transact. We're going to retrieve Toby Copy, and I require the lady's assistance."
The maid's eyes widened,
and her mouth opened. Then it snapped shut and set in a tight line. Westcott, not being a servant, didn't feel any need to subdue himself. "Are you quite mad?" he said. "You cannot take late Mrs. Faxon is vital to the mission," Radford said, with a glance toward the door. Tilsley, to his knowledge, wasn't a habitual eavesdropper. The door was thick, in any event, yet he must have heard something to make him decide to play sentry. Radford moved to close the door. Then he said in a low voice, "Let's keep our clerk out of this for the moment. The fewer who know, the better." He looked at Davis. "I give you my word no harm will come to your lady. Neither she nor I will participate directly. This is a police matter, and they don't want amateurs bollocksing up their plans. But the enterprise will proceed more smoothly and rapidly if the lady is on hand to identify Toby. If he balks, she'll persuade him to cooperate."
"It's all right, Davis," Lady Clara said. "I'll be surrounded by police, armed with batons."
"Yes, my lady, if you say so."
"If I may say so, I must strongly advise the lady against it," Westcott said. "If anything goes wrong—"
"I realize there's a possibility of unplanned for events," she said. "Rest assured I'll bring a weapon, and if that isn't enough, Mr. Radford will be by to talk the villains to death."
It was a good thing Radford had a dictatorial personality. A great deal of arguing ensued, or tried to ensue, before he quashed it. The maid was furious about not being allowed to come, and he wasn't happy to exclude her. But the last thing they needed was another woman, especially one who might easily make misguided attempts to protect her charge. He'd already complicated matters more than sufficiently. A dozen times in the next hour he told himself to go back on his word. What was the worst Lady Clara could do? Hate him? Strike him? He was a rational man. He prized logic. He knew his promise was irrational, and he needed to take it back. He tried to do so once, twice, thrice, and each time her taut speech about her life echoed in his head, and the words, the sensible words he ought to say, stuck in his throat. Instead, he told Davis what her ladyship ought to wear and what time she needed to be ready. He made suggestions about ways to avoid neighbours and other servants' notice. The lady was not to bring any sort of weapon with which she might hurt herself. This won him a lethal look from her ladyship. But a walking stick or umbrella, he said, was entirely reasonable in any of the less respectable neighbourhoods, day or night. And, as she pointed out, if worse comes to worse, I'll talk until they beg for mercy. He'd had all he could do not to laugh when Lady Clara said that. Though he usually enjoyed jokes at Radford's expense, Westcott didn't laugh. He wasn't smiling when Lady Clara and her maid took their leave. He followed Radford into their private quarters. "Are you quite mad?" Westcott said. "You can't take the Marquis of Warford's daughter on a police raid." "I said I would. I can't go back on my word." "You most certainly can. How did she get you to do it? Was there coercion? Because you know—" "Don't be absurd. What would she coerce me with? Her wet hat?" Radford moved into his room and started taking off his damp clothes. "I know you're willing to use whatever and whomever will serve your purpose," Westcott said. "But this isn't your fight. It isn't your job to capture gang leaders and their minions. That's what we have a police force for, to prevent crime." "I'm only going to retrieve Bridget's stupid brother," Radford said. "The rest is up to the police." A silence followed while he swiftly dressed. Then, "If anything happens to his daughter, Lord Warford will destroy you," Westcott said. "Only if his 3 sons leave anything of me for their father to destroy," Radford said.
I didn't mean he'd kill you, Westcott said. For you there are far worse consequences. If anything goes wrong on this mad expedition, for instance, if the newspapers get wind of it, you're done for. You can bid farewell to your legal career. You may have to leave England altogether. Absolutely true. His other self was tearing his hair out. No harm will come to her, Radford said. No one will find out. If I thought so, I should have pleaded temporary insanity and told her to go home and stop bothering me. I'm waiting to learn why you didn't. Don't be an idiot, Westcott. Why do you think? Why, curse you, why? Radford shrugged into his coat. Because she looked up at me with those big blue eyes and said, please. Radford. Radford found his hat and gloves. Where are you going? Westcott demanded. Haven't you done enough damage this day? Radford moved to the door. I'm off to Richmond, he said. I should like to see my father one last time before anybody kills me. He went out.
Ithaca House, Richmond. Later that evening. Radford told his father what Lady Clara had said about talking villains to death. At the time, Radford had needed to keep matters under control and throw his weight around if necessary. But he laughed with his father, who was delighted with the story. George Radford was not well, and the drawn look on his face spoke clearly enough of his pain, though he didn't. He half reclined on one of the library's sofas, from which he could look out over the river. But it was too dark now to see, and Radford knew his visits provided distraction from pain and its attendant low spirits. And so he talked, telling his father nearly everything, as always, and leaving out some details, as he often did. Kissing Lady Clara was one of the left-out details. The way his father questioned him, though, told Radford the paternal brain still functioned at its customary high rate of efficiency. "But of course you must let Lady Clara help," father said. "She went after Chiver with a horsewhip, you said." Evidently unaware of the connection to Toby's disappearance, her ladyship had not mentioned the altercation when she first told the story, in Westcott's office. Not until Radford questioned Bridget had he learned of it, and realized how much it told one about Lady Clara. The incident had made Bridget idolize her, and this was why Bridget had confided in her, and set off this absurd man-hunt. Boy-hunt. "She isn't timid," Radford said. "I've never believed in coddling women," his father said. "As your mother has pointed out on more than one occasion, women are not children unless they're made to believe they are." He had more to say about women, and Radford, who'd meant to stay for only an hour or two, stayed on, talking and listening, until his father fell asleep. Then he, too, fell asleep, in the chair by the sofa where the frail old man lay. Unhappily for his sire, though luckily for Radford, the older man was a restless sleeper. It was he who woke Radford, with a sharp rap of cane against his son's shins. Get up! What's wrong with you? You'll miss your rendezvous." Minutes later, Radford was riding back to London. He arrived at the Woodley building as the sky was beginning to show signs of lightening. Plenty of time, he told himself as he hurried up the stairs and into the private chambers. He found Westcott dozing in an armchair. The solicitor woke when Radford came in. "Is your father all right?" Westcott said. "As all right as he'll ever be," Radford said. "Good spirits at any rate. I fell asleep. I was more weary than I'd realized." "I'm afraid I have more wearisome news for you," Westcott said. He moved to the fireplace and retrieved a letter that had been propped between a pair of dueling ceramic toads on the mantelpiece. He gave the letter to Radford, who quickly unfolded it and read.
Her Grace the Duchess of Malvern had died after miscarrying. Radford was wanted at the Duke's residence immediately. Chapter 6. Why should hackney coaches be clean? Our ancestors found them dirty and left them so. Why should we, with a feverish wish to keep moving, desire to roll along at the rate of 6 miles an hour, while they were content to rumble over the stones at 4? Charles Dickens, Hackney Coach Stands, January 1835. Kensington, Tuesday morning. Clara paced her great-aunt's sitting-room. "I should have known," she said. "It was all a hum. He said it only to pacify me. The wretched man's gone without me." She'd risen at a time most young ladies of her station would be arriving home from the night's entertainments. She'd gone to bed early like a child, and dressed this day like a school-teacher, and all for nothing. She looked again at the prim little watch pinned to her prim bodice. "I should have realized. He was much too cooperative, that is to say, relatively speaking. Never mind. I know where we're to meet the police. I'll go on my own." Davis stood at the window looking out. "I wonder if Mr. Radford gave you the correct information." Clara stopped pacing. "You think he lied? On top of everything else?" "I cannot say, my lady," Davis said. "I'm unfamiliar with the streets he referred to. Maybe he told the truth. Either way, you might wish to take a footman with you." "I can't take a footman." "If you mean to go without Mr. Radford, my lady, you do well to take somebody," Davis said. "Only consider what might happen should your ladyship arrive when not expected or wanted. I should not put it past Mr. Radford to tell the police to arrest you. In that case, your ladyship would wish to have a servant at hand to fetch a solicitor." "Arrest me?" Clara said. "They wouldn't arrest Lord Warford's daughter if I stood over Mr. Radford's corpse with a bloody knife in my hand. No one would dare to arrest me, no matter what Mr. Know-Everything said. Why, Papa—" She trailed off as she realized what she was saying, what she was thinking. If Papa found out what she was up to— oh, never mind what he'd do. It would be a happy party compared to what Mamma would do. She'd give herself a heart seizure, and Clara would feel guilty for the rest of her life. "Quite so, my lady," Davis said, reading her face, if not her thoughts. "At any rate, here he is." Clara hurried to the window. Like all hackney coaches, the one slowly trundling by the house was an ancient relic, once the pride of a great family. Then, in her great-grandmother's time, perhaps, it had been bright yellow. Now it was a mottled mustard. While its windows seemed newer and cleaner than most, they were small. The faded coat of arms seemed to comprise a half-plucked goose impaled on a pitchfork in a field of rotten cabbages. The wheels were dingy green except for the one that was dingy red, and the pile of rags on the box must be the coachman. She couldn't see Radford, but he must be inside, since he'd said he'd be inside. He would not come out, though, or stop the vehicle, or even wave. A hackney coach stopping in front of the house would give the neighbours' servants too much to talk about. The coach only slowed as it passed Great-Aunt Dora's house, that was the signal, then continued down the street. Clara slipped out of the house and walked on calmly until she was out of sight of neighbouring houses. Then she picked up her skirts and ran to the meeting place. "You didn't need to run," Mr. Radford said. "We've plenty of time." Clara, in the seat opposite, was still trying to catch her breath. It took her a moment to answer. "I thought you'd decided to leave me behind. 5:30 you'd drive by, you said. It was well past 6. "In my experience, women are always late, even for court,"
he said. "Consequently, I've learned to set an earlier time. You ought to take it as a compliment, my allowing you only an extra half-hour for tardiness."
For a moment she could only stare at him, while she seesawed between incredulity and rage. "A compliment," she said. "Have you any idea how condescendingly obnoxious you are?"
"A precise idea, thanks to people endlessly telling me."
"I might have slept for another half-hour," she said.
"Does this mean you're going to be tetchy and cross?"
"Only to you," she said. A lady was always courteous. Even if she had to administer a set-down, she did so in the politest possible manner. Clara had learned tricks for concealing irritation or impatience, or any of 100 unmannerly reactions. She'd learned to present a smooth facade, no matter what happened. She reminded herself she wasn't a child to throw a fit over every little thing. She was a lady of high station who did not allow a mere male, no matter how annoying, to set off her temper. She folded her hands in her lap and calmly regarded him. And that was when, finally, she noticed something was wrong. "Is that a disguise? Or did you sleep in your clothes?" she said. He looked down at himself. He was dressed in the usual black, but was unusually rumpled.
"I slept in my clothes," he said. "I was in Richmond. I rode out from there in time enough, but I was delayed at my chambers. I calculated there wasn't enough time to change, then travel westward again to collect you."
"Rode?" she said. "You rode? From Richmond?"
"Yes, I'm capable of handling a horse, my lady."
"I always picture you travelling in a hackney or walking," she said. "You're so citified, London citified. I can't even picture you in the country. Richmond is very green."
"It's green and beautiful, and my parents enjoy one of the finest of many fine views," he said. "I went to see them in case you or somebody else killed me today."
"Your parents?" she said.
"I do own a pair of them," he said. "Doubtless you imagined I'd sprung full-grown from Zeus's forehead like Athena, but no, I'm a mere mortal, sprung from the usual place. I have the customary allotment of progenitors, one of each gender, alive and well, relatively speaking, in bucolic Richmond."
"Yes, of course. Great-aunt Dora told me your father had retired." She paused. "You said they were well, relatively speaking. I hope they're not ailing."
"My father married late in life," he said. "He's 80 and frail."
It was faint, so very faint. Maybe it was her imagination, but she thought she heard a note of pain in his voice. Her heart squeezed, and she wanted to reach across and take his hand. She didn't. Whatever else she knew and didn't know about him, she was sure he wouldn't welcome gestures he'd interpret as pity, or even compassion. "And you thought it would improve his health to know you were about to risk your life?" she said as lightly as she could. He gave a short laugh.
"I knew it would lift his spirits. He can't do this sort of thing anymore. In his day, the Bow Street runners and watchmen were charged with keeping order and catching villains. London, he says, was a smaller yet not so tame place in those days. I know he went into law because it tested his intellect in ways he didn't believe a military or church career could do. That wasn't the only reason. Since being a gentleman he couldn't be a runner or watchman, he decided that acting for or against them was the next best thing."
He told her more about the way the practice of law had changed since the start of his father's career, with barristers more and more representing either the accuser or the accused in court, instead of these persons acting for themselves. In the middle of a sentence illuminating the politics behind the 1829 law creating a metropolitan police force, he said, "Why are you not dozing? I'm at my pedantically boring best and you're not even yawning, in spite of the 30 minutes sleep I deprived you of." "Were you trying to put me to sleep?" she said, in hopes I'd doze through whatever is to come. It won't work. I can't remember when last I looked forward to anything so much.
I refuse to believe your life is so dull, he said.
Dullness wasn't the problem. Suffocation was the problem. And despair. She looked out of the window. It's not the sort of thing one realizes until one catches a glimpse of something else. I thought I was more or less content until the day I saw that nasty boy try to make Bridget go away with him. It had happened on the day after her birthday. It was as though she'd passed a milestone and come unexpectedly upon a sign at a crossroads. She'd been travelling unthinkingly in one direction, along the main road, the King's Highway in a manner of speaking, but the incident had made her pause and look down an alternate route. She hadn't realized until she said it, and even now she wasn't sure she fully understood. All she knew was that her view of the world had changed.
Let's hope we catch the nasty boy today, he said. He isn't one you want running about on the loose carrying a grudge. And as to that, I have a few points to cover. Points I had to leave out of yesterday's discussion because of the other parties present.
I don't recall any discussion, she said. I recall your telling me what I was to do and my being obliged to hold my tongue. I recall Mr. Westcott raising objections which you overruled.
Do you mean to lecture me on my personality flaws all the way to the rendezvous? He said. Because if you're not interested in the details of what's to come, I should like to prepare myself for death, disgrace, or, worst of all by far, the end of what was to have been a brilliant legal career.
She turned away from the window, sat back, folded her arms, and met his gaze. Oh, good, she said. Drama. The house stood in a crooked alley off Drury Lane, squeezed in with others of a similar ilk. Some were more and some less decrepit, but all were uninviting. Its ground floor held a dismal shop bearing no identifying features. The morning light had hard going trying to illuminate the alley at all. At these shop windows it gave up trying. The objects lurking behind the murky glass might have been furniture or crockery or old clothes or coffins, for all one could tell. A china dealer's shop stood next door, boasting windows marginally cleaner and a legible sign. Apart from a pawnbroker near the alley's western end, the other businesses seemed to carry on anonymously. Presumably the area's residents knew what they were, in the same way they knew what went on in the rooms above the shop with the impenetrable windows. Radford saw Lady Clara examine the watch pinned to her bodice.
The police will be here soon, he said.
The alley was narrow. Taking extreme care, a hackney coachman could make it through, but the driver, a police sergeant, had pretended to be stuck. Meanwhile, a large wagon blocked the other end. Stokes and his team had better arrive soon before somebody noticed the two vehicles blocking the alley's exits and raised the alarm. Radford became aware of movement. Peering through the small window, he saw the first of the policemen slip into the alley. Others would be moving to block escape routes, at the back of the house and at the places of egress in the court it overlooked. In any event, he hoped that was what they were doing. It wasn't easy to sit in the coach and look on. He wanted to be with them. He wanted to lead the charge. But that would be improper. His place was in the courtroom. And Lady Clara's was in the ballroom or drawing-room, where, of course, she'd shine as brilliantly as any barrister would wish to shine in court. He understood her feeling constrained. All the same, he knew she was never meant for this world, his world. Even at its best, it wasn't pretty.
They're here, he said. Now let's hope nobody bungles.
She leaned forward to look out of the small window. As he'd suggested, she wore a school-teacher's style of garb. A severe bonnet and more severe dress of dull dark blue with a starched collar narrow sleeves, a prim line of buttons, and not one bow or ruffle or bit of lace to soften its austerity. Even the watch was plain and practical. She dressed as he'd advised, and he could blame nobody but himself. It was his fault there was nothing to distract the eye from her figure, nothing to camouflage its splendid curves. She smelled like fresh greenery, and this made pictures in his mind of the soul-soothing view from his father's house. She smelled like herself, too, and picturesque views of Richmond battled more carnal thoughts. Her face was inches from his. He could almost taste her mouth. His other self was growing thick-headed. He pushed that unhelpful being to the farthest corner of his mind and drew back a fraction from her scent and silken skin and soft mouth. "Let's hope we can get Toby out in one piece," she said. "Oh, no! What's happening?" Nimble as a monkey, a boy scrambled out of a window and quickly down the front of the house.
"Damn," Radford said. "They heard our men coming."
Another boy followed. A moment later, 2 more boys burst out of the building next door. "They're getting away," she cried. "Can't we stop them?"
"Patience," he said, though he suspected something had gone awry with the plan. "The boys were bound to run, and the first thing they learn is to run very fast. That's why we've blocked the ways out, and why we've so many men on the outside. 1 or 2 of the quicker and more agile boys might wriggle away, but not all."
More boys streamed noisily out of the house. There must have been scores of them, climbing down the front of the building or bursting through the door, like rats fleeing a burning warehouse. But with constables in the way, they couldn't squeeze past the hackney coach or climb over it. They turned and ran back to try the other way. Some beat on neighbouring doors to be let in. Others tried to fight their way past the police waiting for them. Then a shout rose above the scuffling and cursing and threatening, and another. A chorus of young, excited voices echoed through the alley. "What is it?" Lady Clara said.
"I'm not sure."
He shoved the window down for a better look.
"Stay back," he said. "Do not let them see you.
He trailed off as he realized what the uproar was about. He opened the door and climbed out.
"Stay," he said.
"Mr. Radford." But he wasn't listening. He was hurrying down the alley, looking up, as everybody else was, at the figure running across the roof. The boys had stopped trying to escape in favour of watching the show and cheering Chiver on. His hat at its usual insolent angle, he clambered from the roof of their lair to the roof of the next building. This one had a steep pitch, and he slid twice, but managed to catch hold of something, a rope, it looked like, and drag himself back up again. A policeman appeared on the roof of the building Chiver had fled. The police inside must have encountered obstacles. A constable was supposed to have gone straight to the roof to prevent this sort of thing.
"Nowhere to go, Chiver," the officer shouted. "Give it up!"
Radford hurried along the pavement, steps ahead of the boy on the roof.
"Go, Chiver!"
one of the boys shouted.
"Show 'em how you can go! Don't let 'em catch you! Show 'em, Chiver!"
The others took up the cry. Holding on to the rope, Chiver worked his way upward. He took hold of the crumbling chimney and managed to work his way to the roof's peak. The rope must have been tied about the chimney at an earlier time, Radford thought. They'd want escape routes. Freem would, in any case, although it seemed a risky choice of route for him. By now, all the alley was awake. People hung out of windows trying to see what was happening. Their neighbours opposite reported.
"He's got a foothold."
"Won't hold him."
"There he goes."
"No, he's back."
"He's mad. Where's he going?"
Radford strode down the alley on the opposite side, keeping ahead of the boy on the roof. He watched Chiver straddle the roof's peak, swing a leg over, and start sliding down the other side. The rope slipped from his hands. He grabbed the lower corner of the chimney and clung there while he fought to regain his balance. The policeman was trying to scramble up the roof on the other side. "He's coming for you, Chiver! Keep going!" Chiver slid down cautiously. The next roof was a few feet below him. He jumped down and ran across it, and stopped abruptly, inches from empty air. Between this building and the next yawned a gap. The two buildings leaned away from each other, making the space between them wider at the top. The roof he needed to get to wasn't level with the one he stood on. He'd have to leap upward across 10 feet of space.
"Give it up!" Radford shouted. "You haven't got wings."
"That you, Raven?" the boy called. "Why don't you fly up and get me then?" He laughed. "Go on!" one of the boys shouted. "You can do it, Chiver! You can do it!" The boys began to chant, "Fly, Chiver, fly!" Chiver pulled his hat to a sharper angle. "I can do it easy," he shouted back. He started to back away for a running start, but the constable was climbing down from the peaked roof.
"Stay where you are, boy," he shouted.
"Don't think I will," Chiver shouted back.
"Don't be a fool," Radford shouted. "Your legs aren't long enough."
"Yeah, we'll see. Watch me fly, Raven. Watch me!" With a laugh, the boy stepped back a pace and leapt, an instant before the constable could grab him, and caught hold of the roof edge. The boys, who'd gone utterly still during the leap, burst into cheers. Chiver clung for an endless moment, legs pumping as he tried to pull himself up. There was a hush as he swung one leg up toward the roof. Then his hands began to slide, and down he went, with a blood-chilling shriek, cut off as he struck the paving stones below. Clara heard shouting, a sudden silence, another outburst, then silence again. She looked out of the window in time to see Radford round the corner of a building, a policeman on his heels. Other policemen were collecting boys and bringing them toward her end of the alley. She was supposed to stay in the carriage and call out when she saw Toby, but she didn't see him. She tilted her bonnet brim downward, opened the door, and jumped down from the coach. The sour aroma of unwashed boys assaulted her nostrils, and for a moment she thought she'd be ill. But she hadn't time for that. Something unplanned for had happened. By the looks on the boys' faces, it was something dreadful. Most of these children were hardened in crime, according to Radford. Yet, while some struggled with the police and others shouted defiance, their hearts didn't seem to be in it. "What's happened?" she asked the nearest constable. "What was that noise?" "It's Chiver," a very little boy cried. "Gone off the roof, he has." "Splat," someone else said, with a laugh that sounded patently false. She suppressed a shudder. "None of these, is it, ma'am?" the constable said. She shook her head. "Where's Toby?" she asked the boys. "Which one of 'em's him, then?" one said. "Never heard of him," another said. "Gone off the roof with Chiver." "No, gone to Billingsgate for oysters." Laughter and more fanciful answers followed. She started for the house.
"Ma'am, you'd best not go there," the constable said. "We still don't know who's inside and who isn't. They got all kinds of bolt holes."
If they had bolt holes, Chiver would have used one, she thought, instead of leaping from a roof. She took a firm grip of Davis's umbrella and marched to the house door. It stood open. A policeman tried to get in her way, but she adopted her grandmother's autocratic air and waved him aside with the umbrella. One of the boys made a run for it then, and the policeman had to go after him. Clara hurried into the house. This time the smell nearly drove her back out again. The odours of dirt and decay rose to her nostrils, blanketing everything in a suffocating miasma. She blinked, tried to breathe only through her mouth, and started up the narrow stairs. This was worse, far worse, than the ragged school. She could barely see in front of her, and perhaps that was for the best. The stairs creaked, and the whole house seemed to groan, but she heard no signs of human life. On the first floor, 2 doors stood open. In both, she saw clear signs of recent panic. Blankets and clothes flung about, crockery in pieces, a toppled coffee pot, an overturned chair. The fire was nearly out, only 1 or 2 coals faintly glowing. The boys had come in, she knew, shortly before dawn. They slept in the mornings, then went out to pick pockets and steal laundry and such in the afternoon. At night, they'd break into houses or commit other darkness-friendly crimes, like assaulting anybody who looked like he or she couldn't fight back, according to Radford. Early morning was the best time to catch them. They'd have gone to sleep by then, and most would wake up groggy, slower to react. That, at any rate, was the hope. By the looks of things, they hadn't been very groggy. "Toby," she called. "You know me, I'm sure. Bridget's friend from her school." No answer. She found a candle and a piece of straw. She applied the straw to one of the feebly burning coals and used it to light the candle. She looked into the corners and behind ragged curtains, calling for Toby. She checked the other room in the same way. No response. Heart sinking, she went out into the gloomy corridor and climbed the rickety stairs to the next floor. The first door showed her a room smaller than the ones below, but crammed with baskets of metal and wooden objects. Articles of clothing and bed linens hung from ropes. The thieves' booty. A treasure trove of evidence for the police. "Toby," she called. She thought she heard something. It might have been pigeons or rodents squeaking. Holding the candle high, she went out and into the other room. "Toby?" A sob, other sounds. Words, possibly, but unintelligible. "Toby, it's me. Bridget's friend. You remember, I'm sure." A groan, a cough. She moved toward the sounds. They came from a heap of foul-smelling rugs. As she neared, the heap moved. "Toby? Help me. I can't run. I'm so sick." She knelt and drew away some of the rugs. The boy lay curled into a ball, shivering. "Toby." "They left me," he croaked. "Will I die?" Some of the smaller boys were wailing about Shiver, and one of the older ones got a clever idea and started screaming, "Murder! Them raw lobsters have killed poor Henry." Oh, good. Just what was wanted now. A riot. The other boys took up the cry, then the people in the windows of neighbouring buildings. Some rubbish rained down on the police, but no bricks. In any case, they were used to abuse, and had on several occasions demonstrated skill in quelling riots. Sam Stokes appeared without Freem in custody, which meant the gang leader had slipped away again. The inspector's bland face gave away nothing. Any disappointment, dismay, frustration, or other emotion he felt did not disturb his unremarkable exterior. He waded into the fray with his usual calm unobtrusiveness. Radford left him and his men to deal with it and turned back into the alley. His gaze went straight to the coach and its open door. He started to run. "Where is she?" he shouted. A sergeant jerked a thumb toward the house. "Went in, sir. I had no way to stop her, not without violence. She was armed with an umbrella. You can't control one female carrying an umbrella." He didn't wait for an answer, but ran into the building. "Clara, I warn you, you'd better not be in here. Clara!"
He raced up the stairs, his heart pounding. These old buildings were notoriously ramshackle. They fell in all the time. Only last week 4 people had died in a building collapse. But no. Freem might risk his boys. He could always find more boys. But he wouldn't store his plunder in a shaky building. Rodents and other vermin would abound, though, and fever-breeding filth. The walls were damp. The place stank of mildew and worse. And who knew what cutthroats lurked in hidden places? But that was Radford's other self. In a panic and letting his imagination run wild, he thrust him out of the way and stormed up the stairs. "Stay, I told you," he muttered. "When I get my hands on you, my fine lady, you'll wish you'd remained at home with your needlework and your lovers." He was starting for one of the open doors when he heard the sounds above. Footsteps, making the floor creak, the rustle of petticoats. He looked up. She approached the rickety railing. "Don't lean on it," he warned. "Don't touch it." She drew back a pace. "There you are," she said. There she was, undamaged, apparently. Before he could draw a breath of relief, she said, "Hurry, Mr. Radford, do. Toby's sick and I need help moving him." Radford swore once with great energy, then ran up the stairs and into the room. He knelt by the boy. He felt his forehead and checked his pulse. He heard her draw nearer, the floor creaking under her feet. "Stay back," he said tightly. "I think it's only a chill, but there's no way to be sure. Go make yourself useful for once. Bring me the cleanest sheets or blankets you can find. You ought to find plenty to choose from." He looked about him. "They've robbed clotheslines enough by the looks of it." She didn't argue this time. A moment later she returned with an armful of bed linens. He unwrapped Bridget's idiot brother from the filthy rugs and wrapped him in the cleaner things she'd brought. He caught the boy up in his arms, he weighed next to nothing, and rose. "Lead the way," he said. "Watch for sharp objects on the stairs. Tetanus is fatal, no matter what the patent medicine quacks claim." Mr. Radford carried Toby down the stairs with a gentleness in complete contradiction to the steady stream of reproaches he directed at Clara. She was supposed to stay in the coach. She had promised to do exactly as he told her. She had broken her promise. He ought not to be surprised. He wasn't. Not at all. He had trusted her, which was very stupid of him, obviously, and he couldn't believe he'd been so naive. Like everybody else of her class, she had no consideration for anybody else. She was welcome to risk her own neck. Indeed, he hoped she would, at another time and far away from him, but she had no right to risk his career. If somebody had garroted her while she was fussing over Toby Copy, Raven Radford's reputation would be ruined. He'd be lucky if he was permitted to practice law in Outer Mongolia. Near the landing, before the ground floor, they met the police going up. Mr. Radford interrupted his vituperation to tell them where the thieves' plunder was. "No sign of Freem?" an officer said. "We haven't seen Husher either." Mr. Radford suggested where they ought to look for hiding places. To Clara's knowledge, he'd barely glanced at his surroundings. But he must have done more than glance, because he seemed to have memorized the room and its contents, in detail. He'd noticed at least a dozen things she hadn't, but then she'd fixed her attention on Toby. "Some of them might still be about, but I doubt you'll find Freem," he added. "If he was here when we arrived, he would have made himself scarce while Chiver was putting on a show for us." Then Clara saw the risk she'd taken, and why Mr. Radford was taking a fit. The building hadn't necessarily emptied when the police came. One boy had run onto the roof. Others might have hidden. Freem might have been there, and someone named Husher. While the police ran after escaping boys,
These villains could have been standing behind the clothing and linens hanging from the ropes, looking for a way out. If they'd caught her, she'd have made a fine hostage. Her mind swiftly painted a picture of what would have happened next, and after that, and after that. She had to clutch the handrail because the blood was rushing from her head.
"Don't you dare faint now," Mr. Radford said. "And get your hands off that filthy rail. You'll pick up a splinter. Do you never think? You could get a fatal infection. Why must I tell you everything?"
The blood rushed back, and for an instant she saw herself raising Davis's umbrella and swatting him with it. Later, she told herself, when he hadn't a sick child in his hands. But at least he'd made her too angry to swoon. They'd very nearly caught Jacob Freem. He'd turned up late to examine the boys' hall, one of their better ones. Then he'd learned that one of the new boys was sick. As if that wasn't galling enough, he'd found out finally who the brat really was. He'd woken Shiver and knocked him about for mixing personal matters with business. Between that and debating how to get rid of the sick boy quickest, Freem had failed to notice anything amiss in the alley below. By the time he did notice, police were coming up the stairs and pouring into the courtyard, blocking all the ways out. He'd sent Shiver up onto the roof, ostensibly to get away. The truth was, Freem needed a diversion. While everybody was taken up with Shiver, Freem slipped into the next building through a concealed door only he knew about. He stayed hidden in the china shop until the excitement died down. He hadn't been able to see much, but he'd heard a few things. A woman's voice calling for Toby, a woman who spoke in toff accents. Raven shouting to Clara. Freem didn't believe in coincidences. He didn't believe in much of anything. He could do ands, though, like putting together 2 and 2. The tall knob female who'd called for Toby, and the tall knob female who'd given Shiver a beating for bothering Toby's sister, had to be the same Clara Raven shouted at. It was a bad idea, Freem had told the late Shiver, to get mixed up with the upper orders. But Shiver hadn't much in the way of brains. A cleverer man tallied the odds. That man measured future profit against present risk. Freem was in a risky business, after all, and he didn't much care how he finished Raven Radford, as long as he finished him. Shiver was gone, but Husher wasn't. They'd hush Raven one way or another. The gang leader grinned. If Shiver's bleedin' great bitch was the way to get to him, that would only add to the fun. Chapter 7. The Barrister. 2. He considers the principle upon which the profession of an advocate is founded. From our tendency to err, the utmost caution is requisite in the discovery of truth, both in the natural and moral world. The Jurist, Volume 3, 1832. Radford turned Toby over to a constable, instructing him to take the boy to St. Bartholomew's Hospital in Smithfield. Unlike other hospitals, which had specific days for accepting patients, St. Bartholomew's would admit him without difficulty. The constable would make sure no one let unauthorized persons visit the boy. Radford would have seen to the business himself, but he didn't trust Lady Clara out of his sight, and he wanted her as far away from Toby Copy as possible. Otherwise he'd have taken the brat to a hospital nearer to their route westward to Kensington, rather than in the opposite direction. He told her all this when he re-entered the hackney coach, which awaited him in Drury Lane, now with its proper driver installed on the box. "I know I took a risk," she said as the vehicle set out. "But I could hardly leave him there. He was sick and frightened." Radford gazed into her beautiful face. He remembered what his father had said about women, what his mother had said, actually. His two selves fought, briefly and fiercely. Then,
"That was a brave thing to do," he said.
she'd been gazing out of the window, her hands folded tightly on her lap. Now she turned sharply toward him. Her face was white and drawn. Panic surged. He crushed it.
"Don't tell me you're going to be ill," he said. "You had 100 opportunities while you were in that house, and better reason. At least I hope you had better reason then than now."
He bent his head to sniff his clothing and caught a whiff of bad neighborhood.
"Or is it me?"
"It's you," she said. "You said something that sounded like praise. You said it to me."
"I could tell you as well, with greater fervour, that it was a spectacularly stupid thing to do," he said. "But I've said that already in a dozen different ways, and the topic is beginning to bore me."
"I didn't feel brave," she said. "I was nauseated and terrified."
"But you did it, nonetheless."
"I'm not sure I would have done it if he'd been an anonymous pauper boy," she said. "But he was the brother of somebody I knew, a hard-working girl I wanted to help. I'd met him and talked to him. I thought, what if one of my brothers had got himself into trouble? Why do I say what if? They always got themselves into trouble, and one or the other of them would go to the rescue."
She paused briefly.
"They came to my rescue, too." Radford remembered the little girl attacking Bernard.
"But you're a girl," he said. "Given your upbringing, it was nothing short of heroic. I speak as counsel for the defence. As counsel for the prosecution, I can produce indisputable evidence of reckless stupidity and temporary insanity. Even I would think twice, thrice, 10 times before erupting into a place like that. We're not like those children, Lady Clara, you and I."
"We," she echoed.
"Yes. Contrary to appearances, I had a gentleman's upbringing. Frankly, I nearly lost my breakfast when I crossed the threshold. I couldn't believe Freem lived in a place like that, as Daniel Pryor insisted. But how would the boys know for certain where Freem lived? He might have his own suite in a brothel or gaming hell elsewhere. But it's simpler to house the boys in a species of dormitory and store the merchandise near trusted dealers in stolen goods."
"The pawnbroker on the corner?"
"Very likely."
She said no more, but turned to look out of the window again. The windows were clean. He'd had that seen to, and insisted on the coach's interior being cleaned, among other things. The morning light gave her face a pearly glow, but her pallor remained. He let his gaze skim downward, past the long row of grim metal buttons, to her gloved hands, folded so tightly on her lap. The gloves were soiled. She had been brave. What other young woman of her position would have done what she'd done? Now the crisis was past, though. All she'd seen and done would become sickeningly clear in retrospect. That was why she was so pale. He told himself she was obstinate, and hard lessons were the only way she'd learn. All the same, he was composing soothing speeches in his mind. But before he could do or say anything to spoil the lesson, the hackney began to slow. He glanced out of his window.
"Bedford Street," he said. "We get out here to change vehicles. It's no secret I was on the scene, but there's nothing special about that. None of them know yet who you are, though, and I'd like to keep it that way."
They disembarked and climbed into another coach. At the next hackney stand, they changed vehicles again. Following Radford's instructions, the drivers took circuitous routes. Finally, he and Lady Clara settled into one last hackney and began travelling more directly westward. They travelled in a silence he didn't try to break. She was lost in her own thoughts. He had a great deal to reflect upon as well. He'd pushed these matters to the back of his mind because, as he'd told Westcott this morning, a man couldn't be in 2 places at once.
and one didn't break appointments with the Metropolitan Police, especially in an endeavour one had instigated. There would be plenty of time for dealing with Bernard after Radford took Lady Clara back to her proper world. That would be the end of this professional detour. He'd return to his sphere, and she'd return to hers, and they'd never see each other again. His other self was demanding to know why, and they were having a furious argument when she said, "I trust Toby will recover?" "Yes, of course," he said. "Nothing alarming in his symptoms. If he'd had anything resembling a proper home, I'd have sent him there to be nursed." "It's hard to find places for sick pauper children, isn't it?" she said. "If family can't look after them, a kindly person must take them in. Or else they go to the workhouse, or a place like Grumley's Pauper Farm." She touched 2 fingers to her temple. "Such a world. I'm out of my depth, Mr. Radford." "I should hope so," he said. He wanted to take her hand away from her face and hold it and comfort her. But he wasn't a comforting sort of person, and it wasn't his job, and it was in sum a foolish idea. "The boys said Chiver went off the roof," she said. "That's why you ran into the alley or whatever it was." "There was a chance he was alive," he said. "I've heard of some surviving such falls, though not intact. But he broke his neck. He won't trouble Bridget again or anybody else. Cheated the hangman, certainly. And he'll tell no tales. Very convenient for Freem." "Do you think he egged Chiver on?" she said. "To run across the roofs?" "Yes, and easily. Chiver always liked to show off." A short, taut silence, then, "I don't know how you do it," she said. She gave a despairing little wave. "How you keep your balance. All the poverty and hopelessness." "I don't usually spend my time in the rookeries, believe it or not," he said. "I've cultivated informants, yes, because I represent the police from time to time. But as I told you, most of my cases are boring. I receive a brief, I study the evidence and the relevant laws. The Grumley case was an exception." She met his gaze. "You got involved in this gang's business because of me." "You did make a pest of yourself," he said. "And it became clear that if I didn't take charge, you'd attempt it alone." This wasn't the only reason. It wasn't, in fact, the true reason. The day they'd met in the Milliners' Society garden, he'd been... what? Bewitched was the way another man would explain it to himself. But that was merely metaphor. He'd watched her walk in the shriveled garden, in all her organdy and lace, with the flowers and sprigs shooting from her hat like rockets. He'd watched her walk, everything about her fluttering, while he'd listened to her and marvelled at her neat summary of his strategy. The strategy Grumley's counsel had failed to understand until too late. "Not alone," she said. "I'm not that reckless. But I would have plagued somebody else." His other self decided that whoever the somebody else was, he ought to be pitched out of a window. The rational Radford said, "I looked on the bright side. Here was an opportunity to get rid of Freem. It wouldn't change the world, or even a neighbourhood. Another gang leader would take his place in no time. No danger of that species becoming extinct. But he's exceptionally keen on killing me, and that's rather a nuisance. Instead of looking upon me as a worthy adversary, he holds grudges. But that's the criminal mind, Lady Clara. A very small thing it is. They see the world through their own narrow lenses." She looked away from him. "As do I," she said. "I had no inkling until I saw the ragged school how very small my world is. Today was even more educational." "You don't need these lessons," he said. "Generally speaking, no. But among other things, they've taught me how little idea I have
of how to begin looking for a place for Toby. It took a moment for this to sink in, because he'd been lulled into thinking they were having a rational conversation. For once, he seemed to be speaking to a sort of friend. It was like talking to Westcott, but Westcott with a much more attractive exterior. But she wasn't a friend. She was an unusually intelligent and headstrong woman. A wrong-headed woman.
"Did I say temporary insanity?" he said. "My lord, honourable colleagues, gentlemen of the jury, kindly permit me to point out my own grievous error. The woman in question does not suffer from temporary insanity. It is a chronic condition."
Her blue gaze, quizzical, came back to him. "Now what's set you off?"
"You will not find a place for Toby Coppy," he said. "You'll have nothing more to do with him. You're not to come within a mile of him."
"I promised Bridget I'd find him an apprenticeship," she said patiently. "Where on earth is the harm in that? I'll talk to Matron and see if we can find lodgings for him near the Milliners' Society after he recovers. Matron will be able to advise me as well about finding work for him." He gazed at her, into those innocent blue eyes, and found himself wrestling the urge to shake her. He opened his mouth, ready to call her 10 kinds of idiot. Patience, he counselled himself. She was naive, that was all. Patience, however, wasn't one of his virtues. He had to work hard to scrape up a few bits and make himself say, with what was for him superhuman forbearance, "No." She wrinkled her brows at him. "That is not a good idea," he said. "You cannot bring Matron into the Coppy family's problems. You'll complicate Bridget's situation at the school. The other girls will think she's being favoured. They'll make her life difficult, more difficult. You don't understand these people and their world. You admitted as much yourself, and you don't know the half of it. They don't think the way you do or the way you did at their age. You must keep out of it. Permanently." "I promised," she said. "Then keep your promise in a sensible manner," he said. "Westcott is fully capable of finding Toby employment." Her brow knit, and it was proof of the extraordinary power of her features that she only looked more impossibly beautiful. "I hadn't thought of that," she said. "I must be more tired than I realized. I didn't get very much sleep." Images rose in his mind of her lying wakeful in her virginal bed. Being a man good at solving problems, he easily imagined ways to help her sleep. He crushed the images. "Then think of this as well," he said. "Try to apply reason to the situation you've placed yourself in. A reasoning being would grasp the importance of removing herself from the neighbourhood until the excitement died down. A reasoning being would understand why she needed to keep out of sight until people forgot what she looked like." "Here's a refreshing change," she said. "You're the first man who's ever told me I'm easy to forget." His other self was acutely aware he wouldn't forget her, ever. How much farther to the house in Kensington? He said, "For boys like that, yes. They've plenty of exciting distractions, like trying not to starve to death or get beaten or jailed or hanged. They drink to excess, too. Go away for a month or so, and when you return, nobody will be able to pick you out from a clump of a dozen aristocratic blondes." "Only a month or so," she said. "Fancy that." 6 months or forever would be wiser," he said. "But I know better than to propose it." "You're overreacting," she said. "I've noticed this tendency in you. It comes of having to be dramatic in court, I know."
"Dramatic?"
"Do try to think it through in a rational manner," she said. "Firstly, it's unlikely I'll see any of those boys at Almack's or the Queen's drawing room. Secondly, most, if not all of them, will soon leave London for a lifelong residence in a penal colony on Norfolk Island. Thirdly, all they know of me is that I'm a lady who was looking for Bridget Copy's brother. What's remarkable in that? Everybody knows ladies patronise the Milliners' Society. Everybody knows ladies throw charity about to make ourselves feel useful and virtuous. Everybody knows how bored we get, being rich and pampered and having scores of lovers languishing after us.
She was right. Absolutely right. You have a point, he said.
Do I? She leaned forward to peer into his face, and he caught the faintest whiff of her scent. Did you find it painful to say that? It looked painful. All the same, I'm all aflutter. She sat back and pretended to fan herself with a gloved hand.
But, he said.
There's always a but,
she said. The trouble is, they know you can identify them.
She dismissed this with a queenly wave, not at all marred by the dirty glove. Very silly of them, she said. Everybody knows we ladies can't tell the difference between one pauper and the next. They all look the same under the dirt and rags. Not that anybody wants to look closely at them, since it means getting near enough to smell them. Everybody knows we're perfectly happy to let cutthroats and thieves go about their business as long as they stay out of our neighbourhoods and stick to robbing their neighbours and cutting their throats.
He narrowed his eyes at her. Are you quite finished?
Not nearly, she said. They know we'd never appear in a place as sordid as a courtroom. A lady would never be so vulgar as to stand in the witness box. She might as well stand in the dock, because her reputation would certainly be found guilty and hanged, possibly drawn and quartered too, and minutely dissected thereafter. She lifted her perfect chin and gazed at him defiantly. His other self was painfully tempted to do something the rational Radford was sure would only make matters worse.
Very well, he said. Do as you like. I haven't time to play nursemaid. I've a libel to prosecute, a dying father to look in on, a funeral to attend in Herefordshire, and a mad cousin's ghastly affairs to sort out, practically simultaneously. I shall leave you to Lady Exton with my greatest sympathy. She would go her way, and he would go his. In a very short time, in fact, at the end of this trip across London. He looked out of the window, because looking at her was making him unhappy and restless, and he was having the devil's own time detaching himself. He was surprised to see how far they'd come already. Ah, we're nearly at Hyde Park Corner, he said calmly. Clara wanted to tear her tongue out. She wanted to slap herself. But she did neither of these things because the first was easier said than done, and the second was vulgar and possibly a symptom of insanity. "What is wrong with you?" she said. "Why did you let me go on with my ranting self-pity? Why did you not tell me? Who's died?" He didn't answer at once. First he looked out of the window. Then he looked down at his hands, resting on his knees. Then he frowned and said, "A young woman, I'm sorry to say. I shouldn't have spoken of it in that cavalier manner." A young woman? Clara felt the way she'd done on the day she'd tried, though expressly forbidden, to skate on a pond, and the ice had given way under her feet and sent her plunging into frigid waters. She ignored the feeling. It was too foolish for words. He was a man. An attractive man, if one overlooked the obnoxiousness. But women had to overlook men's personality flaws, else nobody would ever wed and or reproduce, and the human race would come to an end. Naturally, there would be a young woman in his life. Did Lady Clara Fairfax think she was the only woman in the world because a lot of silly men acted as though she were? Did she think Mr. Radford would be like all the rest, forsaking all others, or pretending to worship at her altar? What nonsense! She knew she was merely this year's most fashionable woman to pursue, and that was mainly her dressmaker's doing. Fashion wouldn't rule him.
he'd judge for himself. He was nothing like the other men she knew. "After such a morning," she said, "with so much on your mind, who'd expect you to watch every single word? But here am I showing off my skills in argument when you've lost someone you care for. You shouldn't have let me babble on like that."
"Firstly, listening to you was educational and entertaining," he said. "With discipline you might make a fair advocate, were women admitted to the bar. Secondly, I didn't know her." The frozen sensation ebbed. "But she was young," he went on, "and she died, I don't doubt, from trying repeatedly to produce an heir for my benighted cousin. Do you remember Bernard? You chipped a tooth on his elbow."
She nodded. How could she forget Bernard? In her opinion, he was directly responsible for the end of her freedom and her life going completely wrong.
"He suffered an infection, you'll be pleased to know," Mr. Radford said. "But he survived. Very recently he became the Duke of Malvern. At present, it seems, his mind is disordered by grief or disappointment or something. At any rate, they're all alarmed and want me there yesterday."
"Herefordshire," she said, sinking into the lake again.
"Yes."
"For how long?" Why did she ask? What difference did it make? He'd said only a moment ago he'd never see her again.
"Hard to say," he said. "But you needn't worry that Toby Copy's affairs will be neglected in my absence. I'll write to Westcott from Richmond, and he'll find a place for the boy. Want of intellect won't be a problem. In some professions, the smaller the brain, the better. Some would say that's true of the legal profession, but they overlook the fact that one must read and write, at least after a fashion. On the other hand, any number of boys are useless at manual trades. Our Tilsley, for instance, more or less a charity case. But our reasoning was, firstly, we got him young and cheap and could train him up properly without having to break him of bad habits."
"Mr. Radford."
His cool grey gaze met hers. "Lady Clara." She swallowed.
"I dare say we'll never see each other again."
"I calculate the odds strongly against," he said.
"Stay," she wanted to say. "I'm not ready for you to be gone from my life."
She said,
"Then I'd better thank you now for helping me recover Bridget's brother."
"You'd better not," he said. "This entire undertaking was against my better judgment."
"It wasn't against mine," she said. "It was difficult and painful and sickening and shocking, but it was what I wanted to do, and I did it. I didn't simply hear about it or read about it. I was there. I was a part of it. I saw a world and understood a few things I could never have properly understood before. And I think I'll be better for the experience."
"I think you're romanticizing," he said. "I think you'll have nightmares. I think your maid had better burn every stitch you're wearing. I'll be kicking myself all the way to Richmond and parts beyond for not tying you to the carriage seat. Only look at your gloves." She looked at them. They'd become remarkably grubby in a remarkably short time. She peeled them off. "Even when you were dressed in that imbecile disguise the first day you came to my chambers, you were unsoiled," he said. "You won't be the better for this."
"I will be," she said. "And Toby will be, too."
"Yes, poor Toby. You're so fanatical about keeping your promise to his sister. You're mighty whimsical about your promises, I notice. What about your promise to me? Please, you said, in the most pathetic way. And I, of all men, should know better than to be moved by pathetics. And big blue eyes threatening tears. Big blue... But no, I'm as slow-witted as every other man in London, it seems. Please, you said. I promise to do what you say, and I believed you."
"Oh, Mr. Radford," she said.
She moved to the edge of the seat and leaned toward him. "Don't owe Mr. Radford me," he said. "Impulsiveness. That's what it is. This is how you end up with a chipped tooth. I hope dirty gloves are the worst of today's souvenirs. Thank me indeed. It'll be thanks to my making one mistake after another if you end up with a splinter infection or tetanus. 7 mistakes by my count. No, 8. Number 8 was believing you when you promised. No, we're up to 9 at least. Number 9 was, "Stop," she said. "Stop it!" She reached across and grabbed 2 fistfuls of his coat. Before he could say anything more or she could think twice, she pulled him toward her and kissed him, on the lips, fiercely, desperately, in the most unladylike manner. Mistake number 10, she was in his lap, and Radford didn't know how she'd landed there or who was the perpetrator, and he didn't care. He'd raged at her because he couldn't say what he wanted to and hadn't wanted to think what he was thinking. He wasn't ready to say goodbye forever. Kensington was drawing ever closer and he was in turmoil. He wanted more time. He wanted to turn the Hackney in another direction, any other direction, even though his reasoning self knew what he had to do and all the reasons he ought to do it. But now she was in his arms and kissing him, without doubt or hesitation. She grasped the back of his head firmly and possessively, knocking his hat off and holding him in place, as though he'd be fool enough to try to get away. And she kissed him in a way that showed how quickly she'd learned from him. She showed as well how dangerous were the lessons he'd taught her. The last time he'd had only a tantalizing taste of possibilities. The last time he'd tasted surprise and a little shock and uncertainty, along with the innocent taste of Clara. This time she did damage. This time her soft mouth's pressure vibrated through him to make his heart vibrate too, and drum heat through his muscles. His brain shrank to nearly nothing, far too small to form a coherent thought. Instead of thinking, he felt the delicious pressure of her mouth, the heat of her body pressing against his, the weight of her perfectly rounded bottom in his lap. He wrapped his arms about her and crushed her to him. She fit so perfectly in his arms, and it seemed so exactly right for her to be there, as though she belonged and always had. She smelled of bad neighborhood as he did, but that was irrelevant. The real Clara came through. The light herbal scent that blended so perfectly into the scent of her skin and filled his nose and his head and made a fog where there used to be sharp clarity. The dwindling taint of the ugly world they'd visited gave way to the immediate warmth and scent and taste of her. He broke the kiss to bury his face in her neck and drink in her scent. He kissed the inch of skin above the stiff collar of her dress, and she gave a little gasp that eased into a sigh. She bent her head and kissed the top of his, and tangled her fingers in his hair. He shivered at the touch. He tipped his head back and looked up at her, into her unearthly face, and she put her hand over his eyes and brought her mouth to his again. This time her kiss was fiercer, so potent that she made him forget she was an innocent. He pressed for more, his tongue urging until she parted her lips to him. The kiss quickly deepened, his tongue tangling with hers. She moved her hands down to grasp his shoulders so tightly, as though she'd hold him forever. He slid his hands over her back, down along her straight spine to her waist. The dress was stiff and severe and forbidding, as he'd insisted it be. Under it, layers of undergarments made a barrier between his gloved hands and her skin. Even in his fogged state, he knew he wouldn't get nearer to the real girl. But for now, she was real enough, in his arms. He slid his hands down to clasp her waist, then upward over the gentle curve to the swell of her stern bodice, and upward again to cup her breasts. He wasn't thinking. It was all instinct and practice. He slid his thumb to one forbidding button and pushed it through its buttonhole. Her hand covered his. She broke the kiss. He stilled as much as he could. He became suddenly aware of the pounding of his heart and the harshness of his breathing. He was far more heated than the situation warranted. 1 button! She was breathing hard, too, her bodice rising and falling under his hand. He thought she'd push him away, but she only kept her hand over his, over her breast. He looked up at her. Her face was flushed, her lips swollen, her eyes shining. Her hat was tipped askew, and under it a lock of pale gold hair had come loose to dangle near her eyebrow. He did not want to be rational and sensible because that meant stopping, and he didn't want to stop. Not yet. Not for a long time. He wanted to do unspeakable things to her ladyship, with her ladyship, here in a dilapidated hackney coach. He made himself come to his senses. He slid his hand out from under hers and tucked the button back into its buttonhole. He didn't want her to come to her senses either, but she did. She eased off his lap and back onto her seat in one smooth movement. She straightened her hat, smoothed the front of her dress, folded her hands, and looked out of the window. She said, "I'm not going to ask if you're done being hysterical. It would be plain to the meanest intelligence that you've stored up years of that article, and it's bound to break out at intervals."
Hysterical?
"I'm not going to apologize for kissing you," she went on. "I'm not going to make excuses for doing so. The facts are simple and obvious. You would not stop scolding me and ranting. I'd had enough. I succumbed to a normal and natural feminine urge to silence a man talking nonsense." She turned to meet his gaze, her chin up, her eyes bright, her cheeks pink. "And I will not promise never to do it again. I seem to have stored up a quantity of rebelliousness over the years, and you have the knack of unleashing it. You are extremely aggravating."
"You could have hit me with the umbrella," he said.
"Maybe next time," she said. "Oh, I forgot. There's not to be a next time. Just as well. Here's where we part ways." The hackney came to a stop. Radford was still trying to digest hysterical. He looked out. They were in the Kensington High Street, already. "Thank you for a most educational experience," she said. "I think you ought to write to me, but I suppose you won't."
"That would be
unwise. So unwise. The sooner he separated from her completely, the sooner he'd recover. The coachman opened the door. She alit and started walking away before Radford could pull himself together. He rose, about to follow her, then regained his reason. He couldn't follow her. He couldn't escort her to her great-aunt's house. The morning was advancing, and the chances of her being recognized had increased radically. The coach door closed. He sat down again and watched from the window until she turned the corner and vanished from view. He signalled the coachman to drive on, though Radford was no longer sure where he was going. He looked down at his hands and wondered at them and at himself. His gaze fell to the coach floor, and he saw her gloves, which she must have dropped when she reached out to take hold of him. He picked them up, pressed them to his cheek, then stuffed them into his breast pocket. Chapter 8. The Barrister. So our advocate has always the honesty and courage to despise all personal considerations, and not to think of any consequence but what may result to the public from the faithful discharge of his sacred trust. The Jurist, Volume 3, 1832. Exton House, Kensington, Tuesday, 22 September. A lady was supposed to know how to do these things. Everybody knew gentlemen could be obtuse, especially when it came to matters of the heart. Everybody knew as well that gentlemen needed to believe they were in charge. Therefore, ladies had to learn ways of communicating the obvious without being obvious about it. Clara did not see how one could be more obvious than grabbing a man practically by the throat and kissing him. She'd even suggested Mr. Radford write to her, but she'd offered a way out, and he was an expert in loopholes and technicalities. Perhaps the customary subtleties of ladyship were wasted on men like Raven Radford. But what was she thinking? No man existed who was like Raven Radford. She sat at her writing desk, pen in hand, a blank sheet of paper in front of her. Unmarried ladies did not write letters to gentlemen who weren't family members or intimates of the family at the very least, and the gentlemen weren't supposed to write to these ladies. Though he'd known enough to send his brief messages via Fenwick, be at such and such a place at such and such a time did not qualify as correspondence, even if it was clandestine. But she'd invited him to correspond, hadn't she? And now a week had passed without a word from him. He couldn't still be travelling. He'd have reached the Duke of Malvern's place in a day, 2 days if he dawdled, something she couldn't imagine Mr. Radford doing. She knew where in Herefordshire he'd gone, Glenore Castle. According to Great-Aunt Dora's butler, the previous 5th Duke of Malvern had started building it at the turn of the century. Clara had found a picture of it in the 2nd volume of Jones's Views, which illustrated the homes of Britain's upper ranks. Great-Aunt Dora said nobody she knew had ever visited. She couldn't remember the last time she'd seen the previous Duke in London. "I believe the only time any of the Radfords came to town was to look for wives, though more often than not they found them elsewhere," she'd said. "His Grace liked to keep the family at his beck and call, and he couldn't abide London. I can't remember the last time any of them stopped at the town house, let alone lived in it. They usually let it to foreigners." Clara found it hard to imagine a Londoner like Mr. Radford happily rusticating in a faux medieval castle. He must be tearing out his hair. She could imagine him doing that, losing his detachment and falling into a passion, because that was the way he'd kissed her. And she wished. But she wasn't sure what she wished anymore. She hadn't slept well these last few nights, and her head was a jumble, thick as pudding. It hurt to think. She put down her pen and closed the inkwell. She pushed the paper away from her. When Davis came in a little while later, Clara said, "I don't believe I can join my aunt for dinner this evening. I don't feel well at all." Then she slumped and would have fallen from the chair if Davis hadn't caught her. "I don't feel well," Clara said. Her voice sounded odd and slurred. "My head." "Yes, my lady. You don't look well either. You're going to bed." Glenore Castle, Herefordshire, Thursday, 24 September. Bernard was drunk, still. His Grace the Duke of Malvern had been drunk when Radford arrived, the day before the Duchess's funeral. Radford had managed to sober him up for the funeral. That was a mistake. Sobriety only made Bernard belligerent. His brothers-in-law took the brunt of it, but the clergymen and even the sexton got their share. Bernard muttered during the reading of the Psalms and fell asleep during the lesson from the Corinthians. When they brought his wife's body to the mausoleum, he sobbed loudly until the rector came to, "For they rest from their labours." Then Bernard burst out laughing. The other family members did not linger. They were at war with one another, as always, and even a castle quickly became too small for them. The Duke of Malvern owned 6 houses, including what ought to be the ducal home, Radford Hall in Worcestershire. But Bernard's father had wanted a medieval castle with turrets. He'd spent 30 years building and furnishing it. This enterprise, combined with the ongoing project of fomenting trouble among his relatives, left him no time for other business. All the estate and other legal matters had, over the last 5 years especially, subsided into a state of chaos, guaranteed to send the average solicitor to the nearest lunatic asylum. But Radford, firstly, wasn't a solicitor, and secondly, liked solving riddles. The knottier the better. The castle, on the other hand, was splendid. Handsome and built with every modern comfort, it overlooked fine views in every direction. Radford had caught himself more than once imagining Lady Clara's reaction. He thought she'd be amused, but would probably like it. Yet he felt sure she'd like the ancient pile in Worcestershire better, for its character. He was making a miserable job of not thinking about her, even though he had more than enough to occupy even his overlarge brain. With the other relatives out of the way, he tackled Bernard. He found his Grace in the library, by no means reading a book, but sprawled on a sofa near the fire. A glass and a decanter stood close at hand. A wine-stained sporting magazine lay at his feet. There being more of Bernard than there used to be, he needed most of the sofa for sprawling space. When Radford joined him, he looked up blearily. "Do you want me to inherit?" Radford said. Even if preambles had been in his style, he'd waste them on Bernard. The Duke blinked. "That's little Raven, isn't it? Dear, dear little cuz. If I wasn't overcome with grief, I'd throw you off the premises. Why didn't they do it then? Or did I forget to tell 'em?" "You sent for me, you idiot," Radford said. "You dismissed your agent and your land steward." "They bothered me." With estate business. His responsibilities, in other words. Bernard was a brainless bully. Radford did not love him, but he detached himself from his dislike because the dukedom was more than the one man. It comprised great estates in diverse parts of Great Britain and all the people whose livelihoods depended on those properties. The vast majority of these people were far from wealthy and worked hard for the little they had. To his Grace of Malvern, they did not exist. On the other hand, his own comfort concerned him very much. When Radford got him to understand that failing to manage the ducal responsibilities would result in every sort of botheration, including reduced income, Bernard told him, "Then you'd better take care of it." Radford decided he might as well do so. The libel suit was unlikely to reach a courtroom for another month at least, if it ever did. Working for his cousin would keep his mind engaged in the meantime. Radford would have less time and mental space for wandering into unproductive musings and what-ifs and debates about whether to write to Lady Clara. "I realize you're a pleasanter person, relatively speaking, when you drink," he told his cousin. "Ergo, for the sake of those who must live with you, I will not tell you to stop altogether. But unless you're eager for me to inherit, I recommend you reduce the quantity of intoxicants by at least 1/2. He stepped closer and studied the Duke's eyes. They weren't grey like Radford's, but hazel. The whites were not white either. It was hard to be certain even in daylight because his eyes were always bloodshot, but Radford detected a yellow tinge. "Your physician believes an excess of yellow bile presents an immediate danger to your health," he went on. "I must on the evidence agree with him, although on the whole I find medical persons to be backward, superstitious, and given to worship at the altar of antiquated theory, even in clear and unmistakable contradiction to clinical experience." "Want to say it again in English?" Bernard said. "You always was so talkative. Big words, too, and Latin and Greek."
How I stay awake when you talk is a mystery to me. And sit down, curse you. You're giving me a neckache.
Radford drew up a chair and sat where he could face his cousin straight on.
If you don't become more temperate in your habits, you'll die young. Before that, though, you'll become impotent. Meaning, I know what that means.
Bernard laughed.
Sad, soggy cock. That your trouble, little raven? That what makes you such a pain in the arse? It's your cock we're talking about, you numbskull, Radford said. Now here's the thing. You want to remarry, right? Want to try again for little boys? Live ones, Bernard growled.
He blinked hard, and his face crumpled into quivering folds.
2 girls only, and they didn't last long. She lost the others before she could birth them. Then she was sick. Well, how was I to know, silly cow? Don't know why I miss her.
Because she was better than you deserved, which I am sure will always be the case. Listen to me, cousin. We both know that many parents would sell their nubile daughters to a duke wanting an heir, no matter if he was covered with warts and boils and succumbing to syphilitic dementia. Bernard heaved himself forward, but since his great belly wouldn't let him go far, he failed to appear threatening. Comical was more like it.
I ain't poxed, you beaky little turd.
For your future bride's sake, I'm glad to hear it, Radford said. I'm glad as well to know your education wasn't entirely wasted, for you seem to understand some big words.
If I wasn't sick with grief, I'd land you a facer.
The Duke sank back onto the sofa. I only wish to point out that no matter what ailments you do or do not suffer from, no matter how young and nubile your next bride is, you will not get another child of any kind if you don't stop guzzling drink and laudanum at your present rate.
Didn't you notice it was a funeral you were at the other day?
Don't insult my intelligence by blaming grief, Radford said. You've been intemperate since boyhood. Until Her Grace's funeral, nobody had seen you sober for the last 6 years. Bernard refilled his glass. For a time he regarded Radford over the rim. Then he tipped his head back and emptied it down his throat.
Ah, witty repartee,
Radford said. He rose.
Well, I've said my piece. You ain't going? No such luck, Radford said, for either of us. I've an appointment with your new land steward.
Finding a replacement hadn't been easy. The last one had left matters in a disarray not wholly his fault, and not all qualified men were like Radford, enchanted at the prospect of untangling a Gordian knot.
Oh, I've got one, have I? As stupid as the last?
Yes, but you're paying him more to compensate, Radford said. As well, I've rehired your agent Dursley because he's the most competent fellow within 50 miles. Bernard blinked at him. He probably didn't remember who Dursley was. Pray don't trouble your delicate little brain about a thing, Radford said. We'll endeavour to muddle along without you. He started out of the room, then paused a pace from the threshold. By the way, as long as I'm doing everything else, does your Majesty wish me to find a bride for you? Given your present state of health, I recommend you make haste.
Ha ha, you wit, you. Why, yes, find me a bride. There's a good little raven.
Radford went out. Someone of strong will and strong stomach, he thought, might whip his fool cousin into shape. He could write to Lady Clara for suggestions. I think you ought to write to me, but I suppose you won't. No, he supposed he'd better not. He was sure that would be mistake number 11. The message arrived a short time later, while Radford was closeted with Sanborn, the new land steward, in the muniments room. Although it bore Westcott's handwriting, Radford would have tossed it aside had it not arrived express. He knew Westcott wouldn't send a letter express merely to bother him with legal business. Heart racing, he tore it open. Westcott had folded a second document inside. He'd simply written, "Enclosed letter received today from her ladyship's maid. Kindly read immediately." Both messages were dated yesterday. Davis had written, "Dear Mr. Westcott, my lady went to bed unwell and woke early this morning complaining of a dreadful headache. Since then she's grown feverish and suffers pain in her joints and muscles. Lady Exton's physician says this is a febrile attack, and he promises to bleed my lady the next time he comes if she isn't better. I am sure this is unwise, but Dr. Marler doesn't know where my lady has been, and he would never listen to the likes of me even if I could bring myself to tell him. He doctors the nobility, and most of them only imagine they're sick. He won't know anything of jail fever, or believe it if I was so bold to say what I think. He's like most any other doctor, not listening to anybody else. Even if he did believe me, I worry he'll make it worse. Lady Exton is clever, but she believes the doctor knows everything. And so my poor lady grows more ill by the hour with no one by who knows how to help her. You may tell Mr. Radford for me that I thank him for the fix we're in. He promised no harm would come to my dear lady, but here she is, so very ill. If she dies, I promise to make him pay, and I will go cheerfully to the gallows after." Ice coated his gut. Jail fever. Typhus. But it couldn't be. He, more than anybody else, would have recognized typhus symptoms in Toby Coppy. Who else in that putrid place had she been in contact with? But what had she breathed or touched? "I must leave at once," he told Sanborn. He hurried out of the muniments room, found the butler, and ordered a post-chaise and his bags packed. He found Bernard where he'd left him. "I must return to London," Radford said. "It's urgent." "No, you don't," Bernard said. "You need to be here, urgently, on account I'm grieving and my mind's disordered." "This is more important than you," Radford said. "You said you'd take care of everything, you little turd." "I will, but not now." "You can't go. You can't leave everything and bolt just because—" "Bernard, I don't have time for this," Radford said. "I've ordered a post-chaise. Pull yourself together, will you? I'm needed much more urgently in London than I am here." Bernard peered owlishly at him. "My dear little Raven's in a taking. Not your venerable pa, is it?" "Not yet," Radford said tightly. "A woman, then," Bernard said, grinning. "Why, Raven's got a sweetheart. What do you know?" "Cousin, you've had enough drink for this week," Radford said. "You need a bath. You're 30 years old. Grow up." Bernard refilled his glass. "Well, then, if you're going to be a bleeding little naggy nursey about it, go on. Go to London and be damned. But take the travelling chariot. And take Harris as postilion. You'll get there faster." He emptied the glass and started to fill another, but the decanter was empty. "And you," he shouted at the footman standing by the door, "give me something to drink." Radford went out. Stopping only to change horses and let Harris take refreshment, Radford reached Kensington by Friday afternoon. Lady Exton's porter eyed him up and down, his expression dubious. Radford's other self wanted to knock him down. He was finding it more difficult than usual to thrust that self away and observe the situation coolly. The fact was he looked disreputable. He was unshaven and rumpled. He'd stopped briefly at his parents' house to wash his face. He hadn't changed his clothes. No servant wishing to keep his place would let a man in Radford's state in to see anybody without express permission. As it was, he only contrived to get into the house by saying he'd come straight from the Duke of Malvern. His other self winced at using his cousin's title to open doors, even while that over-emotional being stormed about in a frenzy of impatience to see Clara. Radford ignored him as best he could. The porter sent for a footman, who took his time accepting Radford's card and walked out of the vestibule in the most provokingly unhurried manner. Radford exerted enough self-control not to knock the man down and walk over him. Instead, he told himself to calm down and settled for pacing the small antechamber he was taken to. If the footman came back to say Lady Exton was not at home, then Radford would knock him down. After an interminable wait, the footman returned and showed Radford into a drawing-room. Lady Exton's pallor and state of distraction told him the maid hadn't exaggerated.
"I must see Lady Clara at once," he said.
"Certainly not," Lady Exton said. "I've sent for Dr. Marler again. He'll set her up in no time."
"I'll lay you odds he's never seen a case of typhus," he said.
"Typhus? My grandniece? Have you taken leave of your senses?"
"I can make a strong case for the diagnosis, but we haven't a moment to lose," he said. "Even if your physician has experience of the disease, he's likely to kill her. With the very kindest intentions and volumes of medical wisdom to prove the rightness of his course, he's bound to bleed her, which even some of the most benighted of his benighted profession know is unwise in these circumstances." He wanted to strangle the oaf of a doctor. It was bad enough for Radford to have lost a day when every minute counted. It was worse knowing that every minute of the lost time left Clara vulnerable to others' ignorance and prejudices. "And you've medical training, have you, Mr. Radford?" "I've had typhus and lived," he said.
This had happened in Yorkshire, after he and his father had visited an infamous school there. It was a case not unlike the Grumley pauper farm, one his father had prosecuted. They'd both caught the disease, from the children or poison in the air. No one knew exactly how it was transmitted, although nearly everybody believed it was contagious. His father had fallen ill first, and Radford had taken care of him because they trusted nobody else. Luckily, they'd studied the ailment in preparation for the trip. The numerous treatises, reports, and lectures offered contradictory theories and treatments, but one or two contained elements he'd deemed more logical than the others, as well as presenting, along with the usual anecdotal evidence, helpful statistics. He'd adopted and adapted the treatments he believed least likely to kill the patient.
"We haven't time to argue, my lady," he said. "Every minute counts."
The odds were he'd arrived too late as it was. Catching the disease in the first stage was crucial.
"Tell me where she is, and save me the trouble of finding her."
"You may be a famous fellow in the criminal courts, Mr. Radford, but you are not a physician," she said. "You will stay away from my grandniece. For all I know, this is your doing," she added in a lower voice. "She was with you last week, and she hasn't been right since."
It was his fault Clara was in danger of dying. He knew it. But listening to accusations like berating himself only wasted time. He marched out into the staircase hall and shouted,
"Davis!"
2 large footmen marched into the staircase hall.
"You're not Davis," he said. "Davis, where the devil are you?"
The maid appeared at the top of the stairs.
"You took your time," she said.
He started for the stairs. A footman lunged at him.
"You, Tom," the maid cried. "You leave the gentleman be, or I'll mend your manners, see if I don't."
Tom retreated.
"Davis!"
Lady Exton's voice behind him. The voice of authority, before which servants quailed, or at least pretended to, if they knew what was good for them. Davis, the faithful bulldog, stood her ground. "My lady, I sent for this gentleman on her ladyship's account, and I expect him to do what needs to be done. With respect, my lady, your doctor didn't know the ailment when it stared him in the face, and I only hope he hasn't signed her ladyship's death warrant." Lady Exton gasped. The lady's maid beckoned to Radford. "What you waiting for? You had better help my lady, or I shall help you to the hereafter well ahead of schedule, sir." "Davis, I shall write to Lord Warford about your behaviour," Lady Exton said. "Yes, my lady, I expect you will. Mr. Radford, why do you dawdle?" He ran up the stairs. There was noise outside the room. Horrible noise that made Clara's head throb. But it had been throbbing forever. And the headache had spread to her arms and legs, and it was in her stomach too. She felt a cool hand on her forehead. Not Davis's hand. Oh no, not the doctor again so soon. He'd said he'd cut her, and she doubted she had the strength to fight him now. She felt so cold. Shivering, she opened her eyes. "How dare you fall ill?" he said. His voice was low and rough. Not the doctor. She tried to focus, but it hurt her head. The room was too bright. There was a blinding glare about his head. The voice, though. She knew this voice. She was dreaming then. "You'd better get well," he said. "Davis will murder me if you don't, and then she'll hang. You don't want your faithful maid to hang, my lady, and certainly not on account of a trifling fever." "Raven," she whispered. Yes, she was dreaming. She closed her eyes. Dr. Marler arrived a short time thereafter. Since Lady Exton lacked the confidence to keep him out of the sick-room, Radford had to deal with him. He tried reason, but he might as well have talked to a brick. The doctor objected to being questioned, interrogated, as he put it, by a lawyer. But Radford had dealt with recalcitrant judges and criminals. He badgered the witness until the witness began to shout. Radford reminded him this was a sick-room. The doctor stormed out. Radford followed him out into the corridor, still questioning. How many cases of typhus had he treated? Was it a common malady among the upper orders? Was the doctor familiar with Richard Miller's clinical lectures on the subject? "How dare you imply that her ladyship suffers from that vile disease?" Marler raged. "Miller wrote of an epidemic in Glasgow. It is a disease of the lower orders. Jail fever. The Irish. It's a contagion, which may float in the atmosphere or adhere to clothing and other articles," Radford said. "One who visits for charitable purposes, for example, a schoolroom or crowded and poorly ventilated living quarters, may be exposed. If you have not had this disease, sir, I urge you, for your patient's sake, to turn this case over to a colleague who has survived it. In the meantime, as one who has survived it, I'm in no danger." The doctor argued on, but the possibility of contracting a low disease, one common among the Irish, no less, was working in his mind, Radford could tell, and by degrees the medical man began to climb down from his high ropes. Very well, Marler said. He would seek out a colleague, one of the gentlemen who attended at a hospital. In the meantime he would leave his orders for her ladyship's maid. He would expect them to be followed to the letter. He left in a state of spleen very likely to overset the crucial balance of humours in which he put his faith. It would not have consoled him to know that those who found themselves in disagreement with Raven Radford tended to experience similar symptoms. "Now, who is it you're provoking?" came Lady Clara's voice from the bed. If he hadn't known she was in the bed, he'd have had trouble recognizing her voice. So weak and slurred it was. "Are we in court? Have I killed anybody?"
But it isn't you, is it? Don't let him cut me, please.
He went to the bed. Her face was white and drawn.
Don't let him cut me, please,
she said. He swallowed. Don't be silly. Of course I won't let anybody cut you. No leeches either, unless you annoy me. This won him a wan smile. But her voice was weary, and he could see her vitality ebbing. He turned away from the bed to Davis, whose face, thankfully, was ruddy with emotion, not pale. If the maid took sick, he wasn't sure what he'd do. The other night, when she said she didn't feel well, I worried what it might be, the maid said. I sponged her with cool water and vinegar. I know some say not to, but she was hot. You were right, he said. We'll have recourse to the method again, you may be sure. I tried to keep her safe, Davis said. For fear of vermin, I scrubbed her when she came back from your adventure. Sir, she called it an adventure. Tears filled the maid's eyes. And when I scolded her and said it was a miracle she wasn't a hostelry for insects, she laughed. She said something about a poem about a louse. Robert Burns, he thought. Only Clara would laugh and think of that poem. He remembered her laugh as she was leaving Westcott's office, when she'd called Radford Professor. He remembered the way her smile had brightened the room, as though she brought her own sunlight with her. I read where one ought to shave their heads, the maid was saying. But I couldn't bring myself to do it, sir. My beautiful girl. Her face worked. There was no need, he said. I've no doubt you scrubbed away every last foreign article. Whatever made her ill got into her before you could eradicate it. I've looked after her since she was 9 years old, the maid said. A rare handful she ever was. You'd better make her well again. I will, he said. I hope. First thing let's strip the room. Let's start with everything fresh and clean. I want the windows opened. That means we'll need a blazing fire to keep the room warm while we freshen the air. When the fire was built up, he tossed the doctor's instructions into it. Radford wasn't sure what he'd have done without the loyal maid. He was perfectly capable of intimidating others and controlling situations. Manipulating a jury was a skill he'd honed. But any battle took time and mental energy, which he couldn't spare at present. The task ahead of him would demand all his resources. He needed to focus on Lady Clara. Only with Davis as his ally was this possible. The rest of the household staff were afraid of the lady's maid. When she gave an order, no one dared to say, "I'm not allowed," or "Mistress wouldn't like it," or seek permission from senior staff members. She quickly enlisted a pair of strong housemaids to open windows, strip the room, and make all as clean as could be. All personal care of her mistress, however, was hers exclusively, and Radford found himself elbowed aside when she sponged Lady Clara's face and neck, or tried to spoon a little nourishment into her. She'd given her a few drops of laudanum at intervals, cautiously. She must have judged her doses to a nicety, because Clara remained somewhat alert and seemed to digest the little she ate. Well aware that their watch would be a long one, he left Davis to her work and went downstairs to make peace with Lady Exton. Radford found the Countess pacing what had once been her husband's study. The decor told him she'd eradicated all traces of the late Earl. "It is the typhus, isn't it?" she said, when Radford entered. "Dr. Marler tells me it's nonsense, but he went away in a great hurry. He said he'd send a colleague, since he was not to your liking, and Clara was rude to him the first time he came." "What good sense she has," he said. "He wanted to bleed her, but she said it was a doctor bleeding Lord Byron who killed him, not fever, and she would not consent to his touching her with his filthy scalpel. She didn't know where it had been, she said." Lady Exton's mother trembled.
She was so like her grandmother, haughty and despotic even from her sick-bed. I had all I could do to keep in countenance, for all I was so worried." She was anxious, and chattering in the way women often did when confronting one ugliness or another. Radford foresaw at least an hour of time wasted with her talking. His usual caustic remedy, he understood, would do nothing to effect a truce. The opposite, rather. For Clara's sake, he made a furious mental struggle for a tactful approach. He was a barrister, he reminded himself. He could argue a case from any of 100 different angles. Dealing with this lady would require the gentler language he'd use with judges of tremulous disposition and slow understanding. When Lady Exton paused for breath, he said, "Refusing to be bled may well have saved her life, and I applaud your ladyship for so wisely taking her side. I know this has been a worrisome time for you. My bursting in all my dirt and incivility was not likely to soothe. I do beg your pardon, but I must counsel your ladyship to be seated. There's no need to wear yourself out." The ruffled feathers began to smooth, and the lady sat, inviting him to take a chair as well. She sat ramrod straight, her hands folded in her lap. Only a slight tremor of her fingers betrayed her agitation. "I can't say absolutely that Lady Clara suffers from typhus," he said. "Experienced physicians can't always be certain. But I see all the signs, and I'd rather not risk her health by assuming it's a more benign ailment." She inhaled sharply. "However, Davis has done all that I would have done had I been on the spot when her ladyship first fell ill," he said. "Lady Clara is a strong young woman, mentally and physically. We've reason to be optimistic. But we've 3 weeks or more ahead of us." 3 weeks?
3 weeks, until we're certain she's safe.
He watched her take this in and control herself, as some ladies could do as well or better than men. "In other words," she said after a moment, "she might die at any time in 3 weeks."
"I won't let her," he said.
She looked away toward the writing desk. "I must inform her parents. I've avoided it, not wanting Lady Warford to fall among us in hysteria."
"Lady Clara needs quiet," he said. "She needs rest. She needs constant attention. What she doesn't need is her whole blasted family descending on her at once, which you know will happen. And then what? While we've done all we can to minimize the risk of contagion, I can't assure you unequivocally that another weaker person won't contract the ailment." He reminded her ladyship that Lady Clara's sister-in-law, Lady Longmore, might well be in a family way. Furthermore, Lady Longmore's sister carried the Duke of Clevedon's child. Would she endanger these women and their unborn children? Lady Exton was not a stupid woman. Presented with evidence, various examples he produced from personal experience in Yorkshire, and himself and his father, as exhibits A and B, the one-woman jury reached the intelligent verdict. "Very well," she said. "One must write to them or they'll wonder at the silence. I shall simply write in the ordinary way, though telling lies." She rose, and he rose with her. "As to you, sir, I'll have one of the guest rooms made up for you. Then I must contrive more lies to explain your presence here." "I'm a lawyer," he said. "Why else would I be here but on legal business?" Chapter 9. Typhus, after it has reached a certain stage, will proceed onwards in its course, a few rare instances excepted, in spite of every obstacle medicine has yet devised to check its career. Richard Miller, Clinical Lectures on the Contagious Typhus, Epidemic in Glasgow and the Vicinity, 1833. After sending a message to Westcott for fresh clothes and other items, Radford returned to Lady Clara's room. Davis sat by the bed, knitting. The bed was a modern one, in the Grecian style, with bare-breasted females supporting the bedposts. Apt enough. Lady Clara ought to have a pair of caryatids at the foot of the bed, guarding the goddess's temple. Other Grecian-style articles looked on from the mantelpiece. An elaborate urn clock dominated the centre. Cupid stood on its pedestal, pointing to the time on the revolving band encircling the urn. More usual Grecian urns stood on either side of the clock, and a row of familiar figures from classical myth posed next to the urns. Having had the maids draw back the blue curtains to let air circulate, he saw the disordered bedclothes as soon as he entered. In one of her more feverish states, the patient must have flung them away, to offer an unobstructed view of her nightgown from the waist up. A plain virginal affair with no lace and only a few ruffles, the garment left nothing to distract from her beauty. Even pale and ill, she put the goddesses and nymphs in the room to shame. Nothing concealed one fact, either. Her undergarments had not created her figure. All they'd done was support it. Radford did nothing so nonsensical as to tell himself he oughtn't to think about her figure at a time like this. Firstly, he was a man of acute powers of observation. Secondly, he was a man. Not to mention, she wasn't in any danger from him at present. All the danger was the contagion inside her. Though the evidence pointed to her having been restless earlier, she seemed to sleep peacefully enough now. He moved to the bed and gently took her wrist. Her eyes fluttered open. "It isn't you," she said. "Of course it is," he said. "Your pulse is strong." "You're holding my hand," she said, and smiled. He brought her hand down to the bedclothes and released it. This wasn't what he wanted to do. He wanted to hold on and keep her alive through sheer force of will. He was, in truth, afraid to let go, lest she slip away from him forever. But that was illogical, superstitious thinking. He had to remain detached. Emotion led to panic, which led to mistakes in judgment. "Tell me how you feel," he said. "I'm dreaming," she said. "That's the laudanum." It wasn't the ideal medicine at this stage of the illness, but it was the only relatively safe way Davis had of relieving the pain. "Do you really think so?" Clara said. "I don't feel so sick now. Was I disgusting?" "Entirely repellent," he said. "I couldn't bear it. I ran out of the room and vowed to find another less revolting girl to look after." "Are you looking after me?" "No one else wanted the job," he said. "Especially the doctor." He heard a shadow of a laugh. "Are you hungry?" he said. She started to shake her head, then winced and stopped. "No." "I'm going to send for more broth," he said. Typhus caused severe dyspepsia, among other symptoms. He knew she wouldn't want to eat or drink anything, but he needed to get something into her, or the disease would weaken her fatally. "I'll see to it," Davis said. She set aside her knitting, rose, and went out of the room. After a moment's hesitation, he took the maid's chair. "You must try to take nourishment," he told his patient. "You must do exactly as I say, and get well, because I've promised you would, and if you don't, I shall be disgraced, and then—" "I know. Your career will be ruined. You're so charming." "Everybody says that," he said. "No, they don't. Never. No one has ever said that about you in all your life. I'll wager anything." "Perhaps they did not exactly say charming," he said. "Perhaps— yes, now I recollect. The phrase was tolerable in very small doses." "And yet I missed you," she said. "Fancy that." She made it so difficult to stay detached. At this moment it was impossible. He couldn't stop his other self from getting a word in. "I missed you too," he said gruffly. "Of course you did," she said, "because I'm so lovable." "You are not lovable," he said. "You are excessively annoying and managing."
but I'm accustomed to hardened criminals and half-witted judges, and being with you reminds me of home at the Old Bailey."
Such a smile, then, more like her usual one. He hadn't realized how leaden his heart had become until now, when the weight lifted, though not fully. Now he knew the weight would be with him until she was well and going her own obstinate way, challenging him and driving him more than a little mad. "Only you would say that," she said. "I read about ravens. They're so clever. Even when we don't see them, they see us. The best way to watch a raven is to lie flat on your back."
"Well done," he said, "though you could be a little flatter."
"He never comes straight on, but by manoeuvres, and he's nearly impossible to catch."
Her eyelids drooped.
"I'm tired, Raven."
"You're talking too much," he said. "You won't have the strength to take your pitiful spoonful of broth."
She closed her eyes. "Yes, so clever of me." He sat by her while she slept, until Davis returned. Then he moved away to a far corner of the room and looked out into the garden while he listened to the maid coaxing her charge to sip. "A small taste, my lady. Come. Another drop. Yes. A little more. You can. You'll feel better, I promise." It washed over him all at once, an ocean of weariness. The worry and missed meals and missed sleep took hold of him, and he sank under the weight. He dropped into the nearest chair and was asleep in an instant. Davis woke him. He didn't know how long he'd slept. Hours, it must have been. The windows were dark. Only one candle burned, light being painful to the patient. "She was better for a time, sir," Davis said softly. "But then she had a bad pain in her stomach. I fear to give her more laudanum. It quiets the pain and helps her sleep, but I know it cramps the bowels." Radford went to the bed. He laid his hand over Clara's forehead. It was hot. Clara lifted her hand and laid it over his and pressed. Her hand was hot as well. The fever was climbing. She said something he couldn't understand. "Your head?" he said. He bent his head to bring his ear close to her mouth. Her voice was so weak and listless. "Cut it off, please," she said. "Does your back ache?" he said. "Take that, too." "Legs?" "Those as well." He had only a confused recollection of his own miseries during his bout with typhus. His father's sufferings, however, were sharp in his memory. Impossible to find a comfortable position, every motion so painful. Though George Radford never complained, he hadn't been able to conceal the evidence of his distress. Radford retained a powerful memory of the aged face, so taut and white, the tightly compressed mouth, and the deep lines radiating from his eyes. Radford remembered as well what he'd felt as he watched, his insides so cold and hollow with the fear of losing him. "She needs to sleep," he told Davis. "So do you. You've been up with her, I don't doubt, since the minute she fell ill. And if you've had a wink of sleep, that's all you've had." "I can't rest while my lady lies so ill," she said. "Tell me what good you'll be to her if you're too weary to think or even see properly," he said. "I've had rest. I can do what needs to be done. I've nursed before, and I'm not squeamish. Has Westcott sent my things?" They were close by, she told him, much to his surprise. He'd expected to be exiled to one of the cell-like rooms on the upper floors, where hostesses customarily crammed low-ranking bachelors. Instead, Lady Exton had given him the next room but one. Doubtless she'd bestowed the privilege because George Radford had won her difficult theft case. He'd called it quite a pretty puzzle, which meant the average barrister would have deemed it unwinnable. Radford did not for a minute believe his apology had won her heart. His apologies, Westcott had told him repeatedly, rarely came close to meeting the definition. Furthermore, Radford had never bothered to learn the art of ingratiating himself. No,
His convenient quarters had nothing to do with his limited grasp of polite address. His father had to be the reason her ladyship hadn't had a brace of footmen throw him out bodily. But he couldn't think about father now. Mother was a good and loving nurse. Not to mention he'd seemed in slightly better spirits this last time. Or such was Radford's impression. He'd rushed in and rushed away, giving only the briefest explanation of his errand to Kensington, and he might have only imagined his father brightening up. Never mind, he'd think about his family later. The present critical task was keeping Lady Clara from sinking too far to be brought back. "Kindly have someone bring me the medicine case," he told the maid. "And sleep now, while you can. I'll need you later." She did go out, though she paused for a moment at the sickbed and stroked Lady Clara's forehead. Before the door closed behind Davis, he heard her murmur to somebody. Within minutes, the young footman, William, appeared with the medicine case. "I'm a step away in the corridor, sir," he said. "Anything you need for her ladyship, I'll be pleased and grateful to help. I stay until daybreak, then Tom comes. Miss Davis said somebody must always be within easy call." Thanking him, Radford took the medicine chest his father had taught him to carry whenever he travelled. He set up his travelling tea-making kit at the fire and brewed a dose of willow bark tea. For once he used his pocket watch to time it exactly. When he returned to Clara's bedside, her eyes were closed, but her breathing and her hands' restless movements over the bedclothes told him she wasn't asleep. "I've a delicious treat for you," he said. Her eyelids came up halfway. "Nothing is delicious," she said. "I see," he said. "You've arrived at the surly phase of the programme." "I think you should go away," she said. "Normally my ears tingle to hear your opinions," he said. "They're so amusing, but that one's boring. I reject it as immaterial. I've made you willow bark tea with my own dainty hands, and you will drink it. There isn't the remotest chance of my going away until you're well. Since you're not well, you haven't the strength to make me go away." She turned her head away. "Clara." She turned back to glare at him. A flash in the blue eyes of the combative girl he knew.
"Lady Clara to you, or my lady, or your ladyship, Mr. Radford."
He bit back laughter. He remembered the first day he'd seen her all grown up. The demented hat. The dress resembling a French chef's delirious idea of a cake. The haughty air with which she ordered him to summon a constable. He wanted that Clara back. "If you want respect, you must take your medicine like a brave aristocrat," he said. "Think of the French nobles who walked to the guillotine, double chins aloft." Her mouth quivered. "Actually, I had my not-at-all French cousin's chins in mind," he said. "Did you ever see that old Gilray caricature of the Prince of Wales? A voluptuary under the horrors of digestion, it's titled. It was done in your grandmother's time. My father has a framed print on his study wall. The prince slumps back in his chair, picking his teeth with a fork. His belly is so big his breeches can't cover it, and half the buttons are unfastened. His waistcoat gapes too, stretched so far only one button is buttoned. Behind him we see an overfilled chamber pot. Behind that a table heaped with sweets. Empty bottles under his feet. That's what my cousin put me in mind of, last time I saw him."
"Cousin? Do you mean beastly Bernard?"
She looked more alert. "I won't tell you any of his ridiculous story unless you take your medicine," Radford said. Her chin went up, and though her head, covered in a wrinkled nightcap, lay on the pillow, the arrogant aristocrat effect wasn't altogether lost. "Very well," she said. "You're boring me witless and you won't go away. You might as well poison me. It'll make for a change." He set the tea on the bed table. Then he hesitated. He knew what to do and how to do it properly. He'd had to help his father move to a sitting position time and again in order to feed him. He knew he could do it while causing as little pain as possible. But she wasn't his father. She was a vulnerable young woman dressed in nothing more than a nightgown, and he, of all people, was suddenly shy. Suddenly insane was more like it. She was ill. He'd chased away everybody except her maid and put himself in charge of her care. He'd made himself both nurse and doctor because he didn't trust anybody else not to kill her with good intentions. Before the disease ran its course, he'd probably undertake many more intimate actions. It wasn't as though he'd never seen a woman in a state of undress. It certainly wasn't as though he'd never touched this woman before. He'd held her in his arms, on his lap. He ought to have written to her, as she'd asked, in the teasing, off-hand manner that did such disruptive things to his brain. Too late for epistles, loving or otherwise. He slid his arm under her shoulders to raise her, and carefully tucked one of the pillows behind her. Though she didn't cry out or so much as whimper, he saw her mouth tighten. He wanted to take her in his arms and promise everything would be all right. He'd take care of her. He'd make her well again. He said, "Can you bear to be propped up a bit more? Or shall I hold your head up? I'd rather you didn't choke. A murder charge will gravely disrupt my plan to become Lord Chancellor." That won him a weak smile. "One more pillow," she said. She took a deep breath and let it out, her bosom rising and falling. "I feel better with my head up." He found another pillow and propped her up. He waited for her to collect herself, then took up the teacup and spoon. "Your cousin," she said. "Tell me about your cousin." He commenced the saga of beastly Bernard. Clara was terrified. No one said exactly what was wrong with her. This in itself was troubling. She'd heard Radford and the doctor quarrelling, but she'd been too foggy-brained and miserable to follow it. All she remembered was Dr. Marla's angry voice, and Radford's, so dispassionate, driving the doctor mad beyond a doubt. Still, she understood that she must be dangerously ill if no one came to visit, if even Great-Aunt Dora had stopped coming to look in on her, and, most frightening of all, if it had brought Mr. Radford from Herefordshire to nurse her. Not that Clara wanted others. She didn't want to see Great-Aunt Dora's worried expression. She certainly didn't want to hear Mamma carry on the way she did at everything that wasn't exactly as she believed it ought to be. Mamma had never nursed her in any event. She wouldn't have the slightest idea how to do it. Until Davis came, nursemaids had looked after Clara, but she hadn't fallen ill in years and years. Leave it to her to sicken in the most spectacular way, with a nasty plague of some kind. Not the cholera, else she'd be dead by now, wouldn't she? How long had it been? Did it matter? He had come, and he was here, talking about beastly Bernard and making her laugh. Inside, that is. Laughing openly was too laborious. It left her weak, and the weakness frightened her. For now she had work enough, drinking the brew he promised would ease the pain and fever. Yet, while he talked, fear receded. Hearing about his youth wasn't the only reason. It was his low voice, with the trace of huskiness she found so compelling. The sound stirred feelings she didn't know the names for. She knew, though, that his voice made her shiver inside, and not with cold. While he talked, he spooned the tea into her. She wanted to feed herself, but she couldn't. She was as weak as a baby. She had all she could do to keep her head up. She hated being helpless, especially with him, and yet she was glad he was the one looking after her. Her Raven, brusque and caustic, and funny. Unlike her, he said whatever he wanted to say. It didn't matter where he was or with whom. She, meanwhile, had to closely inspect in advance every gesture, act, and word for possible violations of ladyship rules. Except with him. He was Raven, Nothing at all like the other men she knew. No other man taxed her mind the way he did. Even Clevedon hadn't demanded as much of her intellect and wit. No other man, either, had made her feel what her Raven made her feel. He didn't even have to try. She had only to look at him. He had only to touch her hand, to talk. The Bernard story started with Radford's first day at Eton, when the ridicule commenced. Soon thereafter, his classmates dubbed him Raven, a name he liked, though he never let them know. She had no trouble, sick and muddled though she was, understanding how Radford's not-charming personality and know-it-all speeches would have made matters worse for him at school.
"Are you a glutton for punishment?" she said.
"Ought I to have made myself my cousin's toady instead?" he said. "This way, when he or anybody else abused me, I knew beyond doubt I'd earned it. Moreover, the experience was invaluable in preparing me for the courtroom."
Still, the tale wasn't all about being mocked and knocked down. He had funny stories to tell about Bernard, who was not an intellectual giant, as well as the teachers and other boys. While he talked, she finished the tea, hardly noticing what she did. She felt better than before, not so hot and achy. When she'd emptied the cup and he eased the extra pillow away, she said,
"Don't stop talking. Don't ever stop talking."
His voice was the last sound she heard before she fell asleep. The days and nights passed, while Radford and Davis strove to keep Lady Clara as well-fed and free of pain and fever as possible. Willow bark tea alternated with senna and ginger tea as her main medicines, then broths, gruel, and possets, any nourishment they could tempt her to swallow. Keeping up her strength was crucial, because every stage of the disease would sap it. The household worked to help her fight. Maids came and went with prettily decorated trays, laden with tempting meals. The cook addressed his art to making easily swallowed foods as appealing as possible. The housekeeper personally searched the markets for the freshest ingredients. Lady Exton discreetly finagled out-of-season fruits and vegetables from her friends' greenhouses. Anything and everything to tempt the patient's appetite. Every day the maids came in and helped Davis change the bed linens and air out the room. Still, bathing and dressing the patient was Davis's exclusive privilege. As the disease continued its siege, barrister and lady's maid settled into a routine. Davis kept watch by day, and he took over during the night. To keep busy and alert while Clara slept, he worked. He moved her writing desk, positioning it to let him see and hear her, while keeping the lone candle out of her line of vision. Her eyes were extremely sensitive to light. On the Thursday, his 7th night at Exton House, he sat at the desk, making notes on the libel case. The room was quiet, but for the scratch of his pen on the paper, the ticking clock on the mantelpiece, and the faint sound outside of the wind rustling the autumn leaves.
The season,
came her voice, just audible.
over. How could you, Clara? Even she. Yes, Mamma. Better her than me."
Radford dropped his pen and went to her side. She moved her head from side to side while her hands pushed at an invisible something.
"Clara," he said.
Her gaze came to him.
"I must. Don't let Harry kill him. Don't you understand?"
"Clara, wake up."
"I'm going to be an eccentric in Arabia and live in a tent."
Gently he took her hands and brought them down to the bedclothes.
"Clara, you're dreaming."
"That boy. I'll show him. A chancery suit on the... I don't know. No. Portsmouth is that way."
She mumbled something else, unintelligible. She wasn't dreaming. She was delirious. It was a long night. Her fever seemed dangerously high. Sponging her face, neck, and hands was difficult because she wouldn't keep still. Getting her to swallow anything like a cooling drink was even harder. Sometimes she would quiet and seem rational for a while. Then in the middle of a normal conversation she'd start talking gibberish. At one point she thought the bed was her carriage and tried to drive it. Toward daybreak she calmed and fell asleep. When Davis came in, he gave a short, optimistic version of the night's events. Though he suspected Clara would sleep through the day, as some patients did, reversing day and night, he wanted Davis prepared in case the delirium recommenced. He went to his room and told himself delirium wouldn't kill her. It wasn't the best sign, especially when her fever seemed so high, but it wasn't necessarily fatal. All the same, weary as he was, it took him much longer than usual to fall asleep. When his turn came again, Davis reported that her mistress had done as he'd supposed she would. She'd slept most of the day, coming awake a few times and taking some broth before falling asleep again. But after a relatively calm early evening, Clara woke up, agitated. She sat up to rage at somebody in a low, furious voice. "You villain," she said. "You lying! Why do I always... Don't you... Why? It isn't fair. No, nothing's fair." "Clara, it's me." She glared at him. "Oh, you say what everybody does. How could you? How could you, Clara?" "You're Clara," he said patiently. "I'm Raven." She stared at him, and he had no idea who or what she saw. "Lie down," he said. "You need to rest." "I want to go to Astley's circus and stand on the horse's back with the flags and go round and round faster and faster until my head flies off." "Tomorrow," he said, "if the weather is fine. But you'll want to rest first." He tried to guide her back down to the pillows, but she jerked away from him. "Very well," he said. "As long as you're up, why don't you have a nice cool drink?" He left the bedside to pour her a glass of lemonade from the pitcher keeping cool at the window. "Raven?" He turned back to her. She was down on the pillows, staring up at the canopy. He brought the lemonade to the bed. Her gaze came to him. "It's you," she said. "I hope so," he said. "Raven," she said, and smiled. He let out the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. It went on in this way. She'd sleep by day, and at night she'd come awake. For a time she'd seem rational, then her mind would begin to wander. Most of the mind-wandering time she talked in non-sequiturs, yet remained calm. Night after night she continued like this. But on Sunday, after a time of calmly babbling nonsense, she grew restless. Sometimes when he talked to her she relaxed, but this time she only grew more agitated, rolling from side to side. Then she sat up abruptly and lectured somebody who wasn't there, gesticulating. Little of that made any sense. Then, "That isn't what I wanted. You've changed. What is wrong with them? How could I be jealous? Can't you see? Such a joke. But you must not. He's dear to me. Yes, brandy. Only let me get free of this and I'll know. If you don't stop it, Mamma, I'll... Oh, I don't know what to do." "Clara." She didn't seem to hear him. She began raging at somebody, threatening to run, and claiming nobody would ever find her. Then she laughed and laughed.
"But not without my maid. No, indeed. I don't know how to lace my boots or put on my stockings. No, stay away."
She was flinging herself about, too violently. She'd exhaust her strength and undo all the good done in the last weeks. "Clara, stop it." He tried to take her hand. Sometimes that calmed her.
"No!"
She tried to shake off his hold. He held on as gently as he could while she struggled against him. She was out of her head and liable to hurt herself if not restrained. He ought to tie her down, but he couldn't bear to. "Clara, please. Try to be calm. It's only me, your Raven. Come, my girl."
"I have to go away. I'm going on the boat. Hurry, before Harry gets here. Make haste, Davis. What is wrong with you?"
Back and forth she rocked. When he'd try to still her, touching a shoulder or arm, she'd pull away. He climbed onto the bed. "Down," he said gently. "Lie down and rest. You're safe. I won't let anybody trouble you."
"The boy!" she cried. "They left him to die."
"He's all right, my lady," Radford said. "Toby's safe, and so are you."
"It's not his fault. He's only a bit thick, like Harry, but Harry isn't as stupid as he pretends. They don't know how cunning. Don't you see? They're not like you. Oh, why did I do it wrong? Oh, no, let me find him."
She was pushing at him, trying to climb out of the bed. She didn't realize how weak she was, and Radford was afraid of hurting her while he tried to control her. But she wouldn't quiet, wouldn't lie down. He spoke softly and reassuringly about Toby being cared for, even better than she was, because Toby wasn't saddled with Raven Radford, but proper nurses and doctors. He tried to make jokes. She'd pause and seem to listen, then she'd try to get out of the bed. When he got in her way this time, though, she jerked away and tried to escape on the other side. He managed to catch her by the waist, but she wouldn't stop struggling. He held her down and straddled her. When she started to roll away, he lay on top of her. She gasped and fell back onto the pillows, her eyes opening very wide. He was profoundly aware of her soft, warm body beneath him. He found his brain and made it work. Rather more hoarsely than he liked, he said, "Be still, will you? If anybody comes in and sees this, we're done for. I'll be ruined, and I shall never be Lord Chancellor or even a madcap judge my heart's ambition."
"Raven?"
she said. "Yes, drat you. Have you returned to the world of sane people?"
"Are we lovers?"
she said. A pause. "You're not that delirious," he said. He rose, bracing himself on his elbows.
"Oh," she said. "I forgot. I'm sick."
"Yes. Your fever is up, and I need to brew you more willow bark tea, but I can't leave you alone for a minute." She blinked hard, and he thought he glimpsed tears. She swallowed and said, "I'll try to be quiet." He thought quickly. "Do you remember how to say the word?"
"What word?"
"The room with the mirrors and twining snakes and trees." She frowned. After a moment she said,
"Hepta—"
She paused and bit her lip, displaying the chipped tooth. His heart seemed to be in a state of strangulation. He climbed off her and off the bed, aware he was shaking and hoping she couldn't see. "Never mind," he said dismissively. "You're only a girl. I can't expect you to remember." The blue eyes flashed. "I do," she said. "No, you don't. It's too many syllables for your minuscule female brain. And after all the trouble I took to teach you. Dogs can be taught to heel and fetch, I told myself. Monkeys can be taught to dance while the organ grinder plays. Why cannot a girl be taught to say a word?" Her eyes narrowed. "Professor, that isn't the word. Heptaplop, drat you! You try to make your infinitesimally small brain function at a proper level," he said. "I'll brew the tea." She tried the word a dozen different ways. She muttered to herself, but she did not sound deranged and did not become agitated. The tea was nearly brewed when she said with a laugh,
"Heptaplasesoptron."
"That is correct."
"Heptaplasesoptron, heptaplasesoptron, heptaplasesoptron. So there, Professor."
"That's Professor Raven to you," he said, in the same haughty tones she'd used on him. "Or sir. Genius will do, too.
What about most provoking man?
And you are not at all provoking, I suppose."
Yes, I am, she said. But you like it, said Genius. From his lofty intellectual heights the great god Raven looks down upon me with amusement. Don't pretend you don't. I see your mouth twitch. I see the glint in your beady avian eye. Why can't you laugh like a normal person?
"I'm not a normal person," he said. "I'm vastly superior to normal persons."
He filled the cup and carried it to the bed. He propped her up with pillows, and this time the movement seemed not to distress her so much. She drank the tea without trouble, and when she lay down again she was quiet, and eventually drifted into sleep. Her fever seemed to have lessened. The delirium had passed, at least for now. On the next night she was tranquil enough, although from time to time her mind seemed to wander, and she muttered unintelligibly. Then, near midnight, she grew restless and demanded her carriage. She tried to get out of bed. This time, when he took her shoulders and guided her down, she went without trouble. He was smoothing the bedclothes when she tried to push him away.
"Come, my girl. You were better before. You need to rest. You can't leap about."
She bolted up to a sitting position. "I know how to drive. You can't make me stay. We're going to Portsmouth and Egypt and Arabia." This time she was determined to get out of the bed. He struggled with her. When he tried climbing onto her again, she bucked and kicked. Fearing she'd wear herself out, he got off her. He spoke to her, but she didn't hear him. He pushed her down as gently as he could, and she went and lay quietly for a moment, breathing hard. Then she rolled to the edge of the bed and nearly off before he caught her. This time she fought wildly. "Let me go!" she cried. "Let me go!"
"Clara, please. This is not good for you. Please, Clara, come back."
He was struggling with her, trying to control her without hurting her, when her fist shot up and she hit him in the eye. Chapter 10. Though you do not always see the raven always sees you, and he will steal along by the side of your route in the trackless desert for many miles, though when you get a sight of him, he appears always to be leaving you. Charles F. Partington, The British Cyclopedia, 1836. Lady Clara hit hard for a girl. She must have put all she had into it, because she sank back on the pillows and fell asleep. Worn out, no doubt, yet her face wasn't as hot as before. Since she seemed safe for the moment, Radford went out into the corridor and signalled to William.
"Her ladyship has done her best to black my eye," Radford said. "You will have to wake somebody below stairs and fetch me a cold beefsteak to keep the swelling down. I need both eyes working properly."
A facial spasm, so minute only Radford could have caught it, betrayed the servant's amusement.
"Never underestimate the power of a woman's fist," Radford said. "Two, they don't fight fair. They strike without warning."
"Yes, sir." Another spasm.
"I think the worst has passed," Radford said.
The footman released his rigid control and smiled.
"Very good news, sir. I'll get that beefsteak straight away."
Radford returned to his vigil. His eye was beginning to hurt, but he smiled too. The next time Clara woke, Davis was with her. Clara had no idea what time it was. Daytime? Did it matter? Though she was tired, she was a little hungry for the first time in a very long time. And for the first time she finished her cup of broth without Davis's nagging or coaxing. She held the cup, too, with Davis steadying it. But the process tired her, and she slept again, for most of the day. When she next awoke, sometime in the evening, Radford was at his post. Even before she looked, she could hear his pen scratching over a document. She lifted her head and saw him bent over his work, the pen moving steadily. She came up gingerly onto her elbows to study him. Except for the day they'd rescued Toby, Radford had always been neatly groomed and tailored. She couldn't remember if this had been true lately. She couldn't distinguish one day from another, and she didn't know what had happened and what she'd dreamed. This wasn't dreaming, though. She saw clearly enough that he was not fully dressed. He'd hung his coat over the back of the chair and worked in waistcoat and shirt. His long, black-clad legs stretched out under the dainty desk. At present, only the single lamp on the desk and the firelight illuminated the room. Even so, she could see the way light and shadow outlined the contours of his shoulders and upper arms under the fine linen sleeves. He'd loosened his neckcloth, revealing his throat, which wasn't usually on view. Beard stubble shadowed his jaw. Unruly black curls sprang from his head, telling her he'd raked his fingers through his hair more than once. Something in his intent expression, and in the way the candle cast shadows over the angles and planes of his strong features, made her heart squeeze. She must have uttered a sound without realizing, because he looked up from his work and toward her.
"I'd hoped I'd have a peaceful night," he said. "No luck there."
She was silly, perhaps, but it tickled her when he said things like that. It was rather like her brother's joking insults, those male signs of affection. Though when Raven spoke, it didn't feel brotherly at all. She swallowed a sigh. She wished she weren't sick and helpless. She wished she had an idea how to seduce a man. But if she hadn't been sick and helpless, he wouldn't be here. In any case, she knew very well she was far from looking her seductive best, scantily clad though she was. He wiped his pen and set it down. He closed the inkwell and set the paper aside, on top of another document. He rose and came to the bed. Despite the murky light, when he stood over her, she discerned something amiss with his left eye. "Was that bruising?" "Did you walk into a door?" she said.
"No, my lady."
He bent toward her. His eye was discoloured, beyond a doubt. No trick of the light. He brought his arm behind her shoulders, lifted her head, and smoothly slid a pillow behind her, then another. "I may not be as observant as you, but even I can see your eye is injured," she said.
"Yes," he said. "It collided with your fist."
She stared at the bruised eye while her sluggish mind worked to no useful end. "I hit you? You must have deserved it."
"No, I was minding my own business. Or rather your ladyship's business. I was trying to keep you from hurling yourself onto the floor or out of the window in your determination to get to Arabia or Portsmouth."
She looked about the room, trying to remember. The room did not enlighten her.
"You were delirious," he said.
Oh. She'd rather not imagine what else she might have done or said. He occupied her thoughts excessively, the ones she could remember, and the odds were good she'd been indiscreet. "I dreamed I smelled raw beefsteak." Not a dream, then. After a silence, during which she grew increasingly uncomfortable, he said,
"Where did you learn fisticuffs?"
"Harry. Who else?" It amused him. "But that was ages ago when I was little. I can't believe I did that. I'm sick. I can't sit up without help."
"I didn't get it at Gentleman Jack's boxing saloon, I promise you," he said. "You did it from a reclining position, when I thought you'd calmed, you deceitful creature. It was definitely you, so don't try to wriggle out of it. I've witnesses to attest to my not having left this house since the day I arrived. Furthermore, the footman guarding the door will testify to my eye being in perfect order when I arrived in your room last evening, and my not leaving said room until I went to the door to request raw beefsteak. No jury in the land would find you not guilty." Unless, that is, you batted your big blue eyes at them.
Clara put her chin up. If I did hit you, I'm sure you had it coming.
I was trying to keep you from hurting yourself, you ungrateful female.
Stop whining, she said. Come closer and I'll kiss it and make it better. His eyes widened, but so briefly she'd never have noticed, had she not been watching him so intently. He wasn't the only one who was startled. Maybe she was still delirious? Her face felt hot, and not for a minute did she believe fever was to blame. In a heartbeat he recovered his usual cool manner and took a step back from the bed.
I thought you were done being delirious, he said.
It must be the laudanum, she said.
You haven't had any on my watch.
Then I must be in my senses. Come closer.
No kissing, he said.
Right. Why would he want to be kissed by a diseased female whose breath would probably stop a charging rhinoceros in its tracks? Very well, she said with a theatrical sigh. I only wanted to admire my handiwork. After a time of studying the bedpost, he said,
It isn't that I object to being kissed, even by you. I am a man, as I've pointed out before.
I noticed that about you, she said. The strong neck and powerful shoulders and broad chest, the way his torso tapered to his waist. Since he wore no coat, she had a clearer than usual view of that region, and of his narrow hips and long, long legs. She must be getting better, or very much worse. Maybe her illness had damaged her brain.
However,
a pause before his gaze returned to her.
You're still ill, and not entirely in your right mind, he said. My manners might be ramshackle, but even I do not take advantage of helpless females.
I'm not helpless, she said. I gave you a stinker. His mouth twitched.
I take the blow as a sign of improving health.
Maybe it was for the best, she said. I've been wanting to hit you for quite some time. Now I've got it out of my system.
From what others have told me, the condition is not so easily cured, he said.
How many other women have hit you? She said. A hot feeling went through her, which she knew was jealousy, not fever.
A slap, here and there, he said. Mainly they throw things at me.
She did not want anybody but Lady Clara Fairfax throwing things at him. That's a good idea, she said. That way I'm less likely to hurt my hand.
He moved closer again. Does your hand hurt?
It did, actually, a bit. She hadn't paid attention specifically there, pain being a general constant lately. She slid her hand under the bedclothes. Certainly not. I only meant that next time I would be well when I did it, and would hit harder. But no, you're right. Missiles would be wiser.
Let me see your hand, he said.
She didn't move.
Do not make me behave in a masterful manner, he said.
If she had been less ill and less self-conscious about what she looked and smelled like, she would have happily let him be masterful. As it was, she withdrew her hand from its hiding place and presented it. He took it and examined it, finger by finger.
Does this hurt?
No. What she felt was the opposite of hurting. She was piercingly aware of his touch.
This?
He went on examining, and she went on melting inside. He checked every bone and muscle. He examined her palm, her wrist, and so on. His hand was so warm and strong. She could smell him, too. He didn't smell sick. He smelled like himself, like a man, and a recently bathed man, too. She needed every iota of her ladyship training as well as her vanity not to pull him down and make him touch her everywhere the way he touched her hand.
Your knuckles are slightly bruised,
he said as he put her hand down on the coverlet, so gently, as though it were a small Ming vase.
I'll order some ice. I should have ordered it with the beefsteak last night.
"I didn't notice it last night," she said. "Probably in the way your bruises didn't show at once."
"You didn't seem injured," he said. "You went straight to sleep, so peacefully."
"And you didn't want to disturb me and risk getting punched in the other eye."
"I shouldn't have risked your waking up with throbbing fingers. You've enough to cope with." He paused. "As to that—"
The way he trailed off made her anxious. "I'm better," she said. "I know I'm better. I feel more like myself. Not completely, I admit. Still—"
"Spots," he said.
"What?" She touched her face. "I've come out in spots?"
"It only wanted that." "Not there," he said. He gestured at his chest and below. "They usually appear on the torso, red, small." He held his thumb and forefinger barely apart.
"Oh, prettier and prettier. Red spots, foul breath." She hoped Davis had bathed her in the last 24 hours. Clara had a grisly idea what her hair must look like. Thank goodness for the nightcap.
"I'll ask Davis to check," he said. "They usually go away in a few days, but you'd be wise not to scratch them and risk infection."
"Ice," she said. "You were going to send for ice. For my knuckles." Maybe she could put it on her spots as well and freeze them away. She'd always believed she wasn't a vain woman. Clearly she'd been wrong. At this moment she'd give a treasured possession, even her cabriolet, to be well again and properly dressed.
"Ice, yes," he said,
and seemed to come back from a great distance.
"And you seem well enough to try some broth or gruel."
"I'd rather try something more substantial," she said. "What did you do with the beefsteak?" The spots appeared on Wednesday. Nonetheless, Lady Clara's appetite continued improving slowly but steadily. Likewise her spirits. On Friday, the colleague Dr. Marler had promised to send turned up at last. He pronounced her ladyship on the mend and scoffed at the idea of typhus. Had that been her trouble, he said, she would never be doing so well at this point. He left written instructions for her convalescent care. Radford threw them on the fire. By Saturday, the spots had disappeared. She was getting better. By Tuesday, it would be 3 weeks since she'd fallen ill, and she was recovering as speedily as Radford could wish. Already she was spending a part of the day out of bed, in a chair. Her strength was returning. She needed less and less help with anything. Very soon she'd need no help at all, and he'd have no excuse for staying. As it was, what he had for an excuse had grown woefully thin. Radford had some hard thinking to do, and it ended in a hard decision. On Monday, Clara sat in a chair by the bedroom window reading Fox's Morning Spectacle while Davis went about the usual tasks. When the maid came out of the dressing room with an armful of linen, Clara said, "Measles?" "I beg your pardon, milady." Clara read, "Lady C.F., eldest daughter of the Marquess of W., remains in London with a near relative of his lordship. Lady C. has been suffering extremely from an attack of measles, which has lasted unusually long, but from which she is now recovering." She looked up from the paper. "Did I not have measles when I was a child?" "Yes, my lady. But that is what Lady Exton has told people who called. It's kept visitors away. She said it would keep the family from hurrying back to London because nobody remembers who had them and who didn't." True enough. All the childhood ailments had run through the nursery at one time or another, but not everybody had caught every one of them. Since it was the nursemaids who looked after the young patients, and since nursemaids tended not to stay for long, the Fairfax children being little savages, no one could be sure who'd had what.